What up, everybody? Jay Watts in the house. Hey, I had to take a nap today. I'm back to night driving. I drove all weekend. This weekend, clients at night, a lot of festivals, a lot of concerts and events going on. Let me go over here on Facebook and get it right. We had a lot of festivals and events going on this weekend here. And Tempe, we had First Friday for downtown Phoenix and everything. Let me know if this microphone is coming in clear or not. If it's coming in choppy or if it's coming in scratchy, let me know. That way we don't get to going down the road and I got to undo some stuff in the beginning. What up, Slide 2 Raw? What's good? What's good, Miss Abby Twin? What's up? Let me turn this music down just a little bit because I think it's cranking in my ear. There we go. That's a little bit better right there. All right, cool. Bighorn Kev said it sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I ended up getting about 3 rides at that reggae festival. I did 1 app ride and I did 2 private rides. Now, the only way I got those private rides was because as I was dropping somebody off on a Lyft ride, there was somebody standing there and they were like, "Excuse me, sir, is there any way you can give us a ride back to the hotel?" I was like, "Well, which hotel are you at?" It was like, "Oh, it's right down here at the Omni, right down on Mill." I said, "Man, the Mill is crazy. It's crazy down there on Mill or whatever." So I ended up going, I can't turn it down. The music I can kind of turn down a little bit, but it's already at like 24 right now, 23 right now. So there we go. I put it at 23. It was at 24. I put it at 23. Yeah, so cool. There you go, Low Ride. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, so I ended up taking them to the Omni or whatever because I didn't want to go near Mill. I said, I cannot go near Mill. I did some screen recording and everything too. So I did a lot of screen recording. So I'm back with that. And I was like, I'm gonna show people how crazy it was. All the low offers that were out there, just straight trash. And I was recording everything. I mean, there's festivals going there. Yeah, too much construction. It was nuts. And I was staying away from it. So when they pointed back down that way, I was like, oh. But I did it anyways. I was like, I'll go out there and I'll do it. Hold up. This microphone's there we go. I think this is better right here. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was like, all right, so I'll do it, man. I'll go back down there. But it was all that construction, all of the tents, everything that was going on Mill. The rides just weren't worth it. It was taking people too long to get to where your pickup was. People were being picked up on the North Mill up by the Marquee. So everybody was standing around the Marquee trying to get picked up because there was no other way to get there. Luckily, I had pickups that were at the where was I at? That college dropout, culinary dropout. So I was at culinary dropout doing pickups there. That was easy. But anything on Mill, people weren't ready for it. The apps weren't even ready for it. It was complete chaos. And then we had the big event going on at Wild Horse. I thought I was going to have some rides for that. I didn't have anything. I saw a couple of pings coming from there, but I was like, I don't feel like driving on the highway. Because after dealing with Mill and dealing with Tempe and all of that stuff, I was like, I just want some easy stuff. So on my video, I'll show how I sat at Quick Trip and a black ride hit. It was right off of Southern. So I ended up picking those guys up Southern right there in Mesa, picked them up real quick. I was doing anything easy I was doing. Because it was complete pandemonium in Tempe. Stay away from Tempe. It was nuts. I didn't even go out today to drive it off because I was so tired. I was up early this morning doing airport drops. Lyft Black had me doing some airport drops this morning. I was like, cool, I'll do them. And it's the hotels around here. The hotels, they're getting people because the shuttle bus at the Homestead Hotel, the transmission went out. So, and the people were telling me about the transmission going out, the shuttle bus trying to make it, and it was just clanking and banging and hitting. So they ended up parking the shuttle at the hotel, and that the hotel was getting everybody rides from there. And it was a family of like 12. So a little red Enclave or something, not an Enclave. It showed up. It picked up the first little group with a little bit of luggage. I picked up the second group with all the big luggage. And then we just drove to the airport from there. Real quick hop. The lady gave me like a $5 tip for her and her kids and everything. But the ride was like, let me see what the ride is. What up, young boy? Let me see what the ride was. What was that ride? Let me see if I can get there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it that? No, it wasn't that. Couldn't have been that. Oh, it was this one. Okay. And it was $28.84, 28.14 for 27 minutes. It said it was going to be for 17 minutes. It was for 27 minutes because I sat there. They gave me a little adjustment for sitting there. They gave me $2 for sitting there, extra couple of minutes. I sat there for 10 minutes and got $2 for sitting there for 10 more minutes. But the actual was shorter, so that was pretty good. It was just a real quick hop black SUV. That's all it was. $28 black SUV to the airport. Basically, it was 6 miles. Easy. What up, Melly Mel? Oh yeah. So everything was just all short. All the hotels were all short. Everything was easy, man. It was like I ended up making what was it? 124. I made 124 on the apps, and it only took me like 3 rides to make that. 3 quick. I was making like $80 an hour, basically what they were saying. But both of them were, I think it was 3 rides. Yeah, well, it was 4 rides, 4. So it was 2 blacks and 2 black SUVs. And I didn't start till 11:40 at night. I started at 11:40 at night and still ended up banging out like $125. And it was my actual online time was an hour and a half, hour 32 minutes. So in an hour and 32 minutes, I made $124, but only did 4 rides, kicked out 11. So it was like, man, it was a crazy weekend, man. I was expecting to make, 400 or 500 a night. I was expecting to make my one client, she gave me 200. So I had one client gave me $200 and I went, oh man, I actually ran it. Let me see. That was 8 miles. So that was about 16 to 17 miles, 16 or 17. And then I had to drive 5. That puts me at 32. So I went 32 miles because I had to go from downtown to there. I went about 32 miles and made $200. 32 miles, $200. So that was my best private ride of the weekend because I had to do 3 separate stops for them. 3 separate stops, but it was like 32 miles total. It took maybe close to about an hour because I think it was 25 minutes, 15 makes that 40. And then that was about 30. So that was probably about an hour and 10 minutes total, hour 15 minutes total. But it was crazy, man. It was nothing on the apps. It was complete trash on the apps, complete trash. I was so done. Waste management spring training surges are gone. That's why having private clients pays the bills. Oh yeah. And it was to the point where, I was up at night because I napped during the day so I can be up at night to do all these concerts and events. It was crazy events. So I was like, I'm going to take a nap, wake up at about 9. I woke up at 9:30 one night, took a nap, woke up at 9:30, cleaned the car, showered, and drove out to like 4 or 5 in the morning. Like I said, I made 200 off my client, 124. That put me at like 3 something, but I wanted to make like 300-400 off the apps. I made one night 124 on the apps, and I'm gonna see what I made the other night. Let me see. Hold up, I got it in here because I was expecting to make. So I made $94 on Friday night. 94. I'll explain that. And then I made 124. So I was expecting to make 400 each night, about $800. And I covered about 220. So yeah, that's about, $580 short of where I thought I should be on the apps. The apps just wasn't paying, man. They weren't paying. They were not paying. I was over $500 short on the apps. That's all I made this weekend on the apps. And we had the U of A game. I made some money at the U of A game. We had the Wiz Khalifa reggae concert in Tempe. We had Wild Horse way down south, and we had First Friday downtown Phoenix. 4 of the biggest, largest events you're ever going to have going on at the same time. 4 of the largest, absolute largest event you're ever going to have going on in Phoenix at the same time. And that's all I made. $218. But wait a minute, I did drive Uber. I think I got 1 Uber trip. Let me see. I can't even remember. Let me see. Yeah, I did 1 Uber trip for $18. I did 1 Uber trip for $18. And I was sitting somewhere, and that was for 4.36 miles. Now that was actually, and it was an $11 surge. So that was an $11 surge on that. I got $18, but 11 of that was a surge because it was 4 miles. I was sitting in Tempe when I dropped people off, and I drove up to the U of A game, and the fireworks was going off, all the fireworks going off. The people were right on the curb. I was like, you guys know how to do it. They were right on the curb. I pulled up, they hurry up, jumped in, and I took them right over to Scottsdale, right over on Vernon Ave on Scottsdale. It was an easy 10 minutes, 40 seconds, 4 miles, $18. I couldn't say no to that. And it was an Uber Comfort. That was the only Uber trip I've taken in a long time. Because let me see, because that was from Uber this week. This was Uber last week, nothing. The week before that was, come on, thing, nothing. The week before that was $100, but it took me some days. So that's why I tell folks, man, if you're out there driving, we had 4 of the major events going on. I made $18 on Uber and about 120 or 220 on Lyft. 4 major events from Friday, Saturday, 4 major events. And that's all I made on the apps. It's trash out there, man. It's straight trash, man. I like that. Liv says, pick up any trash. I saw that on the thing. Man, pick up any trash. So if you were out here in Phoenix driving around, man, and you had to do pigeon rides, like I said, I was recording showing them sending $6 rides, Excel rides, $6, $7, $9 Excel rides. I'm not letting 6-7 people get in my car for $11. It ain't happening. That was 2 people for 18. 2 people for 18 got in for the 4 miles. I wasn't letting somebody go 3-4 miles in my car for like $7, $8. It was an $11 surge on that to make that even possible. But man, you guys got to get them private clients up. You know what I'm saying? Get those private clients. Do not be scared to convert. Don't be scared to talk. And on the video, I'm talking on my video, I did a ride along, sort of like a ride along. And I was explaining to people who I was giving business cards to versus the ones I wasn't. So I was giving out my card to certain people. And one lady, she was an attorney. And she only does Uber Black or Lyft Black. She only does Lyft Black. She don't do anything less than Lyft Black. And let me see, I'm gonna see what her ride paid. Let me go in here real quick. I think she was one of my last rides too. But she says she only does Lyft Black. She won't do any basic Lyft rides. Let me go in here. And it was a real quick ride too. It was $18 for hers. Yep, because I picked her up at a bar. I think that was it. Was that it? $18. No, that wasn't it. That was something else. Man, where's her ride at? Was it this? No, it couldn't have been the $47 one. That definitely wasn't it. Definitely. It had to be the $18 one. Let me see because I can see her name in here. Yep, that's her. Yep, it was an $18 ride, 4.8 miles. So about 5 miles, about $3 a mile. And it was for 13 minutes. But I gave her my card. She paid $13.85 for the ride. She paid $13.85 for the ride, $13.85 to go 5 miles. And it was a black ride, and I got $18.39. So Lyft was in the hole for $6 for that ride. $6.32 is what they were in the hole. She paid $13 for a ride, and I got it for $18, and it was a Lyft Black. So I didn't try to convert her because she was like, yeah, I only take Lyft Black, this, that. I was like, well, how much you pay for the ride? Oh, I don't know. It wasn't even like $20. I was like, okay, I didn't even think about it because she said, oh, it wasn't even like $20. It was actually 13. I didn't look till just now. But I was getting 18, so I didn't care. She was like, I was like $20. I was like, all right, cool, no problem. Didn't try to convert her. Gave her my card. We talked law. We talked LSAT. We were just cruising and riding and everything. But I gave her my card. Says, yeah, I go airport. I only take Lyft Black. I don't take anything other than Black. I was like, all right, cool. Made sure she got my card. And with her being an attorney, you know she's going to have clients. You know she's going to have court days. She's going to probably have me wait instead of her fighting to get parking and hurry up and get into trial and things like that. She'll probably say, I have a driver. I got trial coming up. I need a driver. Can you pick me up at my office? Get me down to the courthouse, hang out. I'll text you when the trial's over or whatever. And then, just take me back to work. That's why I pick up attorneys and people like that. Make sure you give attorneys your car, because they love to get out at courthouses looking important anyways. I mean, imagine them pulling up. They already got a driver. You know, you got a nice Lexus or a nice Mercedes or something like that, and you're letting her out the car, you know, opening the door. A nice, huge Buick Riviera, Lincoln or something like a MK4 or whatever it is. You know, nice Lincoln MK, and you're letting people out of cars. That's what they like to see, man, especially in front of courthouses and stuff like that. If you got a really nice car, a comfortable car, really nice, comfortable car, make sure you go to a law firm. Go to a law firm and just put your car, say, hey, you know what? I do rides to and from court, so you guys don't got to fight for parking. If you got a court case coming up, you got an attorney you got to bring to court or something like that, let me know. Here's my card. They might say, oh, cool, no problem. One day out of the blue, you're going to get a call. Hey, you dropped your card off at our law firm one day. You said that you can give us rides to and from court. What if we pay you to go pick up one of our clients who can't get to court? Go stop by a law firm. Go stop by paralegals. Find people who are paralegals. I'm saying, man, they go get this Blue Prius work. Hey, they might have you go pick up a client. Client might be like, I'm sorry, but you know, I can't get to court. I'm having a problem get to court. You know what? I got a car coming for you. Don't worry about it. Slide to Rock. Can you go down to court? Can you go down to Tempe and pick up my customer? We got DUI court. Pick up my client. $50. Prius, $50. And you probably got like from Mesa to downtown Phoenix. The apps will pay you 11. The attorney might give you 50. They're going to bill it anyway. So what do they care? I'm telling you, man, like Melly Mel's the pictures. Listen to Mic Drop Barbecues. You can learn how to make profits instead of popcorn. Real talk, man. And that's why, you know me, I'm always looking for professional level clients, because those are the people who can write off stuff anyways. Price really don't even matter to them. I mean, they're not going to be penny pinching. They're about convenience. The company's going to cover it most of the time anyways, or they'll cover it on their taxes. Or they need like a bigger write-off to drop below a certain threshold, so they can say, you know what, I'm actually in an upper tax bracket. I'm trying to drop a tax bracket, so having a private driver is perfect for me. How about I just pay you, $60 a ride? Cool. I take like 4 rides a week. You got $240 a week guaranteed coming from me. $240 a week. Every 2 weeks is about $500, about $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year just from this one person. 12 G's a year from just one person. And they like, that's the write-off I need to get below the threshold. What if I just give you a retainer? I just pay you the $240 up front and you just pick me up 4 times this week. You can do that. Pay me the $240 up front. I got you 4 times this week. If I can't make it, I'll send one of my drivers and I'll give him the cut. But you definitely will be picked up every day. So, like I said, we got to get out there, man, and we got to market our services and let people know what we're here for and how we're going to do it, which is what I learned. And this is what I learned in casino. I'm going to give you guys some casino game. I love to give y'all casino game. Like Mel said, hey, it's not always about the car. It's about the driver. Be professional, have a clean car. You will get private rides. And this right here is casino game. From my years and years of working in casino, especially when I worked at Stratosphere. When Carl Icahn bought Vegas World and we turned Vegas World into Stratosphere, Carl Icahn had a vision. And he tore that Stratosphere up and he renovated it. He made it look nice. When I worked there, it was amazing. It was nice. Palm trees everywhere. The pool was fixed, everything, the interior. He put a lot of money into Stratosphere when he pulled us in there. But I was upstairs with Richard Brown. Now, Richard Brown was back at Stratosphere. This was back in 2002. If you Google Stratosphere 2002 president, you'll find Richard Brown. Richard Brown was my guy. He was the president of Stratosphere. And he worked like probably 50 feet from me. Every time I was walking by, he was like, Jeff, when you gonna come work for me? Because I was working for Joe Ruffin. I was on the finance side. So I'm over there working with Joe Ruffin and all these guys. And he's like, dude, when you gonna come work for me, man? I was like, man, dude, I'm an accountant. He says, bro, you need to come to sales and marketing. Come over to this side of the hall. You need to be over here with us. But I would go over there to sales and marketing all the time and hang out with those guys. I would go to lunch with them. Brianna and all those people. I go to lunch with all those people. So they would tell me exactly how they would market to get customers who weren't even in Vegas yet. These people were not. He says, Jeff, the number one key to keeping your casino filled is not to fill it with locals. You make your casino a destination. So what we do, we spend a lot of money in LA. We put a lot of money in New Mexico and Arizona. We put money in places that didn't have casinos. We spent all of this money in places that didn't have casinos. And that's why we get all the people coming here, the high rollers, the people that want to be treated like royalty, the people that want free rooms. They want that Vegas experience. We sell the Vegas experience to people outside of Vegas. So if you ever want something to work, You have to create that destination experience feel. When you create that experience and that feel, that's when people are going to book you. When I tell people to go out and take pictures of your car, I told King James the same thing. I said, go out and take some really, really nice pictures of your car. Like, these are the kind of pictures I take of my car, stuff like this. Like, I take pictures like that. You can't hardly see it, but there's like palm trees in the background, mountains and stuff in the background, a lot of crazy stuff in the background. I'll take pictures like, you know, this, like palm trees and stuff in the background. Because when you're taking a picture of your vehicle, even though your client might know what your car looks like, give them that vision. Send it to them. It's like, you know, when you dating a girl and you at work and she at work, you know what she look like. You've been with her for 2 years, but she send you a cute ass selfie. You know why she's sending you a cute ass selfie? To pique your interest a little bit. You coming home for dinner, you're getting off work early. That's why girls send you a selfie. She's trying to pique your interest. Take nice pictures of your car. Pique their interest. They know what your car look like. But they're like, hey, don't forget, I'm picking you up this weekend, and send a picture of your car. A new picture you just took that day. A picture they've never seen yet. You got to pique their interest. Sell that destination feel. Sell that appeal. That's what you're doing. You're sending them that selfie, that girlfriend, that work level selfie. Pique that interest. They're like, oh yeah. Hey, definitely, man. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to look at the person next to him in the cubicle. Hey, this is what I'm about to get picked up in, bro. That's what I'm finna get picked up in right now. He on his way right now, bro. He finna pick me up in that. That's what they doing. They're showing people who's picking them up. So, and I learned that from casino. What up, Duado? I learned that from casino. If you want to advertise and if you want to market, you've got to advertise and market for a destination feel and appeal in everything you do. When a girl is advertising herself and she's taking a gym picture, you know what she's advertising? Her fitness level. She's advertising how nice she looks. When a guy sends you a picture of him working in the garage and everything, he's sending you a advertisement of his utility, of how great of a guy he is. That's what he's doing. So when you're sending your clients pictures, even the ones that know you, make sure you take a picture in front of a restaurant and be like, hey, don't forget, if you coming to dinner this weekend, I got pictures in here of me in front of business parks. I'm gonna show you some of my little business park pictures and shit like that. Like stuff like this. Like I'm sitting in front of, like, that's middle of the night. That's pitch dark outside, but I'm sitting in front of business parks. I'm sitting in front of buildings and things like that because, and here's one. This is one sitting in front of like a law firm looking building. But that's what I do. I find pictures and I say, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sing you this. Don't forget, I'm picking you up tonight. I'm picking you and your crew up. And you send it. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to put it on their Instagram. My driver's on his way. This is my driver. Check out my driver finna come get me. This is what they do. So they're when you advertise and you market yourself, they're helping you market yourself. Oh, girl, make sure I get your driver number. Y'all getting picked up in that. Make sure I get your number. Now, if I just took a picture of my car sitting in the driveway with dusty rags around it, with weeds growing out the side, with the dogs in the window, and I'll send them that, that's not appealing. It's not appealing. I can't send them that. I got to do something better. So when I'm out, I find the appealing pictures to make sure I send it to them. So that to me is my casino game. That's a free nugget right there for y'all, my casino game. And I got so many pictures I've sent to my clients. People who they say, hey, Jeff, I need you to pick up my friend for me, this and that. And okay, cool. I'm just going to cash app you $50, but can you pick her up? This is her address. I text him. Make sure she knows what the car look like. He might already have a picture of the car. He knows it, but I send it to him. Hey, send her this picture. Say this is what's picking her up. Oh, bro, she just texted me back. Hearts, man. Shit, hey, tonight might be a good night, bro. It's gonna be a good night. I'm like, yeah, this is what I do for you, man. I'll hook you up. Make sure you let her know. You send in Chariot. You send in the Chariot to come get her. Send her that picture. And so she's, oh, this is luxury. Oh, this is nice. What is this? Escalade? They always say that an Escalade. No, it's an Expedition. The first thing they say is, this an Escalade? No. But that's what you do. And like I said, that's my free casino game for y'all, man. And it helps. It helps create that energy. It helps create that experience. And if we're going to be that, when you look at Uber and Lyft, this is the kind of shit they do on Uber and Lyft. Let me show you what they show people on Lyft and on Uber when they say my car is coming. This is what they say. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Let me see something. This is what they send. That's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. They don't even look like my car. That's a cartoon. And they say, this is coming to pick you up, this Expedition. It's a cartoon. I don't send my clients cartoons because I'm not a game. I'm not a joke. I send my clients actual photos with palm trees and mountains in the background, a restaurant in the background, a law building in the background, a nice common area in the background. I don't send them cartoons of my car. I don't go online and find some stock photo. Hey, this is what it looks like on Carvana. No, take a picture of your car. Like I said, it's free game. It's free game I'm dropping for you guys because I always want y'all to come to this channel and leave with a little bit of something each time you come here. I don't want you to come here thinking this is purely for entertainment. Yeah, I do entertain a little bit, but I want to help you get money. I want to help you get that edge. I want to help you go out there and get that client, lock that client in. What makes you different than the next driver? Well, the next driver is going to probably say, yeah, you could book me on the app or you could do it. You're sending pictures. You're being proactive. You're reaching out. You're talking. You are going to be the type of the type of driver that caters to their client. Hey, I'm on my way to pick you guys up. You guys drink like Dr. Pepper or Sprite, or what do you guys drink? Just a couple of Sprites at work. All right, cool. A couple of Sprites. I can walk in the store, spend $6 real quick. 2 little bitty Sprites, just $6. Or you can go get a whole case of them for $3-4. Throw a couple in your car real quick. It's like, man, oh yeah, it's gambling. You throw a couple of those in your car real quick because you're doing $6-7. But I'm gonna tell you, this is what you end up getting. Wait a minute, where's my shit at? Oh, wait a minute, where is it? I'm looking for something right now to show y'all. Oh, there it is right here. So this was April the 5th, 2:38 a.m. April the 5th, 2:38 a.m. Y'all probably ain't gonna be able to see it but I like to show proof of work, because if I don't show proof of work, I think I'm just talking shit to y'all. But that right there is $150 payment, $150 payment for 15 miles total, 40 minutes total, 40 minutes, 16, 17 miles, about 17 miles. It was 8.8 and it was like 8.7. So I went about 17 miles, 25 minutes, 11 minutes of that was searching, then 15 minutes for the way back. So 40 minutes total, 115, and guess what, $150. And guess what? The whole time I had Diet Coke in the car. I went out, spent money on Diet. I spent about probably $6-7 on Diet Coke. So when I'm out there and you see me in a Circle K walking out with Diet Coke, I don't drink Diet Coke. I just know my client wants some ice cold Diet Coke. That's it. She wants ice cold Diet Coke, not a Diet Coke that's been sitting in the car for 4 hours. Now, if I'm leaving to go grab her real quick and I have Diet Coke in my refrigerator, and I don't even drink Diet Coke, but my client does. So when I'm at the store and I throw Diet Coke in my cart, it's not for me. I don't drink that shit. So I keep it in my, and if I go straight to go get her, guess what? I throw 2 Diet Cokes in there, and it's like the little mini cans. She likes the mini. I'll throw the mini cans in there and I'll shoot over to her real quick, pick her up. It's an ice cold can there. If I'm out and about in this, and she says, Jeff, if you're in an area like within the next hour or so, can you do me a favor? Can you come pick us up? But I said, all right, cool, no problem. Because this is where, let me see, this is, where was I at? I'm going to show you, like, when like the other night, she said, wait a minute. Okay. She says, hey, I'm in Phoenix. And I said, definitely gonna need, she texted me at 1:32 in the morning. Definitely gonna need a ride home if you're able to. I said, yes, indeed. Just let me know where you are. I'm in Tempe. I was in Tempe at the reggae festival. I'm in Phoenix. I'll give you a 30-minute heads up, maybe 20 if that's okay. I said, okay, I just need an address. Gave me the address. She says, I may need a drop off for a friend or two if that's okay. That's why I got the $150. I had a couple of trips. I said, that's fine. I said, hey, I have Diet Coke, but no vodka, because I wasn't at the house yet. She says, no worries. And I said, okay, I'm in downtown, so whenever you're ready. If you're able to meet at 2, that's perfect. I said, bet. I'll have vodka by then. Because if she said I could meet her at 2 o'clock and it was still kind of early, I got vodka at home. So I could just come home, pick up the vodka, and then show up down there. She says, legit. She says, you're legit the best. So because I had until 2 o'clock and I didn't have to be there like early, I shot home. I picked up my vodka, threw it in the back of the car, grabbed the Diet Cokes, shot down there. So now all her friends and everybody else had vodka. They had, red Solo cups. They had Diet Coke, but I was getting $150. This is how you cater to people. These ain't Uber rides. These ain't Lyft rides. Uber and Lyft is trying to say, well, we don't like people giving food or drink. I don't give a shit. In Arizona, the law is as long as you're not driving and you're doing ride share, you could drink. That's what it says in the law here. So I'm abiding by Arizona law. I don't care what Uber and Lyft says. I'm doing my own thing. So I'm telling you people, if you go out there and you start upgrading your service level, you start chatting with your clients, you start saying, hey, I just need an address. All you got to say, what's the address? Give me a time. I don't even give them a novel. All my text messages are straight to the point because they're partying, they're clubbing. They don't have time to read a fucking book. I'm not going to be sitting there like, hey, make sure you tell me what time you're picking up because I'd like to be there no later than, and when I find a parking spot, and after the spot, I'm going to get out and I'm going to wipe my car down. And after I wipe my car, I'm going to call my kid for his birthday and make sure he ate some cake. They don't want to hear all that shit. They just want to hear, what's the address? Where do I get there? Bet. That's it. That's it. A lot of boom, 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 boom. Done. And that's why they pay me the money, because I'm a corporate guy. And I'm like, I'm straight, direct to the point. There is no room for questions. You know exactly why I'm here. You know what I'm here to do. And that's it. And they love it, man. They love it. And the funny thing is, it's none of their business anyways. Exactly. And then when I was dropping one of the girls off the other night, she's actually the manager of this spot. So she's the manager of a spot. All her employees, they like to party after work sometimes. You know, they have a couple of drinks after work at the bar. They sit around at the bar. They walk to the restaurant next door. So I gave the card to them because I'm dropping the manager off at the manager's house. The manager's mom and dad just so happen to be there. They walk out, cool little BMW 4 Series. So I'm talking about the BMW 4 Series with the mom. And the mom's like, do you have a business card? So I done gave the manager my card. I done gave the mom that walked out this big ass mansion looking house up in Arcadia. I done gave her my business card. The stepdad or the mom's, that's her mom's boyfriend. This white guy was in the garage. They're in there drinking. They got their solo cups. They're drinking all these nice ass cars around. I said, make sure you take a picture and get him the card too, because he's going to end up needing a ride home. Because I thought it was her husband. I was like, she said, no, that's her boyfriend. I was like, all right, cool, whatever. Same difference. Take a picture of the card. Make sure he gets it. And my client was happy. She was like, yeah, he's so great. He's always punctual. He's always on time. He's early. He caters to you. Oh my God. And she even said, I actually have him in my monthly budget. She said that to them people. Oh, I have him in my monthly budget. I make sure I take care of myself. I pamper myself. He's in my monthly budget. I was like, I appreciate that. I thank that so much. She says, oh, no. Because I already know. With all the money I make, I was like, you know what? I budget. This is for Jeff. This is Jeff's part. I can go out this many times and do this much. This is my budget. I was like, all right, cool. But that's because of the level service I give. It has nothing to do with the car. Because like I said, and actually other day, because for the $50 ride, she gave me $50 the other day. And like I said, I like to show receipts because motherfuckers be like, yeah, you lying, man. Ain't nobody paying you that much. Trust me, I'm telling you, man. When I'm out doing my work, I'm out doing my work. So this one right here, this is the $50 one. That's the $50 one. And let me show you what the word says, what she says right there. Jeep. I didn't even take the black truck. I took the Jeep. So I took the Jeep and she paid me. Wait a minute. Here we go. What was that? There we go. Wait a minute. Damn it. Dang it. I hate that. Let's do like this. So that's what I ended up getting paid. $50 to take the Jeep. And I had the top off and everything. So I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I said, because we're always taking my truck all the time. I said, it's nice out. It's really nice. I said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cruise and I'm going to pick you up. I said, but it's not going to be in the truck. I said, I'm going to pick you up in the Jeep because I always talk about my Jeep all the time and I've never picked you up in a Jeep. I said, I'm going to cruise. She said, okay, that's fine. I said, the top's off, so make sure you got your hair up or you wearing a hat. I gave her heads up warning already. And when we was riding, her hair was all over the fucking place. She had her hair up, but still a little straggly. So she was doing this the whole time. But I was like, and we was bumping music. Sup, Archie? So we in there bumping music. She's like, hey, play some, what's his name? Oh. So we're playing this one guy. His name is something, Big the Plug. Okay, she said, play Big the Plug. So I was playing Big the Plug. So we're cruising around playing Big the Plug. I'm taking her on her way to where she got to get to. She's got, the music going. I got the Diet Coke in the car. Everything's cruising. We riding. She's in a Jeep. She's like, oh, I even learned how to drive on a Jeep. I learned how to drive on my dad's stick shift Jeep. This is amazing. And we're cruising down through Scottsdale. We got the mountains around us, the palm trees, the tops off, windows down, big the plug pant. If you ever been in my Jeep, you know how loud that shit gets. Oh, we had everybody in traffic like, okay, I see you, player. I see you. Got this little gorgeous little lady right here. You got me. I got my Venice Beach hat on because I have my Venice Beach fishing hat. We cruising through Phoenix. I'm stick shifting. You got that motherfucker sounding like an 18-wheeler. That supercharger's blowing off in traffic. Man, $50. It don't matter if you got a black SUV or not. It don't matter. Just drive whatever you want to drive. Just make sure it's an experience. That's all you got to do. Make sure it's an experience. I can get black SUV price in an orange ass Jeep. And that's a 2011 with 258,000 miles on it. 258,000 miles. Sound like a goddamn trash truck coming down the street. And I get black SUV prices in that. It's all in an experience. It's how do you sell yourself? How do you position yourself? It's what it is. Ain't nobody out here. I got motherfucker, yeah, my car's got 8,000 miles on it. Motherfucker, I got almost 300K on that motherfucker. And I still get black SUV prices. I mean, and I got paid so well this weekend, and I'm gonna tell you how well I got paid. I got paid so well this weekend, and I appreciated the people who were like, you know what, we're gonna help you out by doing your consulting course and everything. I said, I appreciate that. Thank you for doing the consulting course. I ended up, I was so happy that I ended up buying. Wait a minute, where is this at? Ow. I hate when that shit happens. I just had it on there. Well, I'm trying to find it. I'm gonna tell you what I bought. I ended up buying some all new seats, all new leather seats for the Jeep. So it's gonna be complete because right now it's got the canvas seats that the Jeep came with when I bought it in 2019. So I ended up buying leather seats. I said, you know what? Everybody's out living life, enjoying life. I can't just work myself to the bone and not treat myself okay. I'm doing the best I can do to teach people how to make this money. And I'm really out here doing this shit. I'm really doing it. I'm pushing for customer service. I'm pushing for the right client base. I'm pushing to not be a pigeon, showing people you can survive without driving the apps. I deserve leather seats in my Jeep. So for like $100, I bought these leather seat covers for like $100. And so, damn it, the picture won't even pull up. This is they look like the black ones. And they're like, they got kind of like diamond stitching in them and shit. Let me go find them. They got them in this whole damn slideshow, but it's not the ones I want to show you. I think these are the ones. Yep, these are the ones. So they sort of look like that. So right now I got gray seats in there. So gray seats will be fine. I'm gonna put the black leather seat covers in there. What up, Jesse? I'm gonna put the black seat covers in there. I'm gonna make sure I got some nice plush towels. When the sun touches leather, it gets hot. So I'm gonna have some nice plush towels. So if I pick up somebody and they say, man, these seats are hot, I'll lay the plush towels down. You can sit on a nice plush towel so you don't burn your legs wearing shorts or a dress or whatever. It's going to be nice. But as far as being able to wipe them down, clean them, stuff like that's what I want, the leather seats in there. So I'm like, man. All right, Greg, that's it, brother. Just finishing the barbecue at the house. Oh, it's nice today, man. I should have barbecued today. I slept most of the day, man. I had to sleep. I drove all night last night. So like I said, and I'm giving people the play to be, I'm reinvesting back into my business. I want to make the Jeep more contemporary because it's the season of where I can actually pick up some of my clients who might say, hey, you know what? I love riding the truck. The Beamer's nice and everything, but do you mind picking us up in the Jeep from like the restaurant? We're eating in this outdoor cafe. And I told my people that you had this nice Jeep. We'll pay you extra. If you come pick us up in the Jeep, we'll pay you extra. I'm like, I could come pick you guys up in the Jeep. What restaurant? Oh, we're at Cold Beer and Cheeseburger right here on Scottsdale Road. All right, give me about 20 minutes. I'll be there. Thank you. Wipe it down real quick, clean it up. They'll hear me pulling up. Shit, like I said, this shit sounds like a trash truck. Motherfuckers come around the house at 2:00 in the morning when I'm driving down the street because they think they forgot to put the trash out. I'll be like, whoa. They be like, oh shit, did you put the trash out? What time is it? Goddamn. Man, it's Wednesday. Trash ain't till Friday. That's Jeff ragged ass Jeep coming down the street. Like, goddamn, motherfucker scared me, man. I thought it was trash day. Shit, that Jeep ragged as a motherfucker, but that shit'll make some money. But like I said, almost 300,000 miles. You know, that Jeep's reliable. brand new battery in it. I'm always doing shit to it. Tires ain't bald. Motherfucker's nice. It always stays, lubricated with fresh oil, fresh air filters, fresh. I do what it takes to make the money. I could take a piece of shit like that. That thing's been in deserts, over mountains, and all through creeks and shit. I could take that and get black SUV prices. Because like I said in casino, it's all in the experience. It's all in the experience. It's all you're selling is an experience. If they don't want, I know it, Chris, if all they wanted was an Uber ride or a Lyft ride, they would go on Uber and Lyft. Oh man, I just need a ride home. I don't care what picks me up. But some of my people, the people with money, the people that want to live life, the people that want to pamper themselves and cater to themselves, they want their own driver. And they want you to pull up. Kids got in the other night. 5 guys got in and the dad. So they all got in the other night. The kid was like, Jeff, he says, man, I got to give it to you. This is probably the nicest smelling car I've ever been in. What do you use? And of course I had to tell him because I keep it real with people. I don't got to lie and fake in front of what I use. I told him, I said, I use great value, Walmart great value pet spray. It's pet. I mean, you guys are smelling pet spray. It's not lavender. It's not Hawaii scent. It's not powder scent. It's straight up pet spray. People love that shit. So it's like, I don't feel bad saying, oh, so you think we smell like cats and dogs? No, the pet spray is the best scent on the whole shelf. Smell all this shit. It smells like garbage. It's like you smelling like flowers. You smelling wood, pine sol. So I'm like, no, I use pet spray. It's the best shit they got on the shelf. Trust me, go get some great value pet spray, the little bottle, and you just hit it like, that's it. That shit, and it's the little short bottle like this, little fat can, and it goes into those little holders that go up on the ceiling. I don't put it in there. I just keep it in the car. And you just hit it like, and that shit will have your whole car smelling like a dream. It's pet spray. That's all it is. Great value pet spray. It's got a little white dog on the front, and I think it's got a cat on it. I don't know. But people love it. They get in and go, oh my God, this smells amazing in here. Like, man, your car is really clean. What? It's 2019, like 100-something thousand miles on it. What? This car it looks brand new. Smells brand new. Pet spray. That's it. Oh, Jesse, thank you, brother. Jeff, all your cars are looking fresh and clean. That shows you take care of a lot of pride. Oh yeah, I take pride in my cars, man. I love cars. I think cars in there, it's an experience. It's an experience, man. And once you get in the right car, it could be old. It could smell like, oil burning, carburetor burning or something like that. It brings back that nostalgic feel like, man, of old ass, Cutlass Supremes and shit like that. This is facts. I use pet spray for years. I don't Mr. Coffee. I'm telling you, man, it's the best kept secret. But I love driving in them old cars that smell like cars, man, because it brings back, garage work. It brings back old feelings of, being in high school, barely having enough money to afford the 3 sugar cookies at lunch. You got $1.50 on you, and that's all. And the cookies cost like $1.10 or something like that. And you ride in an old ass Buick Skylark that smell like it's about to break down at any minute. The valve cover's leaking and shit like that. I love cars that smell like that because it brings those memories back. And sometimes my Jeep kind of smells like that. It's like if the oil's starting to get a little old and it's getting real thin, you can kind of smell it kind of burning near the exhaust and the exhaust manifold. It starts smelling like 1985 in that motherfucker. I'm like, man, let me change the oil in this. So I use Pine Sol and put that in the spray bottle. Oh yeah. So no, man, but for real, I do what I can to drop a few jewels for you guys here and there. I got a couple of consultations coming up this week. These guys are going to get something that, like I said, I learned a lot. I mean, when you go get an accounting degree and you're running, all of these companies your whole life, you remember a lot, you retain a lot for how the issues that we have with these companies. I remember all the situations, the issues, the coming out of bankruptcies. I remember so much with just going through life and working. And I was paid very well, $109,000 a year, $80,000 a year, $75,000 a year. I was paid very well for just that knowledge to go in there and help these people with these companies. And I'm like, I can actually give this knowledge to people who are building small companies now. Like, this is what we're all small business owners right now. We're not employees, we're small business owners right now. And we have to be dealt with like small business owners. Because if you allow people to treat you like an employee, like Uber and Lyft, that's how they're going to treat you. If you take trash rides, that's how they're going to treat you. Me, I don't take nothing on these apps. If I see a ride and I'm going in that way anyway, I have commercial insurance on home. I could just convert it and just ride. I mean, I'm 100% legit. I'm legal. I'll cruise. Even when I was doing it illegally, I was still doing it because I was going to make the money. I'd rather be a criminal and get paid doing it, hoping somebody get from point A to point B, rather than putting myself deeper in poverty to where I need Section 8 and EBT cards because I'm enriching all of these corporations around me using my car. It's backwards. That's backwards. Before I enrich all of these criminals stealing our tips, all these criminals settling out of court, all these criminals out here selling all the fares and all the misleading, before I enrich those criminals, I'll become a criminal myself and drive around with no commercial insurance and no permit. I'll become a criminal myself before I pay those criminals. If they're doing crime and they ain't going to jail, shit, guess what? I'm finna get paid. If y'all want to talk about laws and then start incarcerating some of these CEOs for the shady shit they pulling, incarcerate them. Then you could talk to me about, well, is your legal live or the TOS says. I don't care. If you ain't incarcerating CEOs, CFOs, Treasury, President, if you ain't incarcerating none of them criminals and they keep selling out of court for everything that they found guilty of, don't talk to me. Do not talk to me about no minor infractions. I don't care. I'm going to go out and make money just like they doing crime to make money. We all going to make money. Yeah, exactly. Some people don't care. I understand how we care for cars. Had two women jump in and asked if they can eat. I told her no. 5 minutes later, she was eating her tacos. I said, hey, my car's in a restaurant. Yeah. And that's the thing, man. It almost makes you just want to. And people like that are the ones that end up ruining for everybody else. Because when I see people with greasy ass bags of food and shit like that, I'll cancel them. Because they did me too wrong, man. They did me too wrong in the past of saying, no, don't do that. And they do it anyways. So now when I just see somebody, just like outside of Walmart, so I got the 5-gallon thing. Guess what? I just drove right past them. I hit cancel and just cruise out the parking lot. I don't even explain. I just drive by. I'm like, nope. If I see you on some greasy ass bags of food and shit, and I'm like, and the pen is on you, cancel. I'll just, hey, that was our car right there. Yeah, you ain't getting in my car. Putting them greasy ass bags on my shit? No. Nah, I'm cool on that. I'll just keep driving, man. Look at that. Uber gave me an offer, 23 rides for a $150 bonus, but I'm glad I haven't driven on the app for 3 months. Hey, Chris, they actually gave Abby a ride, 5 rides for a $100 bonus. 5 rides for $100. So she said, hell yeah, I did it. I took the next 5 rides. I was like, I would have did the same thing. If you're going to put $100 for the next 5 rides, that's a $20 surge on each ride. Oh, shit, let's go. A $20 surge on each ride. Okay, let's go. I'll take that. I won't even decline a single one. I'll get that shit out the way in like an hour and a half. Done. It's like, if you took 100% AR, when I'm getting a $20 surge added to each ride, I'm taking that one, that one. I'm taking them all. And I'm getting it over with and I'm going right back off the app. Like, yep, exactly. If it's less than 5 miles, get it done. See, Abby says, oh yeah. She was like, shit, I'm getting this out the way. And that's what it is, man. Like I tell folks, man, if we're going to be out here making this money, and we're going to use this channel as a hub for business, a hub for complete understanding and how to stay profitable and how to stay moving, then I'm all for it. This channel has always been like that. This channel has never changed course. I have stated because I remind myself every day when I open these apps and I see zeros on the screen. I see goose eggs on the screen. How am I getting paid? Private clients. Why do I have private clients? Because the apps are not paying us as legit business people. So if they're not paying us as legit business people, that means I got to get up and go out and do business, which means I need to say that when I get on this channel, I speak business on this channel. I'm a business person, got a bachelor's degree in it. I don't even know where my wallet is. But I was going to, like, I walk around, I got the little bitty baby degree. So I got my little baby degree in my wallet. It not to remind me, but sometimes when you see it, it reminds you of all the nights in college. You didn't sleep because you had an 8 a.m. exam and you didn't make it back to the dorms till 2 o'clock in the morning. So you studied all night. I earned that degree. A lot of sleepless nights where I didn't even shut my eyes. I took the exam, then came home and went to sleep, slept until track practice. That's why I keep that in there. That little nostalgia, that little hits me every time. Like, Jeff, man, you earning this life you got, bro. You went through a lot of shit, man. You earning this. And you don't let nobody take that from you. There's a lot of people out there who don't want to see you win. They won't tell you to your face. Oh no, they won't tell you to your face they don't want to see you win. But there's little shit they'll do. And you have to tell yourself, I'm going to win. A lot of obstacles out there. So what I do, yeah, I'm telling you, young boy, man, I tell folks, man, it's a lot of obstacles out there. And I show people the obstacles and I explain them because I have been in corporate for a long time. When we walk into the boardroom, every time we walk into the boardroom, we talk about everything our staff has told us. We used to have a suggestion box. We had a complaint box. We had all kind of shit. So we would sit there and go in the boardroom and talk about everything, the good, the bad, the ugly. We would talk about department heads. We talking about management. We would talk about anything that was on those suggestions. People used to talk about me all the time. Department leaders hated me. All of them hated me, but all their staff loved me. They would be like, and I mean, I can't tell you how many companies I work for. How many? I can't even count on my hand how many. What up, Darius? They would sit up there and tell me, Jeff, you need to stay in your lane. You need to stay in your lane. Do you know how many times I've heard that in my life? Jeff, you need to stay in your lane. You know why they would tell me that? Because they staff would come to me to fix their fucking problems. My staff was accounting and finance. My people knew who I was. I can't tell you how many times I sat in so many meetings of so many companies. Jeff, you need to stay in your lane. Why? Because I'm in your lane running your shit better than you? Is that what it is? And I would tell motherfuckers that right to their face, because I'm in your lane running your shit better than you. That's why I need to stay in my lane, because I'm exposing you. I'm exposing you. Don't worry, I'll stay in my lane and I'll watch your shit crash. I'll stay in my lane, but don't come to me for help. Don't do it. And when I would get a new contract or go to a new company, everybody, Jeff, man, why you gotta leave, bro? You can't just like take another contract. You can't just like apply for another position in the casino. You can't just stay here with us. I'm like, you know what? Actually, I'm going to another casino. It's closer to my house. It's like, so I'm going to another casino. I'm gonna go help them for a couple of years, bro. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. Oh man. And I would run into people around Vegas and they'd be like, bro, shit ain't the same with you, man. People walk in the door in the morning, man. We hate being there. Donuts don't even make us want to come to work, man. Man, this shit sucks. This shit sucks, man. We wish you stayed at the casino, bro. It's like, hey, when people start telling me all the time, man, stay in your lane, that's when you start realizing, okay, they see me fixing something and they're starting to get exposed. And I don't do it on purpose. It's natural for me. I'm a mechanic. When I see a transmission with problems, when I hear a car coming down the street with brakes squeaking, it's natural for me to say, hey, bro, you need some brakes and you probably need rotors before they grind down. I don't need nobody to say, hey, excuse me, look in your wallet. There's an accounting degree in your wallet. Stay in your lane, bro. You're not a mechanic. You're an accountant. You need to stay in your lane. You don't listen to belts squeaking on cars. You don't listen to brakes squeaking. Bro, I'm a natural fixer. When I see a problem, the first thing I do is I acknowledge the problem. I say the problem out loud. This is the problem. Now, how do we make it not a problem? That's the next part. How do we make it not a problem? And a lot of people, they want to cover the problem up to pretend that there is none. No, if there's a problem, put it on the table, bro. Just put it on the table, because you can't sweep it under the rug for eternity. You got to put it on the table. Once it's on the table, we work on it. And we make it no longer a problem. If I'm on a basketball team and I got shitty free throws, you think they just ignore it? I'm on TV shooting bricks from the free throw line. You think they're just gonna ignore it? I'm airballing free throws. You think they're gonna just ignore it? No, they're gonna say, he's got a problem with those free throws. Oh my God, he needs to work on those to make himself a better player. That's what they're gonna say. That's me. When I was running track, coming out the blocks was the hardest thing for me to do. So guess what? I worked on that until I broke the record. Coach John Six from the University of Oregon, the Oregon Ducks. We went to the Oregon Ducks. We got Coach John Six. Coach John Six came to Drake University. He helped me get out of the blocks faster. Next thing you know, I ended up breaking the record at Drake thanks to Coach John Six in 1 year. I took a 1972 record off the board and I put a 1994 record up there. John Six from the Oregon Ducks did that because they said Jeff has a problem. Fast kid, super fast kid, but he ain't doing something right. This dude should be setting records. He's way too fast for this shit. Well, what's the problem? We don't know, man. Can't nobody reach him. Can't nobody talk to him. They found Coach John Six. Coach John Six, you know what, Jeff? I have coached world athletes. I've coached some of the greatest athletes that have made to the NFL, some of the greatest that have run track. I know what your problem is. It's fear. You fear falling, don't you? You fear falling. That's why you stand straight up when you come out of the blocks. You fear falling. So as soon as you come out of them blocks, you're standing straight up because you want to run. You fear falling. He was to hold me He was like, and he would just say, lean, do not move your feet. Lean into me, do not move your feet. And he would hold my shoulders and he would just start walking backwards. And he like, don't move your feet. Do not move your feet. Do not move your feet. He would hold me all the way until I was damn near perpendicular to the ground. Then he would just let me go. So naturally, I would move my feet. And he was like, that's how you can catch yourself. He said, you didn't fall, did you? He says, stop being so scared to lean so far forward when you come out of them blocks. Look how far you were leaning. Look how, and you didn't fall when I let you go. Look how far you were leaning. I was holding you. I damn near had you laying perpendicular with the ground. And when I finally let you go, you took a step and caught yourself. It's like, stop standing up when you come out of the blocks. When that gun goes off, you pop straight up. Jeff, when you come out of the blocks, stay leaning. You can lean for a whole lot longer, a lot lower than what you are. Lean. Get piston going. Get that traction going. Get that all that power built up. You're coming out of the blocks. You're standing straight up. Everybody else is leaning and they're driving right through. And you got to play catch up at the end. When he started doing that to me, I started coming out the blocks different. I was lined up with everybody else coming out of the blocks. I was coming out of the blocks before other people were coming. And it was like, this dude done got, because I was no longer scared to fall. If you're scared to fall, you're going to always stop yourself before you even get going. When I do this shit in business, I'm not scared to fall. I don't open Uber. I don't open Lyft. I'm not scared to fall. Because when I got to get going, oh shit, you better watch out because I'm building my power up. I'm building my power up. So once I build my power up and I'm not scared to fall, oh shit, I can lean real far on zero. I can lean real far on zero. Oh, Jeff, you ain't get a ride today. You ain't open up that app today. You ain't open up that app in 2-3 days, Jeff. You ain't open up that 4 days. Next thing you know, I bang out a $400 day. And I only drove like maybe 100 miles. Because I lean real far now. I ain't scared to fall no more. I can lean real far now. Not a lot of people can lean that far. First thing you do is get up in the morning. Oh my God, I'm going to open my app at 6 o'clock in the morning and I'm going to drive till 6 p.m. And how much you make all day? I drove for 12 hours. I made $220 in 12 hours. Bro, you scared to fall, huh? You scared to fall. You ain't leaning. You ain't leaning. You wake up and you standing straight up, and Lyft and Uber know that shit. You scared. Me, I ain't scared to fall. To get me to move, guess what? You better put some money on my screen because I'll lean all the way till I damn near hit the ground. I will lean all the way till I ain't going nowhere. Shit ain't moving. Nope. Shit ain't moving. And now my clients know that. Jeff ain't scared to fall. When you got somebody who ain't scared to fall, that's a hard person to deal with. I was setting records. I took down a 1972 record and put a 1994 record up there. It's still up there to this day because they don't run a 55. They run a 60 now, but it's still up there to this day. And the fact is, my name will forever be at Drake University. It will forever be at Drake University as somebody known who was scared to fall at some point. And one day I stopped being scared to fall. That record will stand forever because I wasn't scared to fall. It's all it takes, man. All it takes. Thank you, Jim from Denver. I appreciate that, brother. Young boys, I like that analogy. This channel is 95, 96 Bulls great. We're winning over here. Jeff is giving us the blueprints to master our crafts, professional drivers, champs. Appreciate that, Jim, man. Hey, brother, I'm trying, man. I'm letting people know everything I went through in life to get this far. The shit wasn't easy. I'm a kid from the hood, man. I grew up around gunshots and dead friends. How the hell did I end up being an executive in Las Vegas overlooking the strip every day in my office? I'm from gunshots. I'm from eating peanut butter sandwiches, man. I'm from eating sandwich, like you make toast and you put peanut butter on it and you shake the sugar off. That's where I'm from. I'm from drinking Kool-Aid, ran out of sugar. I'm from mixing milk with powder milk. You can make 2 gallons of milk. You get milk and powder milk and you split them. Now you got 2 gallons. That's where I'm from. How do I end up with a multi-million-dollar view every day overlooking the strip every day I go to work? How do I end up there? Stop being scared to fall. I learned that shit in 1994. By the time I was out of college in my 20s, you couldn't tell me nothing. I already knew how low to the ground I could get. Coach John Six told me. He held me damn near all the way to the ground, and then he let me go. Natural reaction, you step forward. Even if he tells you don't move your feet, do not move your feet. Keep your feet exactly where they are. Do not move your feet. Don't move your feet. And the moment he let me go, I didn't know he was going to let me go. I thought he was going to hold me and just push me back up. No, he let me go. My natural reaction. Whoop. My foot, he said, see, did you hit the ground? Nope. That's how far you can lean. You can lean a whole lot further, Jeff. That's how far you can lean. I just had to show you. I had to show you. Because every time you come out of the blocks, you scared to be near that ground. You pop straight up and everybody else is still leaning. You the tallest one. Your head is above everybody else's when y'all come out of the blocks. You the tallest one and everybody else is still in a power position. And you standing up, running. He showed me, man. And life taught me. It taught me you can get as close to that ground as possible. Your natural reaction, if you're a true winner, is not to hit that ground. Because ain't nobody pushing you back up. Coach Six ain't pushing you back up. He gonna let you go. Life gonna let you go. And when life lets you go, what's your natural reaction? To hit the ground? Or you gonna fight to stand? What are you gonna do? I fought to stand. The moment I fought to stand up, I realized at that point how far I could go. Broke the record that year. I was never as close. Not only the record was 6.35. The record was 6.35. I ended up running a 6.25. So I ran a 6.2. It was 6.35. I ran a whole tenth of a second faster. 1972. Nobody could run a 6.35. I ran 6.25. After that, I ran a 6.32 with 6.32. I broke that record like 3 times in the same year after him. I went 6.25, 6.32, 6.32. I could never touch. I was always 6.36, 6.37, 6.36, 6.3. I was never down that low. The moment he taught me, you can catch yourself 6.25, 6.32, 6.32. Bro, you could have broke this record a long time ago. You could be running a 6.20 by now. Had I been here earlier, you could have been running a whole lot faster by now. All it took was one person to show me the ropes. One person showed me the ropes. All it takes is one. If this channel is that one channel that shows you that you can get closer to that ground than what you think, it will keep you from opening that app every day. And you're going to put your foot out and you're going to catch yourself. You're going to have 1 client. You're going to have 4 clients. You're going to have 10 clients. You're going to have 15 clients. You're going to put your foot out every day. Every day you don't open this app is the day you put your foot out and keep yourself from hitting that ground. You win 11 clients. You up to 20 clients. You talking to people you would never talk to in a million years. You talking to attorneys. You talking to doctors. You talking to nurses. You got to understand, man, there's a reason why we don't open this app. Stop being so scared to hit the ground. Thank you, Darius. I appreciate you, brother. Love the stable. Wifey time right now. Holla, tell her we said what's up. Tell her the barbecue said what's up. Take care of my man, Darius. He's out there every day in these streets for you, lady. He's in these streets trying to get this money for you, lady. We got his back. He got your back and we got his back. But that's what I want people to realize, man. Yeah, government cheats do that to you. Yep. Fall forward, man. Fall forward. Fall forward. Don't fall backwards. Don't stay stagnant. If you're going to fall, Coach Six taught me that. If you're going to fall, guess what? You're going to fall forward. You can't fall. No, you leaning so far forward by not opening that app. You lean. Shit is so heavy. You can only fall forward now. You can only go forward. That's what I want people to do. Because every day you use these apps as a crutch. Every single day you enrich these corporate ass thugs. Every single day. You're giving them the ability to go forward. And you standing straight up out of the blocks. You wake up first. When I wake up and open Lyft and Uber, I'm just saying, where is it busy at? I'm like, oh shit, it's something in Tempe right now. Oh shit, it's a concert down here right now. And I close the app and I go get ready for my day. The app shows me, it's like a weather map. That's all the map is. It's a weather map. Uber and Lyft is not a work map for me. It's a weather map. It tells me where the storms are. Where's the money right now? Okay, I see where, excuse me. Okay, I see where it is. Okay, I see where that is. All right, I see something down. Okay, it must be something going on down there. It's a big weather map. That's all it is, a weather map. Because when I leave this house, my main goal is who am I meeting today in America that wants a driver and is willing to pay for my services at a level that they can't get on Uber and Lyft. You can get all the trash you want on Uber and Lyft. You can do it. You can find people walking around in flip-flops and sweats, people with mustards and shit on their shirt. You can do $7 rides. You can do it all day on these apps. But how can you do a $50 Jeep ride, 10 miles, $50 Jeep ride in a 2011, loud as hell, 258,000 miles on it? Who's going to pay you $5 a mile to drive in that when the apps is paying 50 cents a mile, $1 a mile for nice cars? They giving me $1.50 a mile for this nice ass truck I got. I got 2019 nice truck. They trying to give me $1.50 a mile. I got it all on screen. But yet this ragged ass Jeep right here, this ragged ass Jeep can get me $5 a mile. Fall forward, fall forward. Find out where the people are. Protect your community. Go out there, keep that money. You don't got to trust these apps. They don't trust us. You don't got to trust that these apps are going to keep you out of poverty. And like I say, excuses lead to poverty. Solutions lead to wealth. That's why I'm wearing this shirt. Let me show you what the shirt looks like. So that's what my shirt says. I wear this shit as a reminder, just like when I keep my degree in my wallet. This is my experience. I put my degree in my wallet and I put my experience across my chest. So when I'm walking around out there, I got experience on my chest. Anytime you see me wearing a shirt that I've made, it's something from my head. I don't buy shit from Walmart. No, I don't want to wear Nirvana the shirt today or Megadeth. I might wear one day, but not today. Oh yeah, man, I lived in my car, man. Me and my son slept in my Escalade, and we had towels in the window to keep people from bothering us when we were sleeping, and we slept right behind the gas station. The motherfucker go like, yeah, my son remember that. We go from sleeping in the damn Escalade behind the gas station with towels in the windows to this kid cruising around in my BMW. This is how far you come. Fall forward. If you gonna fall forward. Don't fall backwards, fall forward. We went from renting a couch off somebody, sleeping on somebody's couch, renting a couch, to the second biggest house in the neighborhood. Fall forward. If you're gonna fall forward. You don't be scared. You can get real low to the ground. You can get real close to the ground. The day you give up and say, hey man, I can't, no, you just fucked up. Excuses lead to poverty. Solutions lead to wealth. When you start creating solutions, even in real time, I just dropped a video and y'all know what I mean about solutions. I just dropped a video earlier today before I went to sleep. And it was about how I was encountering an issue. We all have an issue with dead miles. We all have that issue. But I'm like, we can resolve that issue of dead miles that we see on all of these apps. We can solve that issue of dead miles easily by converting rides to get forward. We can do that. We can convert rides as fall forward. We can take private rides to get to where we got. We can do anything possible to make sure drivers stay wealthy and successful if we acknowledge these problems and we say, this is how we can take care of that problem. This is what we do. Crypto Face. Thank you, my brother. He says, hey, I don't leave the house that often, but when I do, Big Jeff is my driver. Thank you, brother. Oh, yeah, that's my client right there. And this guy, man, this guy right here, he's got an amazing channel. Amazing channel. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, my man Jeff. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is one of the best guys out there when it comes to energy, conversation, talk, just knowing life. This is somebody who fell forward in life right here. This is somebody who fell forward in life. And when I tell you that, I mean it. A lot of people are scared to take a chance, scared to take a risk. They're scared to put all their eggs on them and say, I want to carry this from point A to point B. I want to do that. They'll rather put their eggs into corporate America. They'll put their eggs into some little no, carry it yourself and see how far you can go. This is a guy right here who falls forward. Right here, man, fall forward. Appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you, my man, Crypto Face. Like I said, and he's a guy, if you want that energy, that fall forward energy, he's got a great channel. He's got a great channel. But you got to realize ain't nothing in this life going to be easy. If it's worth having, it's worth working for. If it was easy, everybody would have it. You got to be willing to put the work in. If you ain't willing to put the work in, ain't willing to put the research in, put the time in, put the struggle in, put the practice in, put, working on your peaches and everything. If you're not ready to put the work in to get the money, you ain't gonna get it. Easy is Section 8. You just go down and apply. Easy is EBT. You just go down to apply. But hard work, that's why they call them 1%ers, man. Oh, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Hey, if you need me, man, just shoot me a text, brother. I'm always around. Be like, Jeff, I'll be landing tomorrow, man. Come get me, man. 9 o'clock in the morning. I got you, brother. I got you. Man. But and I'm telling you, man, if you're willing to put the work in, really to go out there and put in the work and do it the right way, you can only fall forward. That's it. Too many people are so scared, man. They're scared. That's why they don't make it nowhere. What they say in Vegas, scared money don't make money. That's what they say. Scared money don't make money. When I'm out spending money on things, when I'm out buying a truck, a Beamer I owe money on, I go out and still buy another truck. Now I got 2 payments. Scared money don't make money. I make so much money with the truck, I don't even got to drive the Beamer now. I could do 6 clients, 7 clients, 2 clients, 1 client. I could do what I want to do with that truck. That truck expanded my horizons is all it did. It didn't make me a better driver. It just was a different tool. It's like me having a socket set in the garage and then me going out and buying an air ratchet gun. That's all I did. I just get work done faster now. It don't make me a different mechanic. I am not a better mechanic. I'm the exact same mechanic I've always been. I've got an engineering brain. But when I had my socket set and I'm like, rank, I'm like, man, this is taking forever. How can I fix this? Go out and buy you an air compressor. Go buy you some air hoses. Go get you an air gun. Go get you some impacts. It's going to cost money, though. Do you want to go spend this money? Well, in the long run, it might help, huh? Yeah. So I started buying air compressors. Me and my man, John Winters. John Winters is on my Facebook page. John Winters had a Suburban, kind of like my Jeep, old as hell. We sat and we did the heater core on that Suburban right in the front yard. He was like, Jeff, man, my heater core is leaking. Me and him yanked that heater core out in that Suburban, did it right there in front of the house, in front of Ron Trotter's house up in North Las Vegas. We did the right there on the spot, cooling everywhere. We changed that heater core out. My man said, man, since you took care of me like that, I'll help you. In Palmdale, there was like a 200-gallon, I don't know, it was a huge ass air compressor. The air compressor was so big, it was on a crate. It was on a pallet. They had it bolted to a pallet. That's how big. It was one of them tall stand-up ones. And I said, I'm gonna start painting motorcycles. I'm gonna start doing some garage work. I'm gonna start doing this, and I gotta go out to Palmdale, California to buy the compressor. We left Las Vegas after we fixed that heater core. And I put all gas. I said, I'll pay for all the gas, all the food, everything, man. And I fixed his heater. I was just so happy he was willing to do it. I didn't have a truck. So we drove in that old ass Suburban all the way to Palmdale, California after I just finished the heater core, put gas in the truck. This man was with me when I was on the bottom. John was rolling with me when I was on the bottom. I had nothing. I was sleeping on the couch in Ron Trotter's house. I got pictures of me and my son still sitting on that couch that I rented in Ron Trotter's house. I had nothing. All I had was a vision. I said, I want to buy this air compressor and I'm going to go get me an apartment with a garage and I'm going to start custom painting motorcycles. I'm going to start doing it. I did that shit for about 6 years, made a killing. Never had an air compressor, but something told me at that point, go buy that air compressor in Palmdale, California. We left Las Vegas. We drove all the way to Palmdale. We talked to the guy booted it up. He ran it, everything else like that. I was like, bet. Bought it. We loaded that shit up in the back of that truck. We got it all the way back to Vegas. We took it to a house I rented, to the apartment I rented first. It was an apartment over near Summerlin. Put it in that garage. When it was time to move, I moved it to my house over on Doubleday. When I was done with air compressors and I was in corporate way too deep and I was going to another house, I sold that air compressor for the exact same price I bought it for 6 years later to a guy with an 18-wheeler who came and he had like a dolly thing and he lifted that whole ass compressor system up and he put it on an 18-wheeler and drove off. So I had a free air compressor for all those years, but my man John Winters was the one who started that. Now I got 2 air compressors. I got a stand up and a lay down, but I don't do ratchets no more. You got to invest in your business. If you see yourself doing something, be cool to invest. I had the Beamer. When I had the Jeep, I was cool to go out and get the Beamer. When I got the Beamer, I was cool to go out and buy the truck. I got the truck. I don't know what I'm cool to go get now. I don't know. I'm still debating on what I'm going to do now. But I know I got anything possible in my house to fix whatever the issue could be. So when I'm out there working in these streets and I'm doing this and I'm on this channel, I'm giving you guys the energy. I'm giving you guys the real, true, no rhetoric, no bullshit, 100% facts on everything I'm talking about. There is no excuses for it. This is what I'm telling y'all, man. No, there is no turning back. There is no turning back. And I tell folks, man, say, what up, Jamil? Yeah, but this is what I tell y'all, man. And I'm telling y'all, if you on here and you know you're going to go in life and you're going to sit out there and try to fight these streets every single day, you've got to be willing to put the work in. You've got to be willing to put the work in. A lot of people are not willing to put the work in. They want to make an excuse. Well, I don't have that type of car. I can't do it because I don't have. That's an excuse. There's a level for every amount of money out here. A level for every amount of money out here. Do you know how much money we create in Phoenix through rideshare, through Uber and Lyft and Venmo and all these? Do you know the number of cars, the level of cars, the pieces of shit, the great, Lamborghini level cars and the little barely running, breaking down, doing delivery as cars? Everybody's getting paid from every walk of life. So you can't say, well, I don't have a certain type of car. Is your car breaking down? Is the police helping you show up to do a delivery? No. So therefore, your car is in better shape than this guy's. So you can do something different. If he's willing to go out and deliver with his car breaking down, you don't have a car breaking down. You might say, well, it's a 2015. I want a 2022. Do it in the 15. Do it in the 15. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a level for every amount of money out here, but you got to be willing to go out and get that money. You got to get that money. So sometimes you motivate me to drive, but tonight your words are powerful for life experience. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it, Jesse, man. And I'm telling folks, man, I will never ever limit myself based on what somebody else feels. Either I'm worth or when I wear a shirt that says know your worth, that's about you knowing how much you're worth. It's not let them tell you what you're worth or ask them what you're worth. It doesn't say ask them what you're worth. It says know your worth. It's a direct statement. Know your worth. And when you know that, you can't be told anything. You know exactly how to handle it. You say, okay, this is what I think I'm gonna end up doing because I know how I'm gonna go get it. What up? It's all over the place, STL. This is what I say. I tell people, when you know your worth and you want to cruise around and you want to do these pigeon rides on these apps and everything, you might know your worth, but you're not realizing your worth. Everybody who's getting in your car is paying $19 for this ride. You're getting $4 for. They're paying $45. You're agreeing with $14 for. They're paying $52. You're getting $28 for. If you know you're worth the money they're paying, talk to them. It's cool. Talk to them. Just like when the attorney got in my car, I said, well, how much? Because it was a black. It was a black. So I'm thinking, I'm getting $18 for this. This is like 5 miles. I'm like, how much did she pay for this damn ride? It's not a black SUV. It's just a black. 5 miles, I'm getting $18. I'm thinking usually 5 miles in a black, you might get 10, 11. I don't know. And it's no, sir. I'm like, how much you pay for this? She says, I don't know, like $20 maybe. I don't know, nothing. I was like, okay, cool, no problem. Because I'm getting 18. If she said she paid now, she would have been like, I think I paid 47. I'd have been like, all right, if you paid 47 for this ride, lady, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this ride for $30. I would have told her that shit right on the bat. We're going to do this for $30. But she said, I don't know, like $20. I was like, okay, not bad. I'm getting 18. That's cool. So we cruise, get out. She ended up paying $13 and some change, like $15 for that ride. That's all she paid. And I got $18. She paid 13 something and I got 18. Lyft paid for the insurance and it was ended up $6 in the hole for that ride. So she was right. She didn't pay a lot for that ride. But I always ask people, how much you pay for this? Because I want to make sure I'm realizing my worth. I am completely aware of who I am at all times. Completely aware. I am never lost. Completely aware. It wasn't my birthday is Tuesday. The big 47. You're a true inspiration to me. Thank you all over the place. STL, thank you for the super chat, brother. And happy birthday early. Big 47. I'm telling you right now, man. Cherish being in your 40s. You know, you from St. Louis, man. A lot of us died at 17 years old. A lot of us died at 18, 19. A lot of us died at 15 years old. A lot of us died in our 20s at house parties. A lot of us died, mid-20s doing drive-bys and shit at Forest Park. You know how it is out there. You made it, bro. You 47. I tell people I'm 51. When they call me old head, take that shit in pride. We had to navigate these streets. Memphis, St. Louis, we had to navigate these streets just to be at the age we at. And a lot of us didn't navigate right. A lot of them became faces with wings around it on t-shirts. A lot of these motherfuckers is buried all over St. Louis. A lot of people are memories. They in urns, on the mantle of their aunt's house and shit like that. A lot of people are dead, man. You in St. Louis, happy birthday, man. And I mean that shit. 47. You made it through a lot. Knowing where you from, knowing I'm from the same area, I know how quick that shit can be done, like instantly. So happy early birthday, bro. I appreciate the super chat, man. And hey, keep being safe out there, man. Keep making your money. Keep grinding the right way. Keep putting yourself in the right situations, not the wrong situations. Because I've been to a lot of parties in St. Louis, a lot of bars, a lot of clubs, a lot of neighborhoods. I used to be downtown. When I would go downtown and I would work on cars downtown in the Peabodys and shit like that, I got a big ass Escalade. You catch me in the Peabodys, you catch me up in North County, and I'm talking about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm working on cars in parking lots in the big ass Escalade full of tools. And people look at me like, bro, you ain't scared? I'm like, I'm here helping people in the hood. If you jack me for my Escalade and all my tools and I'm sitting there helping out your mom and your aunt, how low of a motherfucker does that make you? For real. That makes you real low. I'm giving you a great deal so your aunt can get to and from work so she can sit there and not lose her apartment. And you gonna try to jack me for real? For real? Is that how low you gonna go? For real? The only person that's probably gonna even come down here at 10 o'clock at night to help you is somebody with a big ass Escalade? Nobody ever fuck with me downtown. Nobody. And everybody would always look at me like, bro, you brave, man. You working in alleyways and shit. You Southside St. Louis working in an alleyway doing water pumps, pit bulls and shit running up. I was working up under somebody's car doing a water pump one time. Doing a fuel pump. Goddamn pit bull ran out of nowhere. I'm up under the car doing a fuel pump. Goddamn pit bull ran up under the car. And the dude was like, man, I'm so sorry about that, man. The pit bull is licking my arm, trying to lick me in the face and shit. He was like, bro, I'm gonna tell you real talk. This dog don't like nobody. I thought he was finna bite you. I said, man, he's up there and licking my arm and licking my face and shit. He was like, dude, I'm so glad you didn't run. Say, my dog, he don't like nobody. And this was a big ass pit bull, ran right up under the car and just started licking me and hanging out with me. And he's like, bro, he don't like nobody. And he took the dog all the way back down the alley to home. I wasn't worried about shit. If he was gonna get me, there's nothing I could do at that point. It's like, shit, I'm up under a car. I can hit him with some gas. I don't know. But it's like, but that's what we did, man. St. Louis is wild, man. It's wild. We made it through a lot of shit in St. Louis. So to be 47 years old, to be 47, it takes a lot in that city, a lot. It's not an easy city to live in. When people talk about murder capital, crime capital, stuff like that, this is not Beverly Hills. This is St. Louis. It's not Beverly Hills. But yeah, man, just rugged like that, man, rugged. But no, I appreciate the super chat, brother. Thank you so much, man. And Jesse said, we all gotta get together soon, man, because I want to do something with some of the drivers here in Phoenix, because we can actually link together and start trying to do certain events, man. There's not one move and say the wrong thing, man. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Abby. Thumbs up the live stream. Yeah, man, it's not one move, say the wrong thing. And and actually, I will be on a live stream. Let me see. It is funny that you said that. Like I said, I'll actually be on a live stream. What day is that? Oh, is it April the 7th? April the 7th. Yep. So April the 7th, I will be on a live stream at 2:00 p.m. my time with St. Louis Hood Talk. There's a Facebook channel out there called St. Louis Hood Talk. And actually, me and this guy, he's going to interview me on his live stream, 2:00 p.m. tomorrow on the 7th. So I'll be busy doing that for a minute. And we want to talk about everything from Gus Fashion, Saints. We want to talk about everything. The St. Louis, Forest Park. We just want to kind of have a conversation about St. Louis and how old heads like us, like me and you, how old heads like us actually made it to a rugged city like that, and what we would tell the youth of today in that city for how they can make it as far. I just spent the past week of my life cleaning my swimming pool in the backyard. Looks amazing. Nice and blue now. It was green because I neglected it all winter because I didn't want to deal with it. I'm still waiting on my other filters to come in. But we went from dodging bullets. We went from eating surf sandwiches, driving around in busted cars, riding on the bi-state buses and shit. We went from all of that, somehow navigating through life to end up in our own. Like, people don't understand the magnitude to see somebody from the hood actually make it out of the hood and do okay. People don't make it out of there. They don't make it out of the hood. It's hard to do. It's not easy. You're put in a controlled situation where you're on EBT, you're on Section 8. They make you want to stay in the hood by making you comfortable in the hood. They don't make it. It's uncomfortable to be in there. Thank you, Billy. Say, if I could do it in an Uber rental, no one should have an excuse to do it. Oh yeah, brother. Oh, Beaumont 97 had to fight my way to high school and shoot my way home. Real talk, man. Real talk. And my aunt, she was one of the city commissioners up in Wellston. My dad's sister, Lloyd, she was one of the city commissioners up in Wellston. So I used to be up in Wellston working sometimes. I cruise through I mean, and that shit, that's a little bitty, small little city, but that shit's deadly as a mother. Wellston is like, man, that shit's, it's rough. It's rough. My aunt, she was the commissioner there. She lived there. So I know a lot of parts of St. Louis you don't want to go. I done been to every junkyard through St. Louis. I was a mechanic out there. I've been to every junkyard there. So for us to actually make it through all of that, through a situation where they want to control you and keep you under control, to where I have financial leverage now. I have the freedom to wake up. My front door hasn't been shut in months. I don't even shut my front door because I live in a nice area. My wrought iron door is shut, but so the dogs don't run out. But my main door, my big wooden door, it's been open for months. Can't nobody come in and out. I mean, I got mean ass dogs in there barking all the time. I can lock that wrought iron gate door and just let the air and the breeze blow in and out all the time. We didn't come from that. They want to keep us in situations where we live in places like the Cochrans, where we live in places like the Peabody, where we live in places like Cabrini Green. They want to have us living in places like that for as long as possible, so they can have these programs that enrich elites. It enriches elites, and it does nothing but keep people there. Just like the prison system. It's a prison for profit system. If you can keep these prisons full and you keep these projects full, then you're going to make profits off of these bodies. When I got out of that system, I'm no longer profitable to them. I'm profitable to me now. I'm not a profit system for them. I'm not a cost center for them now. They can't give me Section 8 or EBT or some nonprofit where somebody's getting paid $90,000 a year to come to my house and just check off a box. Looks like you got padlock on your door. Amazing. Thanks for staying safe. Wait, they pay you $90,000 a year to drive? Yeah, I'm part of a program. It's called Safe Lock. And I just drive around the hood and make sure everybody's got a padlock on their door or a sliding lock. Okay, so you get paid $90,000. Yeah, I get paid 90 grand to do that. You can just call my house and I'll tell you, yeah, I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. But what they do is they create nonprofits, and they create all of these profit centers, and they create all of this myriad of money and this huge tornado of money. And people are siphoning money off of poor people, and poor people don't know money. So you think they're taking care of you. The whole time these people are getting wealthy. They're worth, $10 million net wealth, $9 million net wealth. And they've only been in government making $120,000 for 1 year. How do you go from making $120,000 a year to being worth $9 million the next year? Programs. And not only that, they're using all these program funds and all this program money to buy themselves houses to rent out, buy themselves property to sell. So they're using government money and tax dollars to take care of themselves. But in order for that to happen, they got to keep us poor. They got to keep us under control. They got to keep us in the hood or in prison. Those are the main two profit centers, the hood and prison. If the hood wasn't a profit center, why would they bring over so many illegals? And where did they put them? In the hood. They didn't put these people like in the suburbs nowhere. They put these people in hoods because the hood is the profit center. It's easy. Nobody knows money in the hood. It's easy to say, hey, yeah, we just put $3 million in the hood. Okay, you put $3 million in, but you took $11 million out on the back end. This is a $14 million grant. You only put $3 million in, and $11 million is going to you. That's how they do it. So for us to be out of that profit center, to actually be in a real community, in real life, out of the hood, it's not easy because they want to keep you there. They want you to have a criminal record because it keeps you in the system. They want you to end up, and if you try to escape, you're going to end up dead trying to escape. They want everybody to fight, so they pump all this music into your brain. They pump all these movies into your brain, and hey, being hood is what it is. You real black if you hood. If you ain't real black, you fake black. Then you ain't hood enough. You ain't real black. You fake black because you ain't hood enough. That's how they want you to think. And once they got you mentally to that point, you're psychologically programmed to think, I gotta be hood. I gotta take out one that look like me so I could be more black. The more blacks I take out, the more black I get. I'm real hood. They psychologically make you that way. Instead of saying, the more black I am, if I can lift other blacks up. It makes me a black king lifting up his black people. Instead of going out killing black people, calling myself a black king, let me go out and lift up black people. Let me create another black king. Let me go create another black queen. Let me go out and create black wealth. That way I can say I'm real black. I'm real black because I create real wealth for real blacks. I don't kill black people. Yeah, I'm real black because I'm a killer. See, I'm real black. I'm a killer. Actually, you're not. Actually, you're probably opposite of black. If you're out to kill black people, you're opposite of black. You're doing the work of people who don't even like blacks. Yeah. So I just have a different psychological programming for what I see in the hood and how I see everything going. Oh yeah, I had to move to Florissant because I didn't want my gunplay around my children. Yeah, my sister, she lived up in Florissant too, man. And she lived right by the police station. That's funny. And that's the thing, man. I'm just one of those people that believe that even us as drivers, you know, how I talk about creating, you know, wealth and black people, I create wealth in what I am. I am a driver. I create wealth in drivers. I want to see other drivers wealthy. I don't say, well, I'm a real driver because I hold other drivers down and I'm the best driver. I'm on top of everybody else. I'm better than everybody else. I'm a real. No, I don't do that. If I'm truly a real driver, then I shouldn't feel in competition with no other driver. I can do exactly what I do every day, making the same amount of money I can make every day, making more every day, and help people at the same time. I can do it. I've proven it. As long as I've had this channel, I've helped people the whole time I've had this channel. And everybody's like, you giving away the game, bro. You creating competition for yourself, bro. I've only gotten wealthier. And it ain't through YouTube. I've only gotten wealthier. It's through me generating private clients. It's through me having that good energy, having good people around me to where I can go out and create wealth. I can go out and create a whole new industry just by rocking with the right team. You rock with the right team, you go out this house, you create industry out there. You're not an employee, you're a creator. And once you can learn how to create wealth out of thin air instead of going in, clocking out, you're giving people money at a job. Hey, you want to make $11 an hour? Hey, you want to make $18 an hour? They're giving you that. But when I'm out making $200 in an hour and a half, you don't get that at a W-2. There's no W-2 I can get right now that's going to give me $200 in an hour and a half. But if I can tell somebody, I can save you from getting a DUI, I can save you from killing somebody, I can save you the headache of finding parking, I can find you the headache of processing your car getting broken into while you're in there having a good time. I could save all of that. And this is all I'm charging. And they go, it's a good deal. Because if you don't use me, the potential of you having to pay $1,000 deductible to get your car fixed or $15,000 for a DUI. I mean, you like, man, I could have just paid him $200. I'm out of $16,000 now, and I can't use my license for 2 years. Shit, I should just paid him $200. You can create industry. We see what's in these streets every day. We are a barrier for our community for what's in these streets every day. We come from the streets. You know where we come from. You know what's out there. So if we become somebody who says, I can protect you from the streets. My clients, they know, like when I took them people up to Cave Creek, what happened? They was getting into it in the parking lot. I got out driver's side, walked around private passenger side, opened up the doors and said, hey, you guys ready or what? When those guys saw me get out the car with my vest on, kind of swole up and shit like that, they were like, okay, we see what the game is. These guys probably got bodyguards and drivers and shit. And the girls started saying, come on, let's go, guys. Our drivers here. Let's go. Them dudes at the bar, they were done. They was like, yeah, we ain't gonna push it. Because if we end up doing something and this guy gets involved, not just these white guys, but if this brother get involved right here, we gonna have a headache. Because this ain't no small dude. So these dudes we could probably try to do something to, but he just showed up for them. These are his people paying him. So if his people are paying him and we all get into it, he's going to be involved and we may not want to go that far. So it's like, sometimes you become, like I said, people understand protection from DUI, bars, and other events, and they're willing to pay for that. Like people might say, well, you overcharging people. No, you should talk to the government about overcharging. $15,000 for a DUI is overcharging somebody. Me charging somebody $100 to come pick them up and drop them off at home is nothing. I'll tell you what the percentage of that is. This is, and like you said, Jamil, I'll tell you 15, 1, 2, 3 divided by 100. Whoops, let's do it. I did it backwards. 100 divided by 15, 1, 2, 3. That's 0.0066667. So 0.6%, 0.6% is what you're paying me. 0.6, not even a percent, half of a percent. You're paying me half of a percent of what it would cost you to deal with a DUI. That's not saying what your deductible, what your insurance is going to be. That's not saying the fact that you got to keep paying insurance on a car that you got in your driveway, but you can't even drive it. That's just a DUI, the 15,000. So you're giving me 0.5% tonight, 0.5% of a fraction of the cost of what it would cost you if you fucked up when you left this bar. You're giving me 0.5%. And if you tell me your life ain't even worth 0.5%, I can't tell you shit. You just don't think you're worth it. Well, my life ain't really worth 0.5% of 15 G's, bro. My life ain't worth 0.5%. My life ain't worth shit while I'm at the bar drinking. Shit, I ain't taking no Uber. I'm gonna drive my car. It's like, okay, go for it. Next thing you know, kids are in a hospital because they done hit somebody running a red light. I mean, y'all know my son almost ran a stop sign completely sober. I'm teaching him how. Luckily, it was empty streets and everything. And I said, hey, is the stop sign coming up? He was like, oh. Me and my son sat behind the truck that ran the red light on 44th and McDowell. We sat, as soon as the green arrow hit, the car ran through the red light. And we like, bro, the light's red. What are you doing? Those are the kind of people that are out at night. We as drivers pay attention to those kind of people because we keep you safe from those kind of people fucking you up. But if you don't think your life is worth 0.5% of $15,000, 0.5%, $100. If your life ain't worth $100, I can't tell you nothing. I can't. There's nothing I can do for you. Because if somebody told me, Jeff, man, you wasted, bro. You butt wasted right now. There's no way you driving this truck home, dude. You wasted. We got a car sitting right here, man. He'll take it to the house, man. $75. He'll bring it to the house. All right. I'll cash app his ass $75. I'll come home. I'll sleep. Wake up whenever I do. Where's my truck? All right, let me go get my truck. But you think I'm driving that truck from point A to point B and I'm going to cost myself 15 grand plus a grand plus all? No. I'm worth too much. My life is worth too much to even take that chance. Worth way too much. I mean, then I end up losing my career that pays for all of this, or $75. I'm paying the $75. I'm sorry. Well, $25. Here's a $100 bill. I'm done. I can always make that shit back up. I got 365 days to make that back. I'm cool. And that's the kind of people I look for. I don't look for people, well, I got like $11 on me now. And, why do you only have $11 on you, but you're out here dressed like you at the Grammys? You're walking in the bar, you're in a club buying drinks for everybody, but you're saying you only got $11 on you. You don't get your priorities together. You shouldn't be out. You should be plotting your next job right now, plotting your next move to make money right now. You're out at the bar right now. What are you doing if all you got is $11 for a ride? People like that, I'm not looking for that. People like that need life coaches. They need somebody to get them to the next level so they can deal with people like us who are drivers, independent contractors, protecting the community, keeping the money in the community, reinvesting back into our communities. That's who we're looking for, those type of people. But if that's not what they are, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. Oh yeah, sad part now, you don't need them, you're a target. Yeah. And like I said, we are a breed of people. When I say we, I mean drivers, independent contractors. We're a breed of people who understand the struggle of not having a W-2 job, not having that crutch. Once you have and I was a W-2 person for most of my life. Most of my life I was. And 2012 was when I just walked away from it all. But once you realize that you don't have to be indoctrinated or institutionalized to thinking if you have a 9-to-5, you're a valuable person. You're valuable to somebody. You're valuable to somebody. Even you're going broke, even though you got bad credit, even though you can barely make rent, you're valuable to that company you work for every day because they're pumping out product that's making the executives a lot of money. You're pumping out product and services, making a lot of investors rich. You're using your life as a slave in a system in which you ain't even benefiting from. You're working that system and you're not getting any benefit out of that system. The people benefiting from it are the ones at the very top. The people at the very bottom who haven't woken up and figured it out yet, those are the ones struggling. Those are the ones needing payday loans. There's a reason why they call it payday loans. They don't have, stock day loans. Oh, we'll give you a stock dividend loan. You don't see a stock loan place on the corner. Hey, bring us your stock trades and we'll give you a loan on your stock trades. You could probably do that at the bank maybe, but you don't see any stock trade. You don't see any executive loan places. You don't see that. You see payday loans because they know people are struggling with these little ass paychecks. So what do? We get out of the system. I walked away from the system a long time ago and I did a lot better since. I don't stress as much. I wake up and I do business. That's it. I talk to business people. I negotiate business. I say how business can be done, how it should be done, how it could be done. All the potential and possibilities of solutions lead to wealth. Excuses lead to poverty. Solutions lead to wealth. I'm a problem solver. That's what accountants do. That's what mechanics do. It's naturally in our head. We solve problems. We see a problem. We hear a problem. We say, you know what? You need a new belt. You know what? Your water pump is leaking. This is what you need a new water pump. This is what you need. This is how I can do that. We're natural problem solvers. We see a situation and we analyze it. We sit with our team and say, okay, this is the situation. This is the situation. Just like you guys, when y'all saw the video I dropped or whatever, and I should have Jamil on whenever he's got, what is 10 o'clock. If Jamil's out there, I should have Jamil on so he can break that situation down a little further. But the video basically said how it was a situation. And I said, okay, this is the situation. It's going to be a hard sell. If this is the type of app we are, PAX, this is the type of app. We are a scheduling app. We have to sell solutions. This is how we sell a solution. All right, bro, I'm going to bring you on. This is how we sell a solution. And I'm big on speaking about solutions and saying, this is the problem. Put the problem on the table. This is the problem. You don't hide the problem. You put the problem on the table. And you say, okay, so if we know people are going to come up and say this, how do we resolve it? Before they even come here, we're already there before. We already been through it before. We don't replicate and repeat the things that we know drivers are going to say. We already say, okay, this is how you fix it. You're going to have something on your app pop up. It's going to say 30 miles to basically from the zone you're at, because we talked about zones on PAX too. And I happen to be in like section 8. Out of all fucking numbers, my zone is section 8. Ain't that some bullshit? We zoned out an entire map of Phoenix and we numbered it accordingly. Mine fell sequentially in section 8 is where I fucking live. Section 8. Out of all numbers. It couldn't be section 7. It couldn't be section 9. It dropped right at section 8. My house is in fucking section 8. I'm like, dude, you can't even script that shit. It was perfect. We were in there dying laughing. But the thing is that if we can tell somebody, if you're not in your zone, and you have to drive, or if you're in, and you have to drive 30 miles to get somebody, we can fix that for you. This is because if you try it, you're going to get $1 a mile. You're going to be doing pigeon shit. And we ain't trying to create no pigeons. We don't want no $1.50 mile black. No, we're not going to create a pigeon. And people don't look at these numbers and they're going to think they're pigeon numbers. They're not pigeon numbers. They're numbers that you need to work with. There's numbers that you need to say, here's the situation. How do we get here? And we also remain profitable at the same time. Push come to shove, you're going to lose money, but everybody eats costs. Mechanics even eat costs. A mechanic might be putting something together for $400, break something else by mistake. Oh shit, I just broke that. The mechanic can't call the people up. Hey, I was fixing this. You owe me another $1,000. For what? You broke it. You're the mechanic. You shouldn't have did. I know, but I dropped the tool and the tool hit it and it shattered. I mean, you owe me another $1,000. No, it's the cost of doing business. If you break something in the process, and it's just like a cost of doing business with rides. If you have to do this ride and you don't set it up right, this is what it's going to cost you. Are you okay with that? I'm going to have to eat it, I guess. Damn, that's a long ass ride for that. Yeah, I'm going to have to eat it, I guess. But if I can show you a way that where you can still do this ride and you can walk away a winner, you might see 70 on the screen, but I can probably have you closer to 150 to 200 by the time we're done. If you're willing to listen to me. Are you willing to listen to me? Okay, what are we saying? All right, this is what we do. And that's me. That's the boardroom me. That's the me from corporate America. I put all the problems on the table and I say, this is going to happen again and again and again. And we know it. So we preempt it by saying, this is a solution to a problem you will have. This is a solution to a problem you will have. It's a solution to a problem you'll have. Uber and Lyft will never give you a solution to a problem you'll have. They'll have scheduled rides on Uber and Lyft, and they'll just put where they are to pick up and stuff. They don't tell you how to get there. And a lot of these rides are $3 rides, $4 rides, $7 rides. It's trash, pure trash. Now, if there was a ride on Uber, let's say it was $100 to the airport from Fountain Hills, I would have to find a ride to the Talking Stick. I'm like, if I can find a ride to Talking Stick that gets me close enough and I can pick up that scheduled ride on Uber, that's just how I think. That's the way I think. But I'm like, man, that's a long ass ride on fucking Fountain Hills. Damn, because I charge $70 just from Cheyenne 101 to the airport. This is an extra $30 to go like an extra maybe 10 miles, probably, 8 to 10 miles. could do it. But it's going to take some seasoning. I got to season this ride up a little bit. Let me season this shit up a little bit. And that's the thing. If people aren't ready to understand the whole gamut of business, to understand how we can do business and remain profitable through solutions lead to wealth. Come up with these solutions and don't look at everything to be like, oh man, it's a problem. Oh man, it's a problem. Oh man, it's a problem. It's a problem. No, it sounds like a problem to people who don't know solutions. It sounds like a big problem. I'm going to tell you exactly what the situation. It sounds like a problem to people who don't have solutions. It'll sound like a problem. And that's why when I made that video, I said Daniel Sidler, the CEO, he's never been a driver. He has no idea what we face every day. This dude has never been a driver. He don't have to be one. That's why he has us there. My boss, Kathy Wheeler. Kathy Wheeler used to tell me all the time. When I would go ask, she was the CFO Diamond Resorts, working on the Stephen Klubeck. I was under her. And I would go ask her a question. I'd be like, Kathy, well, what XYZ? Kathy would be like, what do we hire you for? Go figure it out. This is why I hired you. If you coming to asking me for the solution and the problem and this and that, then what did I hire you for? If I can do it myself, I would just, and Kathy Wheeler taught me that. Anybody out there who works for Sunterra or Diamond Resorts knows Kathy Wheeler. Everybody knows her. She kind of taught me. I was under her wing. She was the one who would tell me all the time, this is what I hired you for. I'm not doing your job. I don't get a part of your paycheck. We pay you well. Go figure it out. And I would go back to my desk and I would figure it out. I was like, you know what? I'm going to link this shit to here. I'm going to do this. And that lady taught me so much in corporate America. And even like here it is in 2025. I worked for her back in 2006, 7, 8, back then. And I'm still talking about this lady now. That's how much of an impact she made on me. But when I think about people like her, and I think about people like Daniel Sidler, I'm like, Daniel, what you have to learn is there's a reason why you have people like me around. This is why you have me around. You don't have to do the thinking of drivers. This is why you have me around. Just like Kathy Wheeler, she didn't have to do the thinking of somebody to do the financial statement or the finance. No, that's why she hired me. I was the one to do the thinking. Jeff, I paid you to do that. It's not my problem no more. You got to go back to your office, figure it out with your team. Not my problem. That's why we give you the paycheck. This is why when I do stuff with PAX, a lot of times I even tell Dan, you got to step back. If you are just the organizer of people and you're organizing a team of people, it means put the right people in the right place. That's all. Put the right people in the right place and you can just step back. Kind of like how the investors do. They put the money where they feel is best put. And from there, they step back. They're not really involved in much. That's how it works. So if you sit there and you say, okay, I've never been a driver. Daniel, now I'm speaking from Daniel's standpoint. I've never been a driver. I don't want to ever be a driver. I've never then I need to have drivers around, kind of break this industry down for me. Tell me what works and what doesn't work for these drivers out there. And this is what I do because I'm always a driver. I tell you, when I'm at the meetings, I'm coming from a driver standpoint because drivers need a voice. They need a voice. So I come from the driver's point of view, because if you don't take the driver's point of view and you leave the drivers off the table and you don't bring the problems of the drivers onto the table, you're going to have a lot of problems when drivers get on your app and say, well, I got a problem with this. This pickup's way too far. Well, it's a scheduling app. It's not a pinging app. This is a scheduling app. We don't have pings that pop up around the corner. We don't have pings that pop up, 3-4 miles away. This is an app that somebody finds you on the internet and they schedule you. They live in Goodyear. You live in Mesa. Do you want them to schedule you or not? If so, you got to come up with a way to get there, or you got a lot of dead miles. See, Daniel doesn't know that. He doesn't understand that. He thinks you have to live close to somebody to schedule with somebody. No, it would be nice. It would be nice to live close to somebody to schedule with somebody. That would be really nice, because then you don't have to leave the house till that ride starts. But most people that schedule you aren't going to live by you. Even if somebody did live, let's say I live right here and my neighbor across the street scheduled a ride with me. They're right across the street from my house. But I just dropped somebody off at Mesa Gateway Airport. You know where Mesa Gateway is? About 45 minutes that way. Even though I live across the street from these people, at the time of their ride, I'm 45 minutes away from these people who live right across the street from me. So you know what that means? I got to drive 45 minutes all the way back to pick up people who live right across the street from me. So just because you live by somebody doesn't mean those are the only requests you should. You have no idea where the apps will take you. You will end up in another city driving on these apps. You will end up 2 hours down the road. So you can never use your home base as the prime location of where you operate from. We're not Walmart. We don't just sit in one place and be dispatched in one place. We're everywhere. Oh yeah. So I tell folks, you can't assume just because somebody lives in this zone here that that's where I'm gonna be working from 24 hours a day. We're drivers. And that's what a lot of, at PAX, they need to understand. We are drivers. We can be anywhere at any given moment. I live in South Phoenix. I can be in Fountain Hills right now. So if my neighbor across the street from me books a ride with me at noon, I'm in Fountain Hills at 11 a.m. Guess what? I got a drive to make, even though they live across the street from me. So you can say, oh, Jeff, this should be an easy one for you. They're right across the street from you. Bro, I'm in Fountain Hills right now. Oh shit, we thought you were at home. No, I'm in Fountain Hills right now. So that means I got to link some rides together to get all the way back if I accept this ride. I mean, they live across the street from me, sure, but I need to link rides to get back home. So the premise that you can only get rides that are close to your house or close to where you are is already the first mistake. That's the first mistake. The more drivers you have, the more schedules you're going to have, the more people are going to be spread out all over the city, the more these drivers need to figure their shit out. You can't say, I got 200 drivers and I need to figure out where everybody is right now so I know what rides to give them, what rides not to give them. Oh, you're one person with 100 drivers, and you can't sit there and go, well, I need to figure out where Jeff is, where Jim is. I need to figure out all these, because once I figure out all these people are, then I know what rides to give who, and I know, no, you're doing too much. Once a rider gets a ride and they're locked in with that rider, with that driver, like Kathy Wheeler says, that's what I hired you for. If somebody hires me as a driver, it's my problem now. It ain't got nothing to do with anybody else. If I accept the job, it's my job. Just like Kathy Wheeler said, I hired you. Don't bring me that. So I can't go to anybody else. Once I accept the ride, I can't go to anybody else. The other day, and I did a video about this. I did the last live stream. I set up 2 rides. One was at 2:30. One was at like 2. It was real close, something like that. And I got a black SUV. King James got a white Camry. I set up rides that day. And the people said, well, my parents need to be picked up, taken to the airport. Thunderbird and 51. Cool, got you. My client, Shay 101. I need to get to the airport. Exact same day. They damn near overlap. I didn't tell either one of them no. I told both of them yes. The times were overlapping, and me, I told them yes. I said yes because I don't want them on Uber or Lyft. So I said yes. As soon as I got it, the first thing I did was I messaged King James because I know he basically operates out of downtown, but he's up and down to 51 a lot. I know he loves the 51. It's real quick. North Phoenix and all that. I said, hey man, in 2 days, I might need your help. I sent him a text message. I said, 2 days, I might need your help. I just booked 2 clients. The times kind of overlap. I could probably do it if there's 0 traffic at all, which is not happening. It's a Sunday or a Monday. I think it was a Monday. I said, it's not happening. 2:30, yeah, it ain't happening. I said, so I might need you. I said, this is the coordinates of where it's going to be. Thunderbird and 51. I said, are you okay with that? He says, yeah, I'm cool. I said, okay, let me let you know in a couple of days. This is what I text him. I said, let me let you know in a couple of days because I'm going to see if one of them cancels. If one of them cancels, then I will need your help because I can easily do 1. 2 is going to be kind of hard. I said, but I'll let you know in a couple of days. I said, I'll let you know by Sunday because the ride was on Monday. I said, I'll let you know by Sunday. Sunday came because I had days to figure it out. And I even did a live stream about this, and King James is on the live and he got paid $55 for it. So I had a couple of days to figure it out. No problem. I'm a driver. I'm a businessman. This is what I do. So Sunday came. Nobody canceled. I was like, okay, King James is a play. Tomorrow I'm going to need you. Here's the address. This is the lady's name. I'll text her. I'll let her know a white camera will be showing up, not me, because I had a prior engagement. I got this to do. I got this. I handled it all. All I said was, can you do it if I need you? He said, yeah. If he would have said, you know what, man, I can't. I still had at least a day. Because I didn't wait to the very last moment. I started out with like 2 or 3 days. I worked it down to a day. At a day, it was a sure thing. Nobody canceled. I locked both people in. Nobody used Uber. Nobody used Lyft. I got my client to the airport. King James got my other client to the airport. He got paid a black SUV rate driving a white Camry. That's what I do. Solutions lead to wealth. Excuses lead to poverty. Solutions lead to wealth. So when I am given a task in logistics, and it's my task, it's my client in logistics, I solve it. I'm a problem solver. Like I said, if I hear a car squeaking or I see a water pump leaking, what do? I solve the problem. I'm a problem solver. I can tell people, just like I told King James what the issue was. I said, I accepted 2 rides, this and that. I told him the entire issue. He said, no problem. No problem. I told him the entire issue. No problem. King James didn't get upset. He didn't say, well, you need to cancel that ride or I need to. No, he didn't. He says, just let me know. Let me know. Will do. Because he trusts me. He trusts me. He knows if this is what Jeff is doing, I worked with Jeff for a long time. See, Daniel Siddler's never worked with me. Danny Bunn's never worked with me. These people have never worked with me. They don't know me. So they met me through YouTube. They don't know me though. King James have been running like 2 years. I think I had the Jeep when I met him. He knows who I am. So he's like, well, if Jeff says this is what's going to happen, Jeff already laid the whole problem out. He laid out where each person is. He said his issue would get into certain people at certain points in time because of traffic, this and that. He said, but this is what we're going to do to solve that problem. Then I'm going to rock with Jeff. I trust Jeff. I know him. He says, Jamil knows you're right, brother. You're right. And he says, you know what? I trust Jeff. I'm going to rock with Jeff. He's got it under control. I'm not worried about it. He'll let me know. Days. I didn't contact King James for a few days because it wasn't time yet. My people were both locked in. Nobody was canceling. They were both locked in. I accepted both trips. They were both locked in. But I'm letting time play itself out. Seeing what falls through the bottom. If something falls through the bottom, I can say, King James, fell through the bottom. Don't even worry about it. Okay, cool. Appreciate you being there. I might send him $5, $10 cash app just for doing that. But the fact that it didn't fall through the bottom. And I was like, exactly what we thought happened is about to happen, bro. It's on. Here's the address. Here's the people number. Here's their phone number. This is how much luggage they got. I gave them all the details. Because once something hits my plate, oh, you don't got to worry about it no more. Because I'm a problem solver. That's my whole thing. And Jamil, like I said, you know how I roll. And I appreciate you letting me know that somebody booked. Because, I saw it on my thing. I had already accepted it and everything. So I had already saw it. I was like, okay, cool. I'm booked in. I'm good. I'm locked in. No problem. I don't know what happened after that. That was I think you messaged me at 3:00 p.m. At 3 p.m. By 7 p.m., I no longer had the shit when, I was out working, I was doing everything under the sun. So from 3 p.m. of me getting that ride locked in on PAX to 7:00 p.m. of me saying, you know what, Jeff, we're going to schedule somebody else. I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, I'm like, how are y'all going to just arbitrarily? And like I said, and it's the correction on that because Jamil let me know. Like, I hadn't talked to you in hours. Last time I talked to you was in a 3:00 hour, something like that. It was in a 3 hour. This was at 7 p.m. after all this. You had no idea none of this shit was even going on. All you knew was that I said, okay, this is the situation. If it's up here, I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to set up some rides. I'm gonna try to get there. I'm gonna try to do this because if we try to sell this type of ride on PAX, people are gonna be like, dude, PAX is trash, man. They got all these long distance pickups. They're scheduled, not pings, though. They're scheduled, not pings. And that's why I was telling people, man. And that's why I said in the video, these are scheduled rides, not ping rides. Ping rides, I even told Danny Bunn, there's no way I would have did it. No way I would. If that was a 26 mile away ping, I'd have been, I'm cool. Because I'd have to take another ping from somebody else just to get there. But it's a schedule. I got 7 days to figure it out. Just like with King James, I had 3 days to figure it out. I got 7 days to figure it out. I'm good. So yeah, and you was doing a private. So then I'm getting everybody messaging me. So I'm thinking you messaged them to tell them, hey, Jeff, he's saying something's the issue with the ride and this and that. And he's got to figure a way out of how to do it. He's got to do this. He's got to figure it out. Because now I'm getting messages from everybody else. Everybody's sending me text messages over a situation that nobody should have messaged me. It was, like I said, it was cool to alert me and let me know, hey, Jeff, you got a ride. Cool. Alert me. Let me know. That's cool. But like I said, nobody has to because I got a phone. It's on my phone. Nobody has to, but I appreciate it. But it went from alerting me to all of a sudden them thinking that the ride is above my pay grade and it's not worth my time, or they're going to take it from me and give it to another driver. And the issue that I had with that, is that when I'm doing rides, even when I go somewhere, yeah, And when I'm exactly, we don't need an Uber with another name. Yeah, Uber and Lyft, man, killing me. And so what people need to understand is that when I'm doing my private rides, I'm not just dealing with the people in the car. I'm dealing with when I get out the car and I work and people see me in a suit and people see me working and people ask me for cards and people in the car ask me for cards and people are sending my cards, texting it to other people. It is an entire encounter of business. So when that business was pulled away from me, that was an entire encounter that could have linked to potential business in the future of other people at the event that I was even going to, of the rides that I was even going to get to go up there. It was a whole chain of business that I was going to encounter in about 7 days. On April the 12th, I was going to encounter this entire chain of business that was going to start probably at noon and end by the time, because like I said, I was going to find rides and everything else. So I had about 5-6 hours of business generated in my head. 5-6 hours of business running at about $100 an hour. So I can make $500 with this ordeal. Just trying to wrap around the schedule, I can make about $500 to absolutely nothing now. Zero. Because somebody was like, well, we're going to give it to somebody else. Because I said that this ride looks funny on paper because we're a scheduling app. Pax is different than every other app out there. Pax is a scheduling app. It's not a ping app. And I said, it looks funny. It's going to look funny to drivers to say, wait, I got to drive 26 miles just to pick somebody up. I'm like, this is how you sell it. You let them know they can use other apps to get there. They got a whole week to know how to get there. Just like with King James, we got a whole few days to know how to get there. We can get there. Don't worry about it. And even Pax, being paid 35% of the ride. Even Pax can step into the fray and say, hey, if we want to be busy, if we really want to help drivers out as Pax, we can help you link some rides together to get up there. Where are you going to be that day? Well, I was going to start at about noon. I was going to work my way through Tempe, through Mesa, probably swing back around, this and that, end up in Arcadia, maybe swing over. I was going, okay, let us see what we can do that day. Let us see if anything comes that day. Because I wasn't going to wake up and just drive straight up there. No. If I'm going to start driving, usually I drive a few hours before to make sure the car runs right, to make sure, I got some drinking misses. I know traffic patterns. I don't just wake up. Like it's like driving NASCAR. You don't wake up and go straight to the track and just start driving NASCAR to Indy 500. You wake up and you prep yourself for the day. Working rideshare is where you prep yourself. You wake up, you hit the gas station, you gas the car, you wipe it down, you get everything. It's a long time before I drive. So when I saw the ride pop up, I'm thinking of prep work. I'm thinking of everything. But more than likely, because it's such a new app, I'm thinking of how these apps are structured and how these rides and these schedules are structured, because it shows everything on the schedule, shows everything, address, amount of money, completely transparent. To some drivers that don't know scheduling and they're based on pings, and we've mainly been based on pings, because every app we've got coming out, well, I ain't getting no pings, man. This app suck, bro. I ain't getting no pings, man. Every app that comes out, I ain't getting no pings. Drivers are conditioned to think pings equal money. Me, I'm conditioned to think linking up with clients equals money. I don't even worry about pings. My apps don't even turn on. So me knowing that drivers, because I represent drivers and a lot of them don't drive like me, a lot of them are ping based, and we're pulling ping based people over to an app. That's what the issue with Hum was. People who were ping based on Uber and Lyft came over to Hum, got pissed off at Hum because there's no pings on Hum. But I said, you can just use it for the commercial insurance. They was like, what? I said, just take a Uber ride, cancel it, and just put it on Hum Insurance. You can't do that. I'm like, yeah, you can. Well, that's still an Uber's client. No, that's giving somebody an option. Take a Lyft ride. Tell somebody you'll do it for 50. You can't do it for 19. You'll do it for 50. They say, okay, put them on Pax Insurance. I was telling people to do that because everybody was like, well, I ain't getting no pings on Hum, man. I'm a different driver. I know what drivers are going to have problems with. I already know it. Because I've been on this channel. We're almost 14,000 drivers on this channel. 14,000. Some are actually riders. So I talk to a lot of people all day at gas stations, everywhere. I know exactly how people think because my job is to talk to drivers. My entire life is about talking to contractors, getting people going. So I know what people think. I can preempt it because I'm a problem solver. I do preventative maintenance on my vehicles so they don't break down. I work on things before they break. Once it breaks, now you're repairing. If you're maintaining, you don't have to repair. So when I speak to Pax, I'm speaking from a maintaining standpoint, not a repair standpoint. I'm saying this is how we can fix it before it becomes a problem. We are a scheduling app. If somebody sees this, it's going to scare them off the bat because they're going to see 26 miles, 22 miles, 48 miles, $72, $1.50 a minute for almost 2 hours of driving. That's what they're going to see. So what we got to do is we got to say, we can fix that for you. This is what we can do as PAX. We'll help you. We'll help you stay profitable. I even told Danny, we'll help you stay profitable. This is what we'll do. We'll take that ride. We'll make sure you got rides linking up to that. So you got a sequence, at least getting you close to that area. We'll figure it out. I mean, if we're getting 35% of the money at PAX, we should be doing something for that 35% other than saying thanks for the 35%. We should be doing something. We can help you. So we will be dispatched, not only dispatched, but we will also help schedule stuff for you to help you get up there. We will help you generate business. We will help consult you in business for that 35%. It's a lot to pay. 35% is a lot. So you got to do something for that money. You can't just say, oh, owe it to me. No, we got to do something for that. So I'm willing to work for that. Let's work for that 35%. Let's help drivers for that 35%. Let's do something for that. Not just say, well, give it to us. No, we'll work for it. We'll work for it. So when the driver says, oh man, I got this thing on PAX, but guess what? They gave me this ride. Man, I got 4 rides. This is going to be the easiest day of my life. So I'll be driving for like 4 hours total. I'm making like $300 in 4 hours. Appreciate it, PAX. And I'm giving them 35%. Shit, and I'm still making $350 in 4 hours of driving. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy. And I'm like, we could do something for that 35% other than saying, yeah, we expect it. Yeah, it's amazing once they get a company. Everybody wants to see the revenue without understanding the connectivity. Your own point, Jeff. Yeah, that's it. And that's why I say if we're going to be a totally different app, a scheduling app, not a ping-based app, but a scheduling app, we've got to do more to help drivers understand how to stay profitable with schedules that can have you pick up somebody 30 miles away, 40, because it doesn't say what region you're in. When you open PAX, a rider can schedule anybody. It doesn't say what region you're in. It doesn't say where you're coming from. Not that it really matters because we could be anywhere, but it just says driver. So they book with the driver. That's it. They book with them. Now the driver could be in Coolidge right now, could be in Maricopa right now. They don't know. And it's like, man, I'm in Maricopa. Somebody just booked me in Tempe. Well, you might be in Tempe that day. You don't know, but you better start working on the plan. You got 7 days. You better start working on the plan because they book with you. If you don't want to work on a plan, say, I don't want to work on a plan. Take that right away from me. I don't want to work on a plan. But if you want to work on a plan, you got 7 days to work on a plan. Book it. I'll figure it out. Cool. And that's why I'm that way. I tell folks, if we're going to solve problems, if we're going to show people how to make money, if we're going to really be the type of app that go out there and show people how to, like I said, stay profitable above everything, because Uber and Lyft will keep you busy. You will make way more money driving Uber Lyft right now than you will make on PAX. I guarantee it. But it's going to be at a loss. You're going to be driving for $1 a mile all day on Uber and Lyft. But your gross at the end of the week is going to be about $2,000, but you also did 2,000 miles. Private rides are still the number one way to make money out here. But PAX is still growing. It's still small. They were an executive scheduling system. It doesn't matter what we can call ourselves, a dinosaur scheduling system. We can call ourselves a Lamborghini scheduling system. We can call ourselves, a potting soil. The adjectives no longer matter. What matters is the actuals. You are a schedule-based app. I don't give a shit about the adjectives. You could be a bottle of water schedule. Adjectives don't matter to me. Tiers don't matter. Adjectives don't matter. What matters to me is what are we really doing? What is the function? That's it. So to say we're an executive scheduling system, I'm thinking I should be getting some executive level treatment, not just giving executive level service. For 35%, if I'm giving you 35% of all the money I earned, and you better be doing something for that 35% if you're an executive scheduling system. That's what I'm saying. Don't add adjectives to something unless you're ready to add money to something. So if you want to add adjectives, be ready to add some money to it. Just say we're a scheduling app. That's it. And leave it at that. We're a scheduling app. Because once you start saying, well, we're this, every app, Uber can schedule you a ride. Lyft can schedule a ride. Hum can schedule, anybody can schedule you a ride. But who's taking 35% of the money of that schedule? That's the trick. Uber's taking about 50% of the money, sometimes 70% of the money, and they ain't doing shit. And we don't like it. They're taking 70% of the scheduled ride, and they're not even doing shit for that money. And it upsets us. 50%, and they ain't doing nothing but putting it on there. It upsets us. What Hum, they probably take what? Commercial insurance, maybe. I don't know what they take because I don't do scheduled rides on them, but they don't take them with like a couple of bucks. So to say we're an executive scheduling, what are you doing in an executive manner that makes an executive scheduling? Just my truck? If it's about my truck, then pay me for my truck. But if you're like, well, we're an executive because we're doing something at an executive level, then schedule all my shit for me. Figure out my ride sequence to get to where I got to get to. Really do it. Really do it. And like I said, adjectives don't matter with me. Adjectives don't. What matters to me at the bottom line is the level of work I got to do, to get paid what I got to get paid. And private rides right now is paying people way better than any app could pay. So, yeah, what I'll send you and show you that Pax was paid more than Uber was simple. Yeah. But that's the thing though. With a lot of these apps out there, what people want to do is they want to use, how much you got paid. But what you're forgetting is dead miles matter. Time matters. The one advantage Uber has over every app right now is market share. That's the only advantage, market share. Uber can send you a ride. I can get an Uber ride right now around the corner. I can get an Uber ride anywhere right now because they have market share. Everybody has Uber on their app, on their phone right now. They've got market. Everybody on my street, I guarantee more people on my street got Uber on their phones than they have Pax on their phones. So that's the advantage Uber has right now. Everybody has the Uber app on their phone, which means from a growth standpoint, I'm quicker to get paid on Uber than on any other app. And I can be paid more frequently on Uber than any other app. That's the only issue. If you say, well, we'll pay you more on Pax, I might get paid on Pax once a month, but I can get paid on Uber once every 30 minutes. Once a month versus once every 30 minutes. At some point, if that once a month doesn't equate more than once every 30 minutes over that month, then that means I'm only making $72 a month with Pax. That's all I'm making is $72 a month, when I can make $72 an hour with Uber. So you got to look at not just how much you get paid, but how frequently you can get paid too, which is why I go back to, we're a scheduling app. You have to know how to sell a schedule. If you're trying to sell an app saying you'll get paid more app, you're going to lose that battle each time. You're going to lose it each time because people need to be paid frequently. And if Pax is not paying you $5,000 a month, but Uber is paying you $5,000 a month, you're going to lose that battle each time because people's house bills equal $3,000, $4,000. People's house bills are equaling so much money per month. So if your house bills are equaling X amount of dollars, but an app is only paying you $72 out of that $3,000, where's the other $2,928 coming from? Where's it coming from? Uber. That's where it's coming from. So when I speak from a real standpoint, I don't speak in rhetoric in particulars. I speak like real. I keep it 100. And I'm, like I said, I'm pulling for Pax because Pax supports the barbecue. And you guys are pulling for me over here and I'm pulling for you guys. But you guys got to be real. You got to keep it 100. You got to be real because I won't sell fake shit on this channel. Not that you guys are being fake, but you're not understanding what drivers are saying. Drivers are saying we are not being paid. My bills are $3,500 a month. Can you guarantee me that Pax will pay me $3,500 a month right now? You can't. We have been on Pax since early February. I've done 2 rides since early February. It's now April. That's 3 months of bills I paid. I paid February bills, March bills, and April bills. I've done 2 rides on Pax. It's about bills. It's about bills, man. It's about bills. So we could talk about, well, Pax is going to pay you more. Will they cover the bills of my house? That's the reality of it. That's what people want to know. They don't want to sit up and hear, well, for the miles on here, exactly. Nobody can promise anything, which is a good point because I sat there and I said in meetings when we first started meeting with Nathan and all these guys, the first thing I said is we cannot overpromise and underdeliver. That's what drivers have. And I said, we have heard everything in a rideshare game. Every app has come out with amazing shit. Every update is more amazing. Nobody ever gets paid more. Nobody ever gets paid more. So what I do is I say, add up all, and I've said it on live streams, add up all your bills per month. Divided by 30 days if you're going to work every day. Divided by 20 if you're going to work 20 days. That's how much you need to make every day to cover your bills every month. I've said it on these live streams. I don't know how many times. I even said it in videos. So if now you know your expense side of the equation, Pax is saying we can handle the revenue side of the equation. I'm telling you, I've been on Pax since early February and I've done 2 rides on Pax. The expense side is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. My revenue side on the PAX is not getting bigger right now. So you can always say, well, PAX is going to pay you more. Theoretically. But we're not speaking in rhetoric. We're speaking like real. If we want PAX to work, we've got to build it. We've got to build it for drivers, build it so it does work, build it so we can use other apps to help us at least stay profitable while we're trying to get the app to work. That's the thing. Oh yeah. We've improved. I would say it has improved because, like I said, I've done 2 rides on PAX, 2 rides. And I've had 2 glitches on PAX already. I would call them glitches. So I'm out of 4 deals, I'm 50% good right now on PAX. I had 2 rides and 2 hiccups. So the first hiccup, we all know because we were texting about it, was you guys were testing the app and nobody told me you guys were testing the app. It was no system maintenance message, no nothing went out. And I ended up accepting a ride that wasn't a real ride. Luckily, it was close to my house. And I drove to where the pickup was, and the ride just disappeared. Now, that was time, effort, money, me getting dressed, me wiping my car down. So I sent it. There's a bug on the screen for PAX. There's a bug. And I'm glad you said something about this. So I followed protocol of what I knew, because this is what PAX promotes, protocol. I clicked the bug, report a problem. Hey, I just got to a pickup point to pick somebody up for this ride that I had on my thing. And when I got to the pickup point, I hit arrive and the ride just disappeared. It's not there. I'm just sitting here. No cancel fee, no, termination fee. There's no travel. It just disappeared. And I put that on, I clicked the bug and it went to the bug. I'm telling everybody the story because nobody knows the story except the people that were on the text that day. So instead of people saying, oh shit, man, we were sorry about that. The only person that apologized actually was Luke. Because the driver said, Luke, there's a lot of people out there named Jeff, a lot of people named Luke, a lot of people named Tony, a lot of people named Mark. All I saw was Luke. I didn't think Luke, the driver. I didn't think there was a test going on the app. I didn't think that because nobody sent a message out saying, hey man, nobody take the next ride. We're testing the app. Nobody said that. And we knew what the glitch was because Luke was supposed to be able to send himself an appointment and get it himself. That was one of the hiccups, which is why I said I was glad that the hiccup happened because that hiccup helped fix the app. Me accepting that ride when that ride shouldn't even been present helped you guys understand that the app was glitching because I picked up the ride. I went to where it was. And when I went to where it was and the app disappeared, Luke said, I'm sorry, Jeff. Luke said, if you want, I'll pay you. I'll pay you for your time, Jeff. Luke said that. Everybody was on the message. They saw Luke said, I'll pay you for your time, Jeff. And I said, dude, don't worry about it. I said, we're working on the app right now. Don't even worry about it. No, he said, I feel bad. Luke was like, man, I feel horrible, man. I'm sorry. I'll pay you for the whole ride. I said, no. I said, dude, don't do that. I said, we fixing the app right now. I just wish somebody would have said, hey, we're testing the app. That's all I wish. Somebody said, hey, man, set up a ride account that says test driver or test rider. And everybody use the test rider account. The way we know if we see the word test rider instead of a name Luke, we know not to accept it. It says test rider. Okay, this must be a test they're running right now because it says test rider. So don't accept it, y'all. They're doing something. Don't touch. If you're not a part of the test, don't touch it. That's how it should have went. But that's me being the problem solver. That's how it should have went. It didn't go like that. I told Luke, don't worry about it. I said, we are just testing the app. Don't worry about it, Luke. He said, man, I feel so bad, man. I said, Luke, don't trip, dog. I said, we just found a glitch. We found an issue that we could fix on PAX. Everybody on the text message knows exactly what I'm saying right now is 100% exactly how it went. I said, don't worry about it. We're working on the app right now. We just found the glitch. This should have happened. Anybody on that text message knows exactly what I'm saying is what I said. I said, this should have happened because if it happens now, we could fix it before other drivers get on. I said, dude, don't stress it. We now know that when you try to set up a scheduled ride with somebody, it shouldn't pop up for 45 minutes or whatever. It shouldn't be available to the public for so long. The fact that it was instantly available means something in the back end dropped through. We only figured that out. We only figured it out through you trying to test it. It doesn't make a difference if it was done by PAX or not. I don't care. I'm glad the test was done. I'm glad it was done. Because had it not been done, y'all would have never fucking known. Y'all would have never known had it not been done. So I don't care if it was a test done by PAX or not. I don't care. The fact that it was done was important. I'm glad it fucked up. I'm glad, because it let y'all know there was a glitch in y'all system. Y'all keep bouncing back and forth with the bullshit. Well, it wasn't authorized. Fuck the adjectives. I don't care. It wasn't authorized. It wasn't done by PAC. I don't care. It was done. I'm glad it was done, because it made me accept the ride that I shouldn't have even been able to see on my screen. Y'all went in and fixed it. Had it never been done, you would have never had a chance to fix it. So I told Luke, don't worry about it. Luke said, I feel bad. I said, don't worry about it. Bro, we're just testing the app. I should have never did that. I said, dude, you just found something that we could patch. Don't worry about it. And instead of everybody just being cool with it, everybody was pissed off at me for being okay with it. That's the most fucked up part about this whole deal. Everybody was mad at Jeff that Jeff fixed the problem. Everybody was mad at me because I said it was okay that we found the glitch. Everybody was mad at me, and I'm the motherfucker that got in my car and drove. I was the one that drove. And everybody's mad at me because I said, it's okay, don't worry about it. It was a glitch, we'll fix it. And instead of people saying, man, Jeff, you were so cool about it. No, motherfuckers got mad at me. That's why people were upset at me. Well, and I said, next time somebody does the test, just let people know, that's all. That's exactly what anybody on that text message knows. Everything I'm saying right now is 100% true. I said, just next time, just make sure when people are doing the test, just say, hey man, we're doing a test right now. That's it. That's it. And I drove. I was listening to fucking Nipsey. Somebody tried to call me or whatever, and I said, I'm listening to music right now. Somebody, I don't know who it was. Somebody tried to call me during that situation, and I sent it the voicemail, and I said, I'm listening to music right now. Because I was listening to Nipsey. I didn't feel like talk. We had already figured it out. It was done. It was a glitch. We figured out the glitch. It was cool. I just wanted to listen to Nipsey at the time. So I text somebody. I don't know who it was. I said, I'm listening to music right now. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm listening to music. So I started driving and listening to my music. Got back home. I ate lunch or whatever. It wasn't a big deal. But everybody was upset because I said, next time we do a test, just let people know. We're not going to test, 100-something drivers. You don't have to. Just make the account, a test. I don't know, figure out some type of protocol. I don't care. Figure it out. That way, we know people will understand. When Uber and Lyft does system maintenance, they say, hey, we're updating the system right now. We're maintaining, you may run into errors or issues. That's all they say. That's it. It's cool. No problem. No problem. Like I said, I wasn't mad. I wasn't upset. I was happy that it fucked up because it caught everybody off guard. Nobody even knew it was supposed to do that. It caught everybody off guard. And I said, it doesn't make a difference, Jamil, if it was done on somebody's own. It was a system glitch. It should have been done. I was the perfect person to catch that. None of you motherfuckers would have ever caught it. None of y'all would have ever caught it. I'm glad it happened to me because I caught it. None of y'all would have caught it. I told Luke, don't worry about it. It's not you, Luke. Luke's like, man, I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. I'm glad it happened to me because it shows a deficiency in this system. And I even texted him, I said, the apps need work right now. Anybody can go back to that text message chain. There ain't shit I said on his microphone that I didn't say on that text message. So now people know how I really talk to people now. That's all. I'm a corporate guy. And I said, don't worry about it, Luke. Don't know. Luke was like, I'm going to delete the app. That's what Luke said. I said, no. I said, Luke, don't delete the app. I said, bro, you just help find a problem. You just help find, don't worry. No, I shouldn't do it. I said, no, I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you did it, Luke. Don't pay me. Man, I'll cash app you. I said, dude, don't worry about it. You figured something out. They'll have to patch that. Because imagine if everybody's out getting rides assigned to each other or assigned to somebody and they see it immediately and everybody's snatching everybody's rides. And the lady is like, well, I'm trying to book with Jeff. But when I try to book with Jeff, somebody else takes the ride because it wasn't supposed to work like that. Luke was trying to book himself. When he booked himself, it should have been not available to nobody for like 45 minutes to an hour, something weird like that. But it was immediately available and it came to me with my license plate number on it. So it looked like he booked me. So I clicked accept. I didn't know. I thought it was some guy named Luke looking for a ride. I was like, perfect. I'll go take this Luke dude for a ride, I guess. I don't know. So I clicked it. Come to find out it was Luke a driver. And he was just testing the app. That's all it was. Big deal. Big deal. I said, I'm glad you did it. Jeff, I'll pay you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't get hung up on particulars like that. I'm just trying to fix the problems. When the problems pop up, be a solution. Solutions lead to wealth. Excuses lead to poverty. I didn't make an excuse for Luke. Luke was trying to make an excuse. Luke, man, I'm sorry. I said, dude, don't worry about it. Luke, don't worry. You just solved the problem. You just you found a loophole in the system. You found a glitch in the system. Don't worry about it. This needed to happen. If it was going to happen to anybody on this app, I'm the right one. I'm the right one. Because anybody else would have just let that shit fly and it would have been happening like crazy left and right. And nobody would have known why. So it happened to the right one. And I said, just like protocol, click the bug. I clicked the bug. And I said, hey, I just got to this pickup spot and the ride just disappeared. I'm here to pick up the rider and it disappeared. Oh, that wasn't a real ride. That was a test. Oh, you weren't supposed to see that. I wasn't? No, you weren't supposed to see that. That ride went to somebody else. And I even showed a screenshot. I said, well, it's got my license plate number and everything. How in the hell were you able to see that? I'm like, I don't know, but it came up on my phone. I accepted it. I wiped the truck down. I was at the house and everything. I drove here to pick. Bro, you weren't supposed to see that. Well, good thing it happened to me because I'm going to help fix it. Like you said, you're right. It was fixed. And the reason why I got fixed because I clicked the bug and I told everybody, don't worry about it. This is exactly what happened. Oh, you're not supposed to see that. I was like, good. The only person that felt bad was Luke. Luke was like, Jeff, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. I said, dude, I said, no, we're testing it. I'm like, we're the only ones on it. We're testing it right now. We're trying to figure out what the issues are because once we release it, this shit's going to be magnified. So what happened to the right one? We'll get it fixed. Don't worry about it. No, man, this and that. And everybody was freaking out. Like I said, I did 2 rides on PAX, 2 rides and 2 glitches. That's what I've got so far. 2 rides and 2 glitches. I'm at 50% right now because that was the Luke glitch. And then I just had the glitch the other day of me trying to, I had a ride coming up on April the 12th and that was pulled, whatever. But every time a situation happens, I'm going to speak on that situation to let people know this is the process of building an app. And when you have a person like me, an engineer, a mechanic, a fixer, I'm going to state what the problem is, how we got to the problem. Because just to say some random ass solution out in the air, people going to say, okay, we hear a solution. What are you solving? What was the problem? Nobody ever said the problem. I will say the problem first. When you go to court, this is why the LSAT, I love it. When you go to court, you have to state in your initial, you have to say whether or not Jeff Watts violated the law when he on December the 6th, blah, blah. That's what you state. So you have to state the problem first. When you present your case to the court and you petition your case to the court, you have to state the problem first. You have to state the violation first. And you have to say whether or not. You can't say did. You have to say whether or not when you start your legal stuff right off the bat. Whether Jeff on December the 6th violated the Miranda rights when approached by, you have to say whether. This is what they teach you in law. I state the problem first. Every time I state a problem on this PAX app, people get pissed off. Like they created the problem. I state a problem because if you don't state the problem and you just throw out some random ass solution in midair, they're gonna say, okay, we hear you talking about a solution. What was the problem? We never heard the problem. What was the problem? I state the problem first. Every time I state the problem first, everybody gets worked up. I don't even give a shit. I'm used to that. I did that in corporate my whole life. The moment I speak in meetings, it pisses people off. I'm okay with that. I'm totally cool with that. I'm not trying to make buddies with people. I don't try to make friends with people. I try to solve the problem. This is the problem, and this is how we solve it. This is what's going to come down the pipe. Well, we don't like that. I don't give a shit what you like. I'm just telling you what's coming down the pipe. This is going to come down the pipe. This is the problem. How are we going to solve that? This is what's coming. Well, I don't care how you feel. It's going to be worse if you don't solve the problem. Your feelings ain't going to make a difference when the problem hits. So feel how you feel, but this is the problem. Figure it out. Just like when I said, okay, this is going to be the problem. If we're a scheduling app, not a ping-based app, we got to use the ping-based app to get to some of our scheduled rides, because nobody's going to be doing dead miles all day to pick up. No, we got to have a solution already for drivers, because we have ping-based drivers, the mentality of ping-based Uber and Lyft drivers coming over to PAX. And when they start saying, hey, you got to pick up in Surprise Friday at 10 a.m. to the airport. Well, shit, I live in Mesa, bro. So find some rides. Get your ass a Surprise. Figure it out. If it's at noon in Surprise, wake your ass up about 7 or 8 a.m. Get you some rides that link you all the way up to Surprise. Grab that ride. Come on back to the airport. You're done for the day. You just had a $300 day and it's noon. $300 day and it's noon. You're done. You're good. That's how you solve those problems when you're dealing with a scheduling app versus ping-based apps. But every time I try to come up with a solution, people get offended at my solutions. I don't really think they get offended at my solutions. I think they get offended that I'm even stating it's a problem to begin with. They don't like that. Nobody likes to be hearing, well, this is the problem. Oh shit, here we go. You have with these fucking problems. Yeah, because in a minute you're gonna have a broken down car. Now you have a broken down car because your mechanic never told you the problems. When you go to the shop and your mechanic gives you back a slip of paper and he tell you, well, we changed your battery for you, but these are problems we see coming down the pipe. That's my mentality. When I did a repair one time, when I was doing a transmission fluid repair for a client on that Kia Sorento. You can go in my videos, look up Kia Sorento. When you look up Kia Sorento in the search box, you'll see me doing a transmission fluid change. While I'm doing that transmission fluid change, I fixed her antifreeze leak. She had a coolant leak. She had coolant in the car that she kept filling up the coolant with, and the coolant was like disappearing all the time. She brought the car to me for a transmission fluid leak, not a coolant leak. I noticed there was coolant in her car. And I'm like working on the transmission, and there's a coolant drip just dripping on the ground the whole time I'm working on the transmission. So I'm like, where the hell is this coolant coming from? So I'm working on the transmission. She never paid me for the coolant leak shit. I shine my light up, I see coolant leaking. And this is like a cold engine. So if it's a cold engine leaking like this, imagine a pressurized hose leaking. This hose has no pressure. It's completely flimsy. But I'm telling this story for a reason. So it's dripping as I'm working on her transmission. She never asked me to work on it. So what do? If you look at the Kia Sorento video, I took the whole coolant housing off. I took the whole thermostat housing off. I took everything apart. She didn't pay me for it. I took everything apart and I solved it. Whoever put her thermostat on didn't see that there's like this little piece. There's a small piece that has to fit in between a groove. Instead of fitting the piece in the groove, they fit the piece on top of the actual housing. So the groove is empty and the piece that fits in the groove is raising up the hose over here. So when you try to clamp and tighten everything down, you have a huge gap on this side. All you had to do is rotate the thermostat, put it back together, leak solved. I was the mechanic working on her transmission because she said her car was shifting funny. So now her car is perfect now. King James brought me these people. But the Kia Sorento, everything I'm telling you on this live stream right now, I'm saying on the Kia Sorento video. When you play the video, you'll hear exactly what I'm saying. And I show you the leak. I show you the coolant. I show you the thermostat. I tell you why it's leaking on that video on my channel. Because just like when you take your shit to a shop, they tell you potential problems, things they saw as they were working on your car. The same thing happens when you build an app. Look at the potential problems you see as you're working on something else. If you don't have that recommended solution, the recommended things, the issues that may come down the pipe, that's what mechanics like me are used to doing. I do that in everything I touch. Whenever I work on a car, I'm looking in the entire area. Is there a leak? Is there a hose? Can I hear something seeping? Because I don't want to give somebody a car back and they go, oh, you gave me the car back and now I can hear air seeping. Well, yeah, because it was loud because you had no oil in it. Now that there's oil in it and it's quiet, you can hear the air intake because there's a hole in the bottom of your air intake. Oh, but see, I knew all that ahead of time and I probably told them that when I was fixing the car. So I'm one of those people that I'm very preemptive. I'm very recommended repairs and I look at maintaining something. I look at how to fix things before they become a problem. That's just how my brain works. I am not a surface level person. I look deeper into things. When you're sitting, you're telling me something, just like when I was talking to the attorney last night, me and her were driving and I'm talking to her. And I said, the one reason why I like law and I like the LSAT is because an attorney, their brain is always working. An attorney's brain has to stay working. An attorney has to stay 2-3 steps ahead of the game. And she even said that attorneys have to stay 2-3 steps ahead of the game. Because if you're caught dropping the ball, you don't know precedent, you don't know case law, you don't know something else, and somebody presents something, you're stuck and they win. Attorneys have to stay 2-3 steps ahead of the game. Funny, because that's how my brain has always worked, which is why me being an accountant, taking the LSAT to go to law school only made sense, because my brain is already like this attorney. Everything she's telling me exactly how my brain works. You have to be 2-3 steps to the game. Life is a chess game. Law is a chess game. You have to have your pieces already ready to move already. You have to know what the opponent may do. You have to know their options. Once you know what somebody is coming at you with their options of law, you already have your law set up. You already have your case law and precedent set up. Because as soon as you see they come to you with the First Amendment, you come to them with the Fourth Amendment. They come to you with the 13th, you come to them with the 5th. So you're already 2-3 steps ahead of the game already. That's how my brain has always worked in everything I do, which is why it's sometimes hard for a chess player to deal with people who aren't chess players. Like if somebody's used to playing checkers, that's what they do. They only deal with what's in front of them. They can't see moves down the road. It's going to be hard to talk to this person because you already see where this game is going. You already see where it's going. And you're trying to explain to them where the game is going. But they're used to checkers. They're like, no, I can only go from here to here. Yeah, in checkers you can. But imagine this to be a chessboard. You can go up and over, or you can go over and up, or you can go at it's so many other options you got. So many other options. This could go any way. This could go left real fast. That's why when you're talking to chess players, it's a totally different mentality of talking to somebody who's not a chess player. When you're talking to somebody who's preparing for things down the road. When I tell people, have an envelope. In that envelope, put tips in that envelope. Put money in that envelope. Make sure you stuff that envelope. When that envelope is the grand, start a new envelope. I've told people that in my live stream because I'm playing chess with you. I'm telling you the reason why you're stuffing that envelope, and once you seal it, you never open that envelope again under no circumstance. If you need money, you go to work. Under no circumstance. Before you know it, you got 20 envelopes of $1,000 a piece. And you have no idea how I got there. It got there because of discipline, because of playing chess, because you knew once you sealed that envelope, you can't go into it no more. You knew you got to go outside and you got to be a bear in the stream grabbing salmon. This is how I mentally play chess with people who come to this channel who want to be successful at what they do. I teach you how to go out there, how to see things before things happen. I know my engine is blowing. I'm not even stressed because I got money. I've already done all the work required to replace my engine. I pretend I don't even have it. I just keep making more money because when that engine blows, something else is going to happen. I got 2 cars that might blow engines. Now I got 2 engines to replace. When that happens, guess what? I got money. So when you play chess, you've got to also tell yourself, stay disciplined. Life is a chess match. Stay disciplined. And if somebody don't like your discipline or they can't handle your discipline, don't even care. Say, I don't give a shit. Don't care. That's a part of disciplining. Not giving a shit about what somebody thinks or feels helps you stay successful. The moment you get knocked off your grind, the moment you go left and right because of how somebody feels about how you operate, and you operating, like I said, the way that I operate, I rarely hesitate. I say that shit for real. I put that shit in raps. The way that I operate, I rarely hesitate. Creating, I motivate. I say shit like that because it's really how I think. When you're out there operating and it's gotten you from point A to point B, when it's gotten you somewhere, don't change. It's working. It's working. A lot of people want you to change. When I remember back when I used to show my bank account all the time, I would tell people, I don't listen to people unless I see your bank account. I don't listen to you till I see your bank account. I won't listen because there's a reason for that. You might be listening to somebody that their bank account is way low because they're making bad decisions. And I would tell somebody, I don't let people come to my channel and tell me how to drive. You're driving wrong, bro. You're driving wrong. What's your bank account looking like? Well, I don't have one. I'm working on getting one when I get out of my mom's basement. Yeah, I'm not listening to you because you've made some decisions that put you in a situation you're in right now. I don't know you. You're an internet name and you're in my chat. I don't know you. So when you start showing me some proof of who you are and how you work, now we start talking. I always show proof of my work. I show proof of my work, not because I want to brag, but because I'm creating a level of trust with y'all. Yet if you hear me say something, best believe there's some shit in my phone that can back it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. Now, there's a lot of people that will say some lot of shit. You ask for proof. Well, I don't never say well. The moment you say well, somebody went off track. Oh, you want to see proof? Hold up. Let me. And then, well, yeah, exactly. Now that I'll show you proof, you got a new problem, because you will always find people out there that will create a problem for every solution you got. They will create a whole new problem for every solution you got. Oh, we're going to solve this. Well, you didn't think about this. Well, we are actually doing this to solve that. Well, what about this? Actually, we're doing that to solve that. Well, but you didn't do this and this. See, they got a new problem for every solution they got. There's people put in your path that want to knock you off. And anything they do, they want to knock you off. So they always going to come to you with a problem that needs to be solved. Solve it. And I guarantee you'll see them back again with a new problem. Yeah, friends don't let other friends drive. Hey, Billy, that's a shirt right there, man. Friends don't let other friends drive poor. I know it. That's some real shit. I like that, man. That might have to be a damn, man, let me write that down. You and Logan be giving me some bangers, man. Y'all been giving me some bangers this week. What, Logan already gave me some shit last week, man. I like that. Friends don't let friends drive poor. I like that. Friends don't let friends drive poor. I like that. Drive poor. That's funny shit. I like that. I like that. You might see me wear that shirt. You might see me wear that. That's tight right there. Friends don't let other friends drive poor. I like it, man. But it's true, man. It's true. And I tell folks, man, you know, the way this channel is designed and the way this channel is built is because we saw a market of people out there, hardworking people who are willing to take risk, put their own cars, only car they probably got, put their own cars, put their own lives on the line, driving out. We saw a market of people doing that. And we saw those people getting disrespected by corporate. Corporate was using all of us like slaves. We're the ones spending 50, 60 grand. No W-2 person is spending 50, 60 grand just to go to work this week. Not a single one of them in a W-2 is spending 50, 60 grand to go to work this week. None of them. None of them. So I'm sitting there like, we're not W-2 people. We go out, we create a loan, $35,000 loan, $40,000 loan. And all of a sudden, it's a job. You gotta, yeah, I do gear every once in a while. I'm still doing it, man. So you can try and change poor to forward. I know it. And so when I'm seeing people out here driving and investing $30,000, $40,000 into cars just so they can get a job, no W-2 person is, when you go to an interview for a job, they don't tell you, well, we'd like to hire you tomorrow, but we need you to leave this interview today, go out and buy a $45,000 vehicle. Yeah, today. When you leave this interview, go buy a $45,000 vehicle because we're going to have you use that for this job. What? Motherfucker, you don't got a company car for me? No, we don't. But we need you to go out and buy one today. Like you when you leave here, go to the bank. Here's a card to the bank. Talk to Stacy. Yeah. There you go, Big Horn Camp. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother. No W-2 job is telling you to do that. To go out and buy equipment, $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 worth of equipment to do the job that they're hiring you to do. Gig work, we're using our own equipment. And when we see people being exploited, people taking advantage of, treating us like we deserve employee pay. How are you going to pay somebody employee level pay, but ain't no employee out there spending 45 grand on a truck to use for work? You're not forcing any employee to buy a car. Not a single employee is forced to buy a car. The employees can take buses to work. The employees can ride a bike to work. You're not forcing any employee to do it. But yet, if we want to do this as a contractor, as a business, it is required that we obtain a vehicle, either through renting, purchasing, something. We got to do something. But we can't just say, hey, man, yeah, give me a company Uber car and I'll drive this company Uber car around. Nobody does that. So I'll look at the industry of people as business people who are exploited by making them think that we're employees. Like a lot of drivers think they're Uber drivers. They think they're Lyft drivers. I'm like, motherfucker, are you a Nike employee? You wearing Nikes on your feet. You're not a Nike employee, are you? You got Nike shoes on right now that you bought off of Nike.com, but you don't call yourself a Nike employee. And you always taking pictures on Instagram of your Nikes, but you're not a Nike employee. But yet you download the Uber app on your phone right next to the Nike app on your phone, and you make yourself an Uber driver all of a sudden. Like you're an employee of Uber. You got apps from both companies. You bought Nikes and you wear them and you put them in pictures all the time, but you're not a Nike employee. But yet you download the Uber app and you're meeting people and getting rides or whatever, and you're paying Uber, $10, $15 per ride. You're paying them $20,000, $30,000 a year just to drive on their platform. You're paying them 20, 30 grand a year. And you're calling yourself their employee. Like you're paying them to be their employee. Some backwards thinking shit. And I'm like, but it's my car that I bought with my insurance and my maintenance and my fuel. And I'm paying you access to your platform. I am not your employee. I am a contractor buying access to your platform. If I don't like the prices you're paying on your platform, then I don't drive on your platform. I just don't drive at all. Or I tell people on your platform, hey, I got a better platform to use because I'm a contractor contracting with Uber, but I got another exact same thing. I'll drive down the exact same street, pick you up at the exact same time, drop you off at the exact same place. I'm only getting paid $15 more. Would you like to do that? Sure, why not? I mean, shit, I'm even paying $5 less. Who wouldn't want to do that? Who wouldn't want to do that? Uber and Lyft don't want to tell you that, though. They don't want to tell you that you could actually negotiate and shop prices. You can as a contractor. But they're not going to tell you that. They're going to make you think that you're their employee and you have to do what they tell you to do. And if you don't, they're going to fire you. Deactivate, they're going to fire you. You deactivate me, you fire me, I'm still going to be a contractor, just not on your platform. I'm still going to be making money in the community. I'm just going to be building my own shit now. So a lot of people out there think, oh, if I don't drive Uber, I'm not going to be able to make money. If I don't do DoorDash, I ain't going to be able to make money. Bro, the money is in your community. What are you talking about? There is no money at Uber and money at Lyft. You are the one creating the money by driving your car and picking people up. You create the money at Uber. There is no money at Uber. Uber is not a bank. There is no money there. You're paying Uber to give them money. You're paying them to drive on their platform. There is no money at Uber. The Uber is outside. The money is outside. So I'll look at it like that. Why the fuck am I paying Uber to pay me less in my own community than what I can make just driving down the street in my own community? Uber should be paying me more to exploit me, but they're paying us less to exploit us, thinking we have to abide by their shit while they're stealing from us, settling cases all the time. No, I'm cool. Man, so it took me some time to remember this word, Jeff. You're a perfectionist and it works for you to be successful. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I'm probably one of those perfectionists. I tell people I'm the most accident-prone perfectionist you'll ever see. I know I will never be perfect, but you should strive for perfection. You will never make a completely perfect 90 degree on a sheet of paper, but at least make it 89 degrees. Get it close. Don't make it 60 degrees and say, oh, that's good enough. Bro, 60 degrees is like this. It's damn near 45 degrees. But 89 degrees is not quite 90, but it's closer to being 89 degrees than it is to be 60 degrees. So just get it close. It ain't got to be perfect. Just get it close. So, and I allow mistakes. Because mistakes are what you can build on. That's why I drove with my son for a whole week. I drove around with my son in this Beamer. And I told him, I said, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Cool. That's what we're driving at night. Why would I want to drive in the daytime around crazy ass traffic to teach you how to drive? Why would I do that? You're going to make mistakes and I don't want you to wreck my car. As soon as we start making turns, we get somewhere, I get out, we switch. We're making a turn from Elliott onto Gilbert or something like that. We'll wait, and there's no cars around, thank goodness. He's in the inside turn lane. You got double turn lanes like this. You got double turn lanes. He's on the inside turn lane. There's no cars around, just me and him. Remember, he's on the inside. He turns and ends up on the other side of the dotted line of the turn lane. So he goes out and goes right over the dotted line and then turns. If there was a car next to us, it would have looked like this. Boom. That's how it would have looked. It would have looked like. This is why I told him, you're going to make mistakes while we're out driving. Once I told him what he just did and I showed him, he never went over that dotted line ever again. When he was on the outside of the dotted line, he stayed on the outside of the dotted line. When he was on the inside of the dotted line, he stayed on the inside of the dotted line. He never made that mistake twice. He had to make that mistake so I could tell him what he did. Because had he made that mistake and I not been around, it would have cost him a car. So I'm glad he made the mistake around me, because I'm like, and I said, we need to drive late at night when ain't no cars around. I need you to be on some open streets. You're going to make mistakes. So he's like, shit, he's made a mistake. As soon as we get out, I'm like, cool. Let me explain to you what these dotted lines are. Oh, I never even saw those dotted lines. I said, well, some cities may or may not have it. Just know, whenever you come to a stoplight, first thing you do, look up, see if you got double arrows going this way. If you got double arrows going this way, that means the car outside of you will be turning with you. Don't do this. Don't hit that car, because if you do that, instead of turning with that car, you just fucked up a car. Always look up and say, okay, so both lanes can turn. I'm on the inside. 360 degrees. If you're on the outside, just know you can't just cut across and hit that car, because this car is turning with you, so you can't turn into it. So I explained to him about making mistakes in driving. I wanted him to make mistakes, because if he was a perfect driver and he didn't make a single mistake, he wouldn't understand what I was talking about. Because he'd be like, well, I just got lucky that night. I got lucky. There's people right now, when I'm driving, I'm getting off the 202, and when I'm taking the 202 East, going from downtown towards Mesa. I'm 202 East. I get off at Priest, so I can go north on Priest to hit Washington. I can be on the inside lane. I never take the inside lane no more, turn lane. I take the outside turn lane, because for some reason, everybody on that outside turn lane thinks that the inside lane is theirs. No, there's two turn lanes getting off Priest north. So when you go Priest North, there's two turn lanes that you turn. But when you turn on Priest itself, there's turn lane getting back onto the highway. So you got dual turn lanes getting on the highway. So who's ever on the inside lane shouldn't turn into the turn lane. They have a straight lane on the outside of the double turn lanes. So once you take the straight lane on the outside of the double turn lanes, then you go up Priest. The idiots on the outside always think the cars on the inside have to turn into the turn lanes, and they take that first lane. They always cut. They go across the lines and they cut you every single time. Every single time. Where's my top? Oh, there it is. This is bad. Billy said, hey, I had to send you some proof of my screenshots. I want you to see how you're changing someone's life that's clear across the country. I appreciate that, Billy, man. But you're driving on the platform, the Vogue. I'm driving in my car on Terry Hawks Road. I answer the city police. I'm not answering to Uber ever. Exactly. We deal with the local law enforcement. We don't deal with police. Yeah, we don't. I don't give a shit what anybody thinks of how me and make my money. Yeah, exactly. Totally agree with that. And that's the thing, man. It's like I'm one of those people that I'm big on correcting errors, because once you make the error, that helps even me when I'm teaching people something. When I'm teaching people how to work on a car, I'm learning as I'm teaching sometimes. Because I'm like, oh man, you know what? I never knew I could put a screwdriver through here. Damn, that's crazy. I never thought about that. I'm doing this. I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. I never even saw that before. Sometimes when you're teaching somebody, you can learn. So I enjoy teaching people. I enjoy learning from people, because sometimes when they're teaching me something, they might learn something. I say, you know what? Have you ever thought of, oh, you know what, dude? I never did that. So if I put this over here, yeah, it's great. Oh yeah. We're always educating, continuing education. We're always elevating and educating ourselves, always. Oh yeah, that Broadway curve. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, that's why when you get up if you're taking the 202 East towards Mesa and you get off at Priest to go northbound on Priest, do not be on the inside turn lane. Choose the outside turn lane, because the outside turn lane can turn, and we got two lanes we could choose from, where the inside lane only has one lane they can choose from. But the idiots on this outside turn lane always think the two turn lanes on Priest getting on the highway are the lanes that this car has to turn into. No, they're not getting back on the highway. They get to go out, and then they take first lane. This car has to go make second lane. But these idiots always go, they cut you off every time. It's like, bro, how do you go across the dots and right into my lane? They do it every single time. So I learned, do not do inside turn lane on Priest North. Take this lane. Be the smart driver and say, in case this driver's an idiot and goes wide, I'm going to go all the way to the far outside lane and then speed up, and then I get away from curb. I always turn curb, speed up, get off curb. Because if you take that inside, man, people can't drive. And I tell my son, I said, dude, most people who you're going to have an accident with, they've had their license about 10 or 15 years. These people can't drive. They forgot how. They just on autopilot. All of them on autopilot. They don't even think it. They just driving around and shit, not even thinking. When I'm driving, I'm completely aware of every car around me and what everybody's doing. I know what line that car should be on. It's like driving motorcycles and you know somebody's on a race line. When I'm turning or I'm doing anything, I know if a car is coming into my lane. I know if I'm edging into their lane. Know where everybody. I know if somebody don't see me because of the shit they're doing. And I'm like, wait a minute. They're coming over. They don't see me. So I just back up. I don't speed up to show myself. Why am I going to speed up? Boom, now they're going to hit me now. If I see somebody getting over, I'm hitting brakes. I'm going to let them get over because they didn't see me. They didn't see me. But idiots be like, are they getting over? I'm going to speed up. Boom. I'm like, why would you do that? Because this is my lane. They coming in my lane. Like, you idiot. All you had to do was just hit brakes and let them over. They didn't see you. Now you got 2 red cars on the side of the road. Don't was in my lane. They was in my lane. I'm like, bro, I can't drive with people, man. They're idiots. They're like road hogs. If I see somebody, like when I was driving a Jeep, there was we were going down McDowell, and at some point the curb lane ended, and so all the cars had to merge over. So I'm seeing what's going on. I'm in the inside. I'm in the middle lane. So there's 3 lanes: curb lane, middle lane, this lane. This lane I'm in is about to become curb lane. As soon as we go through the light, everybody's got to merge over. I now become curb lane. So I'm seeing this ahead of time. I already see what's happening. As I'm driving, I'm like, and I got my client with me because I'm taking her to work. I look in my side view. There's no car next to me right now. So I'm like, well, I'm going to get over right now. Why ain't no car there? Because these cars are going to have to eventually merge over. As soon as I get over, I mean, the moment I get over, this car in front slams on brakes, almost hit that car that's merging. It didn't know. I mean, it was like that quick. I was like, get over. And all of a sudden I see, I'm like, what the fuck? Idiots, man, idiots. Not paying attention. Big ass yellow sign showing that shit's going like this. Like the lane is ending and everybody's merging. So I'm like, that means everybody needs to go slow, either get over or go slow, because these cars they can't go over the curb and end up on the sidewalk. They've got to get over. So you got to think ahead. Okay, they're going to be getting over. Let me slow down or let me get over. These people need to be over. Everybody's got to move over one. Move over one. If you can't move over one, slow down, create a gap. Now they can slide in. It's like a zipper. Everybody's doing like this on the way in. Let this person slide in. These idiots, as soon as I get over, I'm in my lane. I'm like, the fuck is wrong with these people out here? Like, nobody's paying attention, man. And I got steel bumpers. Somebody already ran into my Jeep once and they totaled their damn car out. Now they did it twice because in Mesa, somebody hit me when I first got the Jeep. So I'm sitting there like, these are the type of people that wreck. They don't know what they're doing. And on this channel, we teach about driving. We talk about driving. We talk about making money, little things like that. And if people don't understand that you're on your own, you're taking risks. When you're out on the road, you're taking heavy risk out there. What up, King Will? Is it regular unleaded spiking everywhere? I don't know that. Regular, I only use premium, man. Premium they might be using some water in regular. Who knows? Yeah, but like I said, man, we teach people how to drive on the channel. Not only how to drive, but how to make money too, because it's critical. Somebody needs to discuss these things to keep people aware, just aware of what's going on out there in the streets. No drivers equal no Uber. Hey, Jeff, what do you think about the Las Vegas market? Is it more profitable than Phoenix? I might be moving to Vegas. Still a lot of things to consider, though. I don't know. I would say, well, Vegas has a lot of logistics. They've already been a town that's been they were way ahead of Uber before Uber got there. I'm surprised Uber even got there because they've already had logistics down to a science in Vegas. So you've already had private companies. Like I used to work for Alan Waxler Group. Alan Waxler Group were number black buses, black SUVs, BMWs. They were all black. Alan Waxler Group was everything all black, BMWs, whatever. So they've already had private companies. They've had chauffeur companies. They had private drivers. They've got, livery companies. So Las Vegas is a good market for logistics, but I think it will be a better market, a much better market for private clients because everybody wants to go out. Everybody's got people flying in town. Nobody wants to drink and drive. Nobody wants to get caught. I think Vegas will be a better private market than for Phoenix. Phoenix is a good market for weekends. Like everyone wants to go to downtown Scottsdale, downtown Gilbert, downtown Phoenix. Phoenix is good for weekends. When you're talking about Vegas That's private every day. You can do private rides every day in Vegas because people are landing there getting the deals. If you fly in Monday and you leave Thursday, you only get, $80 a night hotels at Caesar's Palace. So people are flying in on Sunday night. And so you can get people from Sunday all through Saturday flying in all week to get cheap hotels. And because they got cheap hotels, they're more liberal with paying people for rides and stuff like that. So I don't know. The Vegas market is different. It's different, man. I think it will be way more profitable to me than Phoenix, but I wouldn't drive on the apps. I wouldn't. I would probably use the apps in the beginning just to help me get my client base rolling. But I would tell people, make sure when you got friends or whatever flying in, when you got this and that, hey, have them hit me up when they land. I already been at the airport already. I know the hotels. I would have everything running streamlined. I would not have to use, I'm in Phoenix and I don't have to use Uber and Lyft. Imagine me being in Vegas. I definitely wouldn't have to use Uber and Lyft. Vegas is massive, from Summerlin to Centennial Hills to East Las Vegas to Henderson, Boulder City. It's massive. You can make a lot of, you pick up somebody from the airport, you can take them all the way to Boulder City, pick them up in Boulder City, take them all the way to Aliante. It's a lot of money to be made out there in Vegas. So it's a different mentality. Here, we got a, international airport. A lot of people travel here, but the travelers here are mainly business oriented, where a lot of the travelers in Vegas are more, they got a lot of convention space, but they're more pleasure oriented. They're more vacation oriented. People do vacation stuff here, but it's at a higher level in Vegas, much higher level. I don't think you being a member of the 300 driving in Vegas with your mentality, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about. I would be worried if you were moving to some little small town in Idaho. Like, yeah, man, I'm moving to Bottle Cap, Idaho. I'm going to go live in Bottle Cap. It's like 89 people living there. You might not make a lot of money in Bottle Cap. Not even if it's a city named Bottle Cap. I just made that shit up because I'm looking at my Bottle Cap. But if you living in Bottle Cap, Idaho, you might not make a lot of money. Vegas, you got to really work because, like I said, there's already been logistics set up there already. You're going to be in some good competition, good, healthy competition to where your prices can actually help you. A lot of people out there, they've got high prices because it's a really elite market. You've got people walking up $50,000. They don't mind dropping $1,000 on a driver for the night. They don't mind. Hey man, we're gonna go in here, we're gonna eat, we're gonna gamble, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Tell you what, I'm gonna give you $500 now, the $500 back when we leave the casino. You can just go chill somewhere, kick back, relax, do what you're gonna do. Here's that $500. We'll give you the other $5 when we come out. All right, bet. That's the Vegas market. In Phoenix, you might get, hey man, here's $100. Wait for me to come back out, man. I'll give you another $100 when I get here. That's Phoenix market. So it's almost like a 5x of potential. And if you get with the right group out there, you get a black SUV and you get with the right group in Vegas, oh shit. You'll be bouncing up and down. You can say, no, I can take you guys here, give you suggestions on where to go, do this, do that, and take you to the airport. You might have one group and make about $1,800 off that group in a week. And you got one group. And that's your whole, you don't drive for nobody else except that one group. Hey man, a few of us woke up. We want to go get breakfast, bro. Is there any way you could pick us up at like 10 in the morning? I can come pick you guys up at 10. Don't worry about it. MGM, yeah, MGM, and we're going to go here. All right. Then when you drop us back off, I think we got a group that wants to go here. They're going to rent these things. You can do that shit all day in Vegas. You got one group, $1,800, and you might drive maybe 300-400 miles all week. $1,800, you done drove 300-400 miles over the period of like 5 days. And you're like, damn, that was easy, man. Like about 100 miles a day, $1,800. You can deal with that. Yeah, small ass towns like that, you want to see if there are any taxes. If not, the option's always there. Yeah. And small towns like that, you want to do travels. You want to say, hey, we have no travel from this town to the next town. So if you want to go to the next town, I could do it. Like, give me like $200. I'll take you from here to there. I'll wait for you and I'll bring you back. $200. You do that every day. You make $1,000 a week, taking like just people from one town to the next town. I could take you there. I'll bring you back. And like, man, I'm so glad you live here, Jesse. Bottle Cap welcomes you, bro. My name's Bottle Cap Jesse Ride Service. Shit. Was that people talking about an app there? I said we get all the drivers except the ones who aren't citizens of the community off Uber and let the scavengers lord over nothing. I know it. Small towns do not advertise. People don't do anything but talk. Yeah. And see, and the thing is about building the app, like even with packs, like the one thing about building packs here is you have the potential to see it's almost like sitting on a balcony and overlooking everything. You can overlook Lyft, you can overlook Fetty, you can overlook Hum, you can overlook every app that was built already. You have a chance to sit on a balcony, look down, and see all the bottlenecks, all the jam ups with all the apps that are out there. And I think the major jam up right now, the major jam up with PAX is marketing. And it's not social media marketing, but like rider marketing, getting actual riders to the app. A lot of us, what we do is we market at the event. Like we'll have an event, PAX will host an event, or we'll be a part of an event, and we'll market at the event. It's not always the best thing to do because a lot of people have already figured out the logistics for the night. Like my clients, they figured out the logistics for the night already. So they don't get somewhere and then are looking for a route when they get there. They already got it figured out. So what PAX needs to do is preempt. Advertise away from events weeks before the event. Don't just advertise at the event, advertise weeks before the event. Find out if is anybody RSVP'd at the event. Oh yeah, we got 300 people RSVP'd at the event. Cool. We need to market to those 300 people about rides to and from the event. Find out the list of people who are coming to the event. Find out what organizations are going to be at the event. Don't wait till they get to the event. It's too late at that point. It's kind of like a casino marketing. The casinos, like I said earlier in the live stream, the casinos advertise away from Vegas. So when people come to Vegas, they already know what to do because they've got advertisements in the mail. When you come to Vegas, stop by Circus Olay. When you come to Vegas, eat at Tony's restaurant. When you come to Vegas, they're already advertising away from Vegas. So when you come there, oh, don't forget, we got to eat here. Don't forget, we're going to go there. Don't forget, because they already got the advertisements on the way. They don't come to Vegas and advertise there. This dog is out there wagging his tail. Get away from the door. Sitting there wagging his tail, hitting the door. It's big old pit bull tail whacking the door. So I think that's what PAX has to do. The same thing. Advertise away from the events, not at the event itself. That, like I said, that's just my analysis. Ain't gotta listen to me. Ain't gotta listen to me. Do not have to listen to me. Don't. But I'm just saying, from a Vegas trained standpoint and seeing it work in Vegas and how it worked in Vegas, I would say advertise away from the events, not at the events. The reason why I say that is because when somebody gets to an event, you don't know if the credit card they want to use is even with them. A lot of people leave their debit cards and credit cards at home if they don't want to lose them. A lot of people do that. Sometimes, like me, I got credit cards in my safes and shit like that. I don't take all my credit cards with me because you don't want to have every credit card. You take one or two credit cards with you. If one fails, use the other one. For every other credit card, throw it in the safe. It'll sit in there until the expiration date hit because you never taken it out of the safe. If you have it with you, you're more apt to use it. So I throw all my credit cards in the safe. I got balances on my credit cards. People are like, dude, there's nothing on there. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, I'll show you one of my credit card balances of one that I got in the safe. This is one of the balances that I got in the safe. Where's it at? This one. And this is why I don't take it nowhere. Oh, let's see. Okay, it's opening. Cancel. Okay. So this credit balance here. No thanks. Oh, hell, how did that happen? Wait a minute. March 29th, April the 4th. I thought I paid that already. Whatever. So I owe $84 on this credit card because I just have something that hits it all the time. Same thing hits it all the time. But my available credit is $14,915. That's my available credit right now. $14,915 because I only got $84 worth of shit on there. And it's like, I don't know what the hell happened. What's today? The 6th? All right. Let's pay that off while I'm thinking about it. Let's pay that April the 7th. Okay, select amount. Let's pay the whole balance. All right, $84.90. Let's just get that out of the way. I just don't want to see it on there. All right. So now the available credit should be, yep, there it is. So now the available credit changed to $15,000. So that means I don't have anything on that credit card. It's a completely blank credit card right now. So Let's go backwards. Let's go back in. Yep. So $15,000 available credit because I don't really use my credit cards for anything. Now, they're in the safe. It's something that auto hits on that all the time. I just pay it whenever. I'll see it and I'll pay it. But the point is that when we go to these events, people don't want to sign up for packs just because they got to sit there, put in the credit card number, put in this, do this. And if I was to sign up for packs on that credit card is at home. It's not even at the event. So I might say, man, I want to pay on that one credit card that I do all that stuff on, but it's at home. I don't even have it with me. So it's like, so you got to sit there and you got to be at the event. You got to take out your credit card. You got to screw around. You got to set up stuff. You got to go to your banking information, set up your routing information, set up your checking. Sometimes trying to sign up for a new rideshare company at an actual event is almost like a pain in the ass. And not everybody's going to do it. A few might. Let's say out of 300 people, you might get 9 that do it. 9 that do it. We got 9 people to sign up out of 300. But imagine if you sent them that before the event. If you had them 3-4 days before the event, you sent them all the information for packs and they did it at home. Now you went from 9 people signing up to 111 people signing up. So now you say, oh, 9 people, 111 people out of 300 signed up. So that means when you're at an event and you've got packs open on all the driver phones, riders, oh, that's right, packs is here, bro. That's what we signed up. We signed up for packs. Shit. They open up packs. Damn, dude, it's a driver right here, man. That's crazy. I signed up for this shit like 3 days ago. I didn't know they're going to be here at this. I forgot they're going to be here at the event. That's crazy. And that's how you can get more people to sign up. Like I said, it's just like in Vegas. When you're in Vegas, when Vegas sends all that shit to like Madison, Wisconsin, and they send it to Memphis, Tennessee, they send people sign up for players cards at home. They sign up for programs at home. When they fly into Vegas, it's already registered. They're already in. They say, bro, I signed up for this shit like 3 days ago before I got to Vegas. So now I get percentages off here. I want to go here because I get some money off here. I'm going to go here. I get money off here. They signed up for it all in their house. So now they're at the event in Vegas, shooting fish in the barrel. So that's the one thing I would change about packs is where do we get people to sign up? And I think just finding out where are these people from the event coming from? Oh, they're all coming from here. All right, let's send them some information. Let's get them. Yeah. I believe we were trying to get the people off email off the events. Oh yeah. And that's the thing. If we say we're gonna get people's emails, like if they go to the event and they give the email at the event, then that means they might not use the app at the event because you're just getting their emails now. If you're getting their emails before the event and you get them to sign up before the event, then they can potentially use it not only before the event to get brought to the event, but then to go home on it. It's all a timing thing. It's a timing thing. Yeah, so before the events, that's the thing. If you can have people sign up for packs before the event, then when they get there, like I said, it's got to work like that because trying to get people to sign up at the event is not going to work as easy. You're going to get a handful of people, but you don't want a handful. You want to get people in the community off Uber and Lyft. If there's 1,000 people showing up there at the event, 1,000 people, I want at least 300 of them already signed up before that event even starts. I want 30% of these people, 1 out of every 3 people should be like, oh, I got packs on my phone. I got Uber, Lyft packs. What's that? Oh, they sent out an email. They're going to be here at the event. And I guess, I saw a few of the guys outside. We actually have that. Nice trucks, man. Nice trucks out there. Oh, damn. What is it? Yeah, man. So we can take one of these trucks on the way. I mean, we got dropped off here in the fucking Waymo. But we can take one of those trucks out of here. We got the app on our phone. And that's how you get it. And they're going to be like, bro, I should have fucking signed up for that shit. I got an email about that. I didn't even know what it was. Yeah, man. Told you they're going to be at the... Well, shit, I'm going to sign up for them tonight then. So you got to get that 1 out of every 3. You got to hit that 30% sign up threshold. If you can hit that 30% sign up threshold for anything you do, 30%, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. But you got to get that 30% threshold before. Yeah, no, we don't want to sign up with people on the event. It doesn't work. Yeah, and that's the thing. Once you hit that 30% threshold before the event, even if you say 30% of the people signed up, but only 30% of that 30% used it. So 300 out of the 1,000 signed up, but only 90 people used it. So, okay, cool. 90 people got rides that night. So out of 1,000 people, you got 300 to sign up, 30%. Out of that 300, 30%. So 90 people use it. 90 people out of the 1,000 use it. If you can have 90 people that night, 90 people doing a ride at $100 a piece, that's what, $9,000? That's $9,000 of 90 people at an event because you did the 30% rule, the 30% rule. Mass blast everybody. Get one out of every three. Then get one out of every three to actually do it. You just made 9 G's in a matter of like 4 or 5 hours. You got enough drivers? Let's make the 9 G's. All we need is 90 people. 90 people to use this app. That's it. If we have 20 cars here, 90 people, that's 4 rides per person pretty much, whether it's far or short, 4 rides. And it's all at different times. You can have cars coming, going, 4 rides per car. That's almost $400 a car. $400 a car. Let's say $400, and at 70%, that's $280. So each driver's making about $300 in 4 hours. You get tips and everything, $350 in 4 hours. You're making $350 in 4 hours, and it's mainly just all short trips. Yeah. So you gotta kind of think it through and plan it out. Oh yeah, a lot of them are using Waymo because that's what they push and promote in Tempe. Waymo is big in Tempe. I got lucky and I pick up a lot of people from Ahwatukee. Waymo don't really go in Ahwatukee as much because you've got to go all the way down Chandler, all the way down Elliott, all the way down Warner. All those people back there are my clients. That's where I grab all my rides from. It's all in Ahwatukee. Because if Waymo wasn't, and you got to understand, Waymo in Tempe, because they also have that car-free community in Tempe. So you got a car-free community, and you got a ton of people here who just want the nostalgia of driving in a car with no driver, even if they do it once. They give a lot of specials in Tempe because they do volume in Tempe. They can't do volume over in Ahwatukee because nobody's doing it. No, like, no, I'm not doing that shit. No, I'm cool. So what we got to do is say, we want to advertise before the event, ahead of everybody else, advertise everything before people get here. When they get here, they see the product, they see the vehicle, they see the driver, they see the product, greet everybody. Hey, did you guys already sign up for packs already? Oh yeah, we signed up for them. We got the flyer and the thing. Yeah, we did that. Cool. And that, or just tell people, say, hey, send out little pins. You know, like those little American pins that's on you? The little, everybody wears the America pin. Get PAX pins and tell people, if you wear that PAX pin, you get an automatic 10% discount. If you have a PAX pin on you, when you get a PAX ride, you get an automatic 10% discount. So now you got everybody walking around with little PAX pins on. They go, what's that PAX? Oh, that means if I use a PAX, I get a 10% discount. If the ride's $110, guess what? It's only cost me like $100. I just saved $10 that quick. I was going to tip the guy $10 anyway, so it is what it is. So you got people walking around with PAX pins, or you got PAX bracelets or something at events. Wear your PAX bracelet to the event. If you wear this PAX bracelet to the event, you get 10% off your PAX ride, and you mail it to everybody. So now everybody's walking around the event with a PAX bracelet on. People are like, what is that? Oh, it's a PAX bracelet. A what? PAX. All those black SUVs and so walk out? Yeah. Well, we got these in the mail. So when we get ready to leave, we actually get like a discount because we got a PAX bracelet on. And that lets drivers know who all in there is actually potential PAX clients, because you see everybody walking around with a PAX bracelet or a PAX pin. I mean, it's like shooting fish in a barrel once you can acknowledge who's who. This is the event people said to use us. We donated $5,000. The event people said to use is okay. And that's the thing, man. It's to say, hey, make sure you use PAX. Make sure you go out there and use PAX. Make sure that's one thing. You've got to really, especially when it comes to Uber and Lyft and markets like Waymo and stuff like that, you've got to really talk more about who PAX is and what PAX stands for. And I mean that in the sense of protecting the community economy, the local economy, making sure businesses around us have money and our money is not going through the hands of corporate America, ending up in other countries and other cities and other states because we're using Uber and Lyft and Waymo. So you got to say, hey, if you use PAX, you're using an Arizona-based company where the money stays here in Arizona, just like for this place here where you guys are here playing golf, having a great time, having dinner, having drinks. The money stays here because this is Arizona based. Using PAX is the same energy, the same vibe. It's here. You're using a service that where the money never leaves the community. It stays in the community. So the services of the community only improves. The value of the community only improves. So, man, it's different, man. It's different. It's different, man. And hopefully, like I said, it only gets better. It only gets better. So you on the radio, I know it's small, but Uber Lyft didn't get where we are overnight. Yeah. People I need to trust packs at these events. Yeah. Hey, I'm catching a live. This is so timely. What up, Anomaly? What's good? And that's the thing. It's this weekend. I think this was a bad weekend for PAX. It was a really bad weekend for PAX because there was so much going on this weekend. This was a horrible weekend for a PAX event. And like I said, PAX couldn't have timed it any worse. You had the reggae festival. You had the Wild Horse going on. You had the U of A game going on. You had First Friday. All hitting at the same exact time. Dude, people could have been driving the entire time at First Friday, everywhere else, promoting PAX, using PAX, but people were sitting in the parking lot. And that's because, Bike Week, everything, man. It's crazy going on right now. Crazy going. It's so much money going around, bikes everywhere. And I'm seeing them, I'm cruising around, I see all these bikes. I'm like, man, I'm gonna take my bike out. But I'm like, let me not. Let me wait till these idiots leave. But it's so much going on this week, and it's asking a lot. It's really asking a lot for drivers, independent contractors, not to be out there making money in the spots where money can be made. It's a really hard ask because I'm about drivers making profits, about drivers making the money they need to pay their mortgages, their bills, their rents. That's what I'm about. And I know not everybody's on that same page. People say they're about it, but it's hard to say you're about it, but you have a different agenda in mind. My agenda, when I open up my app and I see all these purple and pink skies and all that shit, my agenda is to get there. Get to where the activity is, get to where the money is, get on the heat map, get to where the heat is, get to where the people are. That's my agenda. When I open my app, my agenda is not to be somewhere to hope heat hits the place. If it's nothing there, it's nothing there. It's what it is. It's nothing there. And if we're going to say, hey, man, there's nothing here, man, there's nothing here. Oh, yeah. Then we got to, let's go. We got to go to where the heat is. We can advertise where the heat is. We can get to where the heat is, but we got to make money. It's a lot. So I talk a lot on this channel about opportunity cost. A lot of people on this channel have heard me talk about opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is real. It's not fake. It's real. And when you give up an opportunity to make $1,000, you say, I want to make sure that I can make at least close to that, if not more than that, doing something different. But if you say the opportunity cost is, I'm going to make $500. Like when I was out the one night, I think I made like $375. I wanted to make $500. Most of my money was made off app because, like I said, I had my clients. I was driving them around in the truck and everything like that. I had to do multiple stops with them. Made a lot of money off app. Then I did a couple of black SUVs on Lyft. So I ended up with about $375. Now I wanted to make $500 on app. Most of my money was made off app. I wanted to walk away with like $800-900. Include my private clients each night, $1,600 weekend. I used to do it all the time. Can't do it now. But my goal was to say there's opportunities out there and I need to capitalize on those opportunities. And I wanted every driver to capitalize on those opportunities because bills are paid through capitalizing on opportunities, not watching opportunities pass by. When you watch an opportunity pass by, that money is gone. It's not coming back. That's why they call it an opportunity cost. You have an opportunity, it's gone now. That money's gone. That will create bitterness. It will create, like I said, there were so many times even when we would do not only PAX events, but Hum events, and the opportunity for surge on Uber, surge on Lyft, black rides, these kind of rides, those kind of rides. The opportunity is there. And a lot of people, because they want to help something, they want to help something grow, they forego that opportunity. And it ends up in the end, not panning out too well for them. They make nothing. A Friday night of $0 on the app, $0 in their pocket, period, $0. And so that hurts them. Because they look at everybody else and, man, well, they're making 600. These fucking pigeons were making 300. These pigeons out there making, man, it's all these goddamn concert events going on. And people get upset They're like, shit, we could have been, we should have been, we would have been. That's why I say opportunity cost is real. It's not like a lot of people don't realize opportunity cost is what we think of the moment you become an entrepreneur. The moment you become an entrepreneur, an opportunity cost is one of the greatest costs you're ever going to have. Not your insurance, not your fuel costs, not your lease. Opportunity cost becomes the highest cost you will ever experience as an entrepreneur. Because you can lose $10,000 on the right deal. You can lose $1,000 on the right deal. You can lose $500 on the right deal in an hour, in a night. An opportunity cost becomes the biggest cost an entrepreneur will ever have to face. You could sign a deal, ink a deal, somehow you get linked in with these people. Now you're making 20 G's a month because you were in the right place at the right time for the right opportunity, being the right entrepreneur. Or you can go back to making 600 a week, 700 a week, 800 a week. Or you can be an opportunity, you hit that opportunity, and now you're making 5,000 a week, doing exactly what these people need done. Opportunity cost becomes one of the highest costs you will ever face as an entrepreneur. And I don't think people put enough emphasis. I got a whole video about opportunity costs on my channel because I believe in the power of opportunity. I believe in the power of you capitalizing on opportunities because you're an independent contractor through the roof. I don't look at the Uber and Lyft. I look at, you know what? That's a pink zone. That's a red zone. That's this and that. And I shoot over there as quick as I can. And I shoot over there quick as I can. Yeah. Yep. This is hey, bitterness is real and opportunities cost and how you manage it. You're always trying to make that opportunity arrive, but the bitterness happens when things don't happen. Yeah, you're right. And that's why we call it strategic planning. Strategic planning is like exactly what you're talking about, Jamil. Strategic planning solves that problem because bitterness is real and opportunities cost and how you manage it. Strategic planning. Strategic planning is how you manage it. You're always trying to make that opportunity arrive, but the bitterness happen when things don't happen. Strategic management. It's called a plan B. That's all it is. You got plan A and you got plan B. If all you have is plan A and you don't have a plan B, that's the situation you end up in. Strategic management is to say, hey, if plan A is not happening by X, this is what we do. We do this. We go here. At the PAX event, plan B should have been the U of A game. I went to the U of A game right around the corner where I saw the fireworks and shit going off. The fireworks was going off. That's where I went. And I got that $18 ride for like 4 miles. Then from there, I got the black SUV that paid $78 because it paid $38 to get the guys. And then he lost his phone, so I got another $40. So $78. So I was already at close to $100 in 2 rides because I had to go to plan B. Either I could stay at the PAX event or I can move to plan B. It's called strategic planning. And I've done this so many times in my life that it's hard for me not to do strategic planning. It's hard for me to do what somebody expects me to do if I, in my head, already have a plan B. My plan A was the PAX event. And I got there. Well, I took a $40-something ride up to the event, like $50-something. So I got up there using a black SUV ride, and it paid like $55. So it was from Ahwatukee to Tempe, $55. That was the start of my night. 55, bam, got it. Then got another 100 when I started plan B. So I'm already at $155. Then I picked up my clients and they paid me another 200. So now I'm at $355 already because I had a plan B in motion. A lot of people that night didn't make a dime. They will tell you they didn't make a dime. I was right there next to everybody in the exact same parking lot, and somehow I made $355. Strategic planning. This is what I mean by strategic planning. When you have all your ducks in a row, I'm texting my client. I even read my text earlier, and she said, hey, can you be here by 2 a.m.? Sure, no problem. I read my text earlier, and I picked them up and had them 16 miles total or 17 miles total. And that was 150. Then I got the $50 ride when I had to do the other thing. So it was like, I'm telling people right now, if you have strategic planning, because you're running a business and you're an independent contractor, You can't stop doing business. Like when I tell people, ABC, always be closing. Always be closing. Try to be closing a deal. Whoever you're talking to. When I dropped the manager off at her house with everybody around, we're looking at that little BMW 435 in the driveway. The mom was there. The boyfriend was in the garage drinking. ABC, always be closing. I gave her a business card, told her, take a picture of that card, give it to your boy. I said, well, make sure your husband got it. That's not her husband. That's her boyfriend. Still, don't make a difference. Adjectives. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Adjectives. That's not her husband. That's her boyfriend. Adjectives. I don't care. You know who I'm talking about. Take a picture, give it to him. And so ABC, always be closing. Opportunity cost is when you see an opportunity in front of you and you have to make a decision at that point. Do I stay or do I go to where I know plan B is going to be a lot better? So I had to go with plan B because plan A was flopping. And as a business person, you can't accept failure as an option. It can't be an option. It can't be. You can't say, okay, it was a fail. No, you can't. You have to say, all right, how do we rebound from this? What do we got to do? What do we got to do? So what I do is I'll say, I'm going to cruise. I open up the heat map. Like I call Uber and Lyft heat maps. I open up the heat map. Where are the people at? Cool. Let me cruise over there. I even did videos of me sitting in the heat map, grabbing people from Jack in the Box, giving them $30, $40 rides from Jack in the Box to their houses down Mill Avenue. I go to where the heat map is. So I say, cool, let me go to the heat map. When I was dropping people off at the tavern, one go, hey, can you take us to our hotel? Well, what hotel y'all at? Oh, it's just right down the street. It's like right down. I said, oh, Optima? Yeah, it's right down the street, right? I was like, okay, cool. I'm like, I'll go there. I wasn't trying to go that way, but I'll go there because it's too much construction. I went to where the heat map was. Once you go to where the heat maps are, I'm telling you, man, it's that's what we discuss at the areas we pass our business needs to close. Yep, you're 100%. And I tell people as an entrepreneur, you know, you're always thinking about the safety net you're creating for yourself. There is no company we work for. We're creating a safety net for ourselves. Uber is not a safety net. Uber will deactivate you tonight because they're just bored. Lyft will deactivate you because they're bored. Anybody, like even on PAX, I can have a ride on PAX and somebody can pull that shit away from me just because. I mean, you have to create your own safety net. You have to create your own safety net. Everybody, I'm not going to say everybody's against you, but there's more things against you in this world as a business than there are things for you. And once you have that in your head, one thing is against you, depreciation on your vehicle is against you. Your car never appreciates. Everything is against you. Your engine is getting weaker and weaker. Your tires are getting smaller and smaller. Your brakes are getting worn down. Your serpentine. Everything is against you from the moment you leave your house to do business. There is nothing really going your way. When you're driving in your car, it's getting dirty. When somebody pukes in your car, you're losing time cleaning puke. Nothing is really going in your way. So you've got to create in your head every day you leave, nothing is going my way today. I'm adding miles to my car. I'm eating my tires up. My engine is getting weaker. I'm have to need an oil change. So what do I need to do to make sure I'm making money to combat all of this? Strategic planning, plan A, plan B. This is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. And I know a lot of people want to say, well, you know, and it's like, I'm glad you said bitterness is when things don't work out. Bitterness is not only when things don't work out, bitterness happens with the lack of planning. That's where the most bitter, because why not fucking do, that's where people get pissed off. Man, I should have just fucking, you hear that a lot with bitter people. I shouldn't. They didn't have a plan. That's why they keep saying, I shouldn't have, I could have, I would have. So you can't really put that on the situation itself. Put that on the people who didn't make plans. This is business. You can't run everybody. PAX is not running everybody's business. PAX does not run everybody's business. PAX is an opportunity. It's an opportunity, but an opportunity can also cost you, which is what they call an opportunity cost. So you can't put it complete, because I was there with everybody else too, but I didn't have a shitty Friday. I was there with everybody. But I had a strategic plan. I had a plan B. I'm glad PAX got me down there because it introduced me to that place. I went out, talked to the girls in the front and everything like that. I got free cookies and shit, chatted with some guys outside, whatever. It was a great opportunity, but it was not where I wanted to be for the whole night because there was money just floating all around us. So I appreciated the opportunity, but I had to go to plan B. I had to move to plan B. So for all the people who were bitter and upset, they're that's on them as business people because they didn't plan. And I hate to say that shit, but I got to keep it 100. We can't hold nobody's hand. We don't hold nobody's hand in Uber. We don't hold nobody's hand in Lyft. We don't hold nobody's hand in Pax. We ain't holding hands. We're giving you the opportunities, but you got to have strategic planning in your own head to say, okay, if Uber ain't working, let me open up fucking Lyft real quick. Shit, Lyft ain't working, let me open up Hum. Hum ain't working, let me open up Pax. Pax ain't working, let me call one of my private clients. Plan A, B, C, D, strategic planning. If your only strategy is, I'm going to do this, is it? What's your other plan? I didn't really have no other plan. I mean, this has to work. It has to. That's called all your eggs in one basket. This has to work. It's Friday night. It has to work. I can't do anything else. This has to work. But there's an opportunity. There's a chance that it might not. There's a chance I might get a flat tire. Well, all 4 of my tires got to work. If all 4 of my tires don't work, I got a spare. Strategic planning. On the back of my Jeep, I got a big ass tire. Strategic planning. I even tell people I have serpentine belts in my trunk. I've got videos showing I got serpentine belts in my trunk. You know why? Strategic planning. If shit don't work out with the serpentine belt that's on this car, I got one in the trunk. Strategic planning. I can't blame nobody but me. Nobody's holding my hand in this shit. This is life. Man, I was driving down the street and my damn serpentine belt snapped. Man, it sucks. You don't got another one in the trunk? So you can't use power steering. You can't use your coolant system. You can't use your alternator. A serpentine belt is $20. You don't have $20 worth of security in your trunk. It's a serpentine belt. It's $20. You don't have one in your trunk? Nope. Strategic planning. I've had a serpentine belt snap before with the client in the car, in the Jeep when I first put the supercharger on, and I made a video about it. I was driving. Serpentine belt was too tight. I was just a few millimeters too short. The grooves on the pulley of the supercharger are so sharp, it chewed the belt into like spaghetti straps. Me and the client are driving. All of a sudden I hear, boop, 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 boop. The belt started turning some spaghetti, and it started hitting the top of the hood of the inside of the Jeep. I lost power, everything else. I said, man, we pulled on the side of the road. I said, bro, I just put a supercharger on this Jeep. Sorry, but this is, and I explained to him what happened. But I said, I got another belt in the trunk. I took all the shit out of the engine. I put a new serpentine pulley on, got him to where he was. I knew this wasn't going to work because it was the exact same size. So I went to the AutoZone on 53rd Avenue. There's an AutoZone way on 53rd Avenue. I drove in. I said, I need a serpentine belt that's this size. It was bigger than the belt that I had on there because I knew the size of the belt I had on there. So I went straight to the AutoZone on 53rd Avenue in the middle of the night because it's 24 hours. I said, I need a belt. They had one in stock. So I went to the parking lot, took the belt off, put the belt on, worked perfectly, walked back in the building, said, do you have 2 of them? He said, yeah. I said, I'll buy that one too. That one's in the back of my Jeep. I can walk outside right now in the back of my Jeep and show you there's a serpentine belt in the back of my Jeep that's the exact same size as the one in my trunk. In my hood. The one in my hood's been working the whole time. No issues whatsoever. Been driving perfectly fine. But I have a replacement in my thing because I know I've done it before. If you don't have strategic planning, if you don't have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, we call them contingency plans in business. You need a contingency plan. What does that mean? If this plan doesn't work out, I'll do this one. This plan is only contingent on this plan failing. It's a contingency plan. That's it, strategic planning. And if you don't have the word contingency plan in your head, my contingency plan, when my Jeep is down, it's used a Beamer. When the Beamer's down, it's used a truck. I have a contingency plan. I can always make money because I have different vehicles in case of contingency. Jamil, how many vehicles you got? About 4 or 5. You've got the Aviator, the Expedition, and the Grand Cherokee, and you got another couple of cars. So you have contingency plans. This is what I mean when people are in business and you're spending a lot of money and you got clients that can't take no for an answer because excuses lead to poverty. They can't take no for an answer. Contingency plan, because solutions lead to wealth. Even when we were messaging back and forth about the trip that was on Pax, I had a contingency plan. I kept saying if. Okay, I'm gonna do this. What was my ultimate plan F? The very F at the very fucking end was just do the trip dry. Just do it. That was it was like, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I had all these plans in place. Any entrepreneur out there, you need to write on a sheet of paper, contingency plan. You need to write on a sheet of paper, opportunity cost. Write opportunity cost on a sheet of paper, write the definition of it, and stick that shit on the mirror. Every day you brush your teeth, look at the word opportunity cost and what it means. Every day you brush your teeth, hang that shit on the mirror, walk and be the opportunity cost. I'm gonna go in here right now and I'm gonna look up the word opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. There it is at the very, very bottom. Opportunity cost. All right. Let me copy this right here. I'm going to copy opportunity cost, copy, and I'm going to put it right inside of here. Bam. There's opportunity cost right there. Opportunity cost, also known as an alternative cost, is the potential benefits an individual, investor, or business misses out on when choosing one option over another. It represents the value of the next best alternative that is foregone. Read it again. Opportunity cost, also known as alternative cost, is the potential benefits an individual, investor, or business misses out on when choosing one option over another. It represents the value of the next best alternative that is foregone. That's your opportunity cost. So if you don't have a contingency plan, let me do like this, contingency plan. Let's go in here and I'll put copy, paste, and this right here will be contingency plan. A contingency plan is a set of actions to take if an unexpected event occurs. It's also known as a backup plan or plan B. These are business things. Like I said, y'all been rocking with me for 3 hours on this live stream. So I'm giving y'all these little nuggets right here. This is the shit I think about every day. These are things I think about every day. We talk about opportunity costs on this plan. We talk about backup plan. We talk about, okay, what else can we do to get there? You know, I was calling the ride sequence. The ride sequence was my contingency plan. Okay, my contingency plan is a ride sequence. What does that mean? That means if somebody's far away from me, all I got to do is just do rides to get there. That's it. That's how you solve that. You have a contingency plan. If somebody's close, I don't need a ride sequence. They're close. I just so happen to be in Scottsdale. Holy shit, I'm in Scottsdale. My ride is 3 miles away. I don't need a ride sequence. My ride is 3 miles away and it's scheduled in like 20 minutes. I'm going to wipe the truck down real quick. Perfect. Contingency plan. Man, my ride is in Goodyear. Shit is in like 4 hours. Well, starting to start working that way. I got to start, let me get in the car and start heading that way. Let me see if I can get some rides linked up. Let me set on my destination filter. Let me figure out what I can take over there. Let me convert some rides to go over there. One of these channels here is I feel like Jeff is the teacher and me and Jamil are in the back of class talking. That's funny. So you and Jamil in the back of class, hey, whatever it takes, man. I was in the back of the class too. I was in front of the class, but that's why I ended up figuring out how to get things done. But yuck. But I'm telling people, man, if people understand like what those two words are, opportunity cost and contingency plan, and you operate every single day, every day you say, I'm going to look at every opportunity out there, and you list those opportunities in your phone like this right here. Let me show you what opportunities look like. These are all my opportunities here. So these are all my scheduled rides. These are all my scheduled rides. All of these are my scheduled rides. That's all of them right there. So it starts here and it goes all the way up. These are all my scheduled rides. So these are opportunities. The cost of these opportunities is if I end up not getting them or if I do something else. Let's say this ride here is $80. That means this is the $80 ride. What if I have another ride for $150? The opportunity cost is $150 because I'm getting 80 for this one, but that ride is $150. So the variance is like $70. Let's say that. Let's say it costs us $70. It costs me $70 out of my pocket to take the 80 versus the 150. Because if I take the 150, I'm only getting $70 more than what I was getting. So your opportunity cost is the $70. So what do? I give the $80 ride to somebody on my team and I take the 150 because somebody on my team is probably making nothing right now. Their opportunity cost is nothing. Like, what are you losing? You're not losing anything. You're not doing nothing anyways. You're not losing nothing. So therefore, for you to take this $80 ride, you're actually gaining $80 because you're not losing nothing. But if you had a $200 ride and you said, Jeff, I'm going to do your $80 ride, you're losing $140 because you had a $220 ride and you gave that up to do my $80 ride. You just lost $140. That's your opportunity cost. So whenever I'm in my schedule, when I'm going through my schedule, I'm looking at all the opportunities that I got, all the opportunity. I'm looking at any time that somebody has a job come up for me, whether it be a mechanic job, whether it be a painting job, whether it be something, I look at the opportunity of what do I got going on that week. Ask anybody, whenever they contact me. Hey, Jeff, man, tomorrow, can you? I say, well, let me look at my schedule. That's the first thing I say to people. Let me look at my schedule. Or let me check my schedule real quick. Because my schedule is not in my head. I got it all labeled. It's all alarms. Everything's alarms because I can't just remember the shit. So everything's set in alarms. I'll go through it every once in a while to try to, refresh my memory on what I might have coming up. But I tell people, well, let me check my schedule first. Hey, Jeff, man, tomorrow, can you? Well, let me check my schedule. Actually, man, that's cutting it close. I'll be doing this. Oh, actually, So you got to already have it in your phone. Have it wrote down, all your opportunities. Because how do you know what you're doing is costing you something if you don't even know what your opportunities are? If you don't even know what your potential is, if you're not writing things down, if you don't have something going in your life to where you just sitting on the couch watching soap operas, flicking potato chips to the cat all day, and that's what you're doing. I mean, you're not really out maximizing your profitability as an entrepreneur. There's other things you could be doing. You could be marketing yourself, manage yourself. You could be, today I'm going to be on Instagram all day. I'm going to go out, take pictures of my car, send clients pictures of my car today. I'm going to go to this nice place where I know where there's palm trees and there's a little water fountain. I'm going to send that. And so you send that out there to all your clients. One of your clients go, oh, you know what's funny? I was just about to get on Uber. I was going to get on Uber and request a ride. Hey, are you free in about an hour? And just think. All you're doing is sending pictures of your car to people, just letting them know if they need a ride. This is what, you'll be picking them up this week. And hey, if you're free in an hour, tomorrow morning, if you got clients, tomorrow morning, what is it? Monday tomorrow? Wake up tomorrow. Message any three random ones. See if you don't get a bite. Don't message somebody that's out of town because it won't make a zip. You got to message people in town who you know are mobile, who you know are doing something. Just message any three random clients tomorrow. Just any three random ones. And say, hey, I was going through my contacts, man. I just found your text message. If you know anybody need a ride, this and that, I'm actually free. My schedule is open. I could do a ride. You know what? My daughter is actually flying in town tonight at 3:30. I was going to go get her. Can you go get her for me? Can I just pay you to go get her? Yeah, I could go get her, no problem. Man, I'm so glad you messaged me. Choose any three random people. Because if you're not out there trying to capitalize on what's going on around you, you're missing opportunities. That's your opportunity cost. That's what happened the other night when we were at the event, at the PAX event. A lot of people didn't have opportunity set up. I was texting my people. Like I said, when I was at PAX Friday, let me see something real quick. It was Friday. Where is it at? I'm gonna see if it's got the timestamp on there too. What time was it? Okay, Friday, it was at 11:32. It was at 11:32 p.m. I think I was just dropping people off down at Tempe Marketplace. So that's what she said. Definitely going to need to ride home if you're able to. I said, yes, indeed. Let me know where you are. I'm in Tempe. That's what I put. I'm in Tempe. Thank you. I'm in Phoenix. I'll give you a heads up in like 30 minutes, maybe 20 if that's okay. I said, okay, just need an Addy. That's it. I send my people messages all the time. Because if you don't, you're not out there trying to capitalize on opportunities. A lot of times opportunity don't come knocking. It don't come knocking. You got to go knocking doors. You got to send text messages. That's the way we knock doors as independent contractors. We send text messages. You got to go knock doors. Sometimes you got to pull up the people at Jack in the Box, at Taco Bell. That's the way we knock doors. You got to give a business card. That's the way we knock doors. If you not knocking doors out there and you complaining that you ain't making no money this night, I'm going to ask you right off the bat, what doors you knocking on? What doors you knocking on? Well, I'm just chilling right now in the parking lot. Oh, and that's your problem. The fuck you mad at? Well, I'm trying to get some money going, man. I'm trying to get some rides going. What are you doing? Chilling in the parking lot. Then that's your problem. You keep saying your problem. If you chilling in the parking lot, you ain't knocking no doors. You got a phone in your hand. It's got a phone plan. It's got Wi-Fi. You got clients' numbers in there. You can text people. Why ain't you knocking on doors? Your phone don't work? If your phone don't work, I can say, yeah, man, I ain't paid my phone plan. My phone don't work. Okay, cool. That's a door you can't knock on. But most people that were standing in that parking lot the other night, every single one of them, their phone worked. Every single person in that parking lot the other night with PAX, all their phones worked. I was the only one on my phone setting up business. Everybody else was standing around. Why do you think everybody's pissed off? I wasn't pissed off about, like I said, I made $355 Friday night and I didn't start till 11. No, let me see. I got to the PAX thing about 7. So I started about 7. We sat around for about an hour and a half. So I really didn't start driving till about 9, maybe. If you were at that PAX parking lot that night and you didn't make no money that night and your phone worked that night, you can't blame nobody but yourself. You the one not knocking on doors. I'm a businessman. I don't take excuses, man. I try to run videos and I try to do live streams to wake people up to real business. I try to wake them up to solutions. I try to wake them up to this is how you make money. This is what you got to do. Opportunity is not going to knock on your door every day. You got to knock doors too. Text messages is a way to knock doors. If you don't knock doors with text messages, are you giving out business cards? Are you vocalizing to people in parking lots? You got to knock doors. If you are not knocking doors, you are not independently contracted. You are not being an entrepreneur. You're waiting around like an employee waits for a directive, for instructions. Well, I'm waiting till the boss get back with a job description or something because I need to know what to do. I don't know what to do, man. I need to know what to do. I know what to do. I've been doing this for a minute. I know what to do. When a situation hit my plate, you ain't gotta ask me nothing. You ain't gotta ask me nothing because I'm gonna figure it out. You ain't gotta tell me nothing because I'm gonna figure it out. I've been doing business my whole life. I'm gonna figure it out. I got a degree in this shit. I'll figure it out. And it's like for me to hear that there were people in that parking lot that were upset. Because like I said, that's news to me. That's news to me. Because I ain't really talked to nobody since that night. I've been sleeping and fucking driving. I've been busy as a motherfucker. So to hear the people, oh man, everybody was bitter. Everybody was pissed off. Why? We were at an event. The event was not going as planned, just like what it says with opportunity costs, contingency plans. When things don't go as planned, this is why I decided to run a business course for people, because I could have gave them a business course that night in the PAX parking lot. I could have told everybody that night in the PAX parking lot about contingency plans. I could have told everybody that night in the PAX parking lot about opportunity costs. I could have told everybody that night the exact same shit that goes on in my head every day that helps me make money. And I guarantee that parking lot would have been empty and everybody would have been out making money like a motherfucker. I know that for a fact because I was in that parking lot with everybody else. This is why I chose to do a course, because not everybody is on that level yet. Not that they're not on that level, they're not aware. 1111 is the number of, is called the awakening. 1111 is the number of the awakening. Some of us are completely awakened and tuned to the universe around us. I'm one of them people. It's hard for me to sleep. They call it a third eye. Your third eye is your brain. My brain is always seeing everything around me. It's always seeing situations. I'm seeing problems. I'm seeing solutions. I'm seeing opportunities. I'm seeing costs. I'm seeing, business ventures. I'm seeing everything around me. I'm always seeing shit. Third eye. I'm seeing everything happen. Some people, that's not open. Their third eye's not open. They standing in the parking lot complaining about not making no money in a city like Phoenix. There's no way to be standing. This is not Bottle Cap, Idaho. This is Phoenix, not Bottle Cap, Idaho. No way to be standing in a parking lot in Phoenix complaining that you're not making any money. This is not Bottle Cap, Idaho. I was in that exact same parking lot. How did I end up with $355 that night? There's no way possible. Right around the corner was a U of A game. The Wiz Khalifa concert was going right down the street from us. The Wiz Khalifa concert. Everybody's high. Ain't nobody driving. Everybody's at college culinary dropout. Everybody's at all these bars everywhere. So I'm sitting there like, all of these people out here are literally entrepreneurs, business contractors, all of these people here. And not a single one of them are making an effort to do business. They're waiting for business to come to them. That's not entrepreneur right there. That's not entrepreneur. And so when I say I'm running the course, it's to awake people to a lot of things that they may not even know exist. I give a lot on this channel for free. I give a lot to this channel, and I appreciate the people that support the channel through super chats and stuff like that, membership groups. I appreciate it because I'm not being paid shit to sit here. Just like in that parking lot the other night, I wasn't being paid shit to sit there. If I want to get money, I just drive off. I don't talk to nobody. I don't fuck with nobody. I just drive off. But sometimes I sit and I give people the knowledge I got, hoping it sparks a little bit of something in you to say, you know what? I'm about to go make some money. I'll make some money tomorrow. This is what I'm about to get into. I'm about to make some money tomorrow. And yeah, you're going to get doors shut on you. Like I said, I'm a 30% rule person. If I can get 30% of whatever I'm out dealing with, only 30%, which means if I talk to 10 people that day and I can get 3 rides, but each ride pays me $70 to $80, there's up to $240 I can get off of only 3 rides. That's it. I'm a 30% person. I can talk to 10 people. If I talk to 20 people and I get 6 people that day, each ride pays me $480. And I only got 6 rides all day. There's people out here doing 29 rides, 37 rides, 32 rides, $239. Yeah, man, I did 27 rides a day. I'm at $400. I'm like, bro, I did 6 and I'm at $480. Some people don't get it. And that's why I give so much of myself on this channel. I give stories about my life, my reality. I'll show you guys what's in my phone. I talk about people in my life, my family. I give 100. This channel is not a true entertainment. Like I said, it can be entertaining, but it's not a true entertainment channel. I'm hoping it sparks people to see that you can be a young hood kid growing up. My sister will tell you when we lived in South Memphis, I used to go to the car wash and wash people's cars for quarters, whatever extra quarters they had. No other kid did that. No other kid was doing that. When I showed up, we was living with Randy in like a little 2-bedroom apartment. I would go to the car wash, get all the spare quarters I would help people wash, dry, rinse. And I was going to Garden View at the time, I think. It was a little small school I was going to, Stafford. I think I was going to Stafford Elementary. And my sister and them was always like, where are you getting all these quarters from? Because I would always go home with chicken. A little black ass would go buy some chicken because it was like a Popeye's chicken or it was a Church's chicken across the street. Right next to the apartment complex, it was right across the street from the car wash was a Church's chicken place. So I take my little ass over there, give me some buckets of chicken, give me some little boxes of chicken. I had all these quarters on me. I put all the quarters on the counter, buy me some chicken. And I walk across the street, my little red soda, my little fruit punch, my little chicken box. And I'll sit there on the wall and I'll eat my little chicken box. And people like, dude, where are you getting all this fucking money from all the time? Nobody knew what I was doing. I would just walk off and leave. Nobody knew what I was doing. I would just walk off. And people like, Jeff been gone for hours. Where the fuck this dude going? I wouldn't tell nobody where I was going. They followed me one day. The kids in the neighborhood followed me one day. My sister tell you, they followed you one day. They followed you. They saw us at the car wash helping everybody. The next time I went to the car wash, it was like 80 motherfucking kids up there. It looked like a goddamn Baby Kids show. It was all these goddamn black kids washing people's cars, getting spare change, drying car towels all in their hand. I was the only kid that was doing it. South Memphis. I was the only kid doing it in South Memphis. And all of a sudden, all these kids came out of nowhere when they followed my ass that day and found out what I was doing. I stopped buying chicken boxes. I couldn't afford the chicken boxes no more because everybody took my job. Motherfuckers took my job. But what do? I still come on this internet to this day as an old guy, not even chicken box guy. I'm an old guy now. and I'm dropping game for people. Game that I wouldn't share with them kids that was trying to do the same thing I was doing. I wouldn't share game with them because they didn't know how to handle business. We could have ran that shit like an operation back then and probably had it going good. I was too young of a kid to understand operation. All I knew back then was, don't tell nobody where you getting all these fucking quarters from. Don't tell nobody how you. And these motherfuckers followed me that day and they found out what I was doing. Went back next time, man, kids every fucking where. Them people was happy as shit. They ain't never seen so many kids in their life. They was like, hell yeah, here's some extra towels. Dry that shit off. How much? Fucking 75 cents? Knock yourself out, kid. Fucking 75 cents. Dry that fucking car. These kids, idiots like a motherfucker. Ooh, I got 3 quarters. I'm gonna dry this car off. And I'm like, bro, I used to have pockets full of quarters going home. Y'all done took my shit. You raggedy bastards, bunch of pigeons. They goddamn kid pigeons. That's back when I used to deal with kid pigeons back then. I was the original. I was the OG. And all of a sudden, kid pigeons came. I went from pockets full of quarters. These motherfuckers, man, I got $1.25 today, bro. I'm going to give me some now laters. I'm going to go grab me some now laters, bro. Like, motherfucker, y'all some kid pigeons. So we ended up leaving there. I think we ended up moving to Whitehaven after that. So we ended up living on the street called Kazaza. So we moved all the way from South Memphis all the way up to Whitehaven, lived on Kazaza. And I think that's when we used to do the candy factory. We used to go to the candy factory and take all the Frito-Lay chips and shit out of the trash cans. We used to go to the candy factory, take out pecan law, because they would bring all the old candy back to the big ass boxes. They bring it all the way back to the candy factory, the Frito-Lay factory, and they would tell all the kids, y'all can have it. It's just out of date. Like the date's bad. The shit was still good. So the people used to throw it in the dumpster. But then when they saw us coming all the time, they said, dude, stop throwing all this shit in the dumpster, sit it outside the dumpster so the kids don't got to climb in the dumpster. So we would go to the Frito-Lay factory in Memphis, riding our bikes and everything, have big ass trash bags full of just chips, Frito-Lays, pecan rolls, whatever Frito-Lay made. We get back to the hood, man, we dump out chips on the ground, kids taking chips, everybody getting chips. We was like hood Santa Claus back then. We come back from the Frito-Lay factory, all old ass chips. And these kids loving that shit. Everybody going home with Funyuns and shit, all stale ass fucking pecan logs. And man, dude, we had fun back then. And my brother and them, they wouldn't take me at first. And they took me. Now, once they took me, shit, I got my own team. I said, now I know where the Frito-Lay factory is. Shit. The big kids didn't want me around because I was always like, bro, I got my own team. We all got our bikes and we drove all the way to the Frito-Lay factory. Shit. We came back with trash bags, big ass black trash bags full of stale chips for everybody. Like, man. Appreciate it, Jesse. But that's where I come from. So when motherfuckers see me now, I tell y'all, I didn't come from a silver spoon. I didn't come from gracious. I didn't come from, amazing places. I came from eating stale chips out of the fucking trash can. That's real talk. And I sit with a badass Beamer out front, nice Jeep, nice truck, nice house, pool in the backyard. And I used to eat chips out the fucking trash can. That's what I really did for real. My sister will tell you, this shit tapped into Facebook. She ain't gonna lie. Jeff, you never did no shit like, they tell you, yeah, this motherfucker eat chips out the trash can. And now Jeff, man, he's like, this motherfucker got money now. We did what it take to make it in the hood. We did what it took to make it. I use everything that I ever been through. I remember it like it was yesterday, and I take it and I apply it to survival skills, tactics, utility, opportunity costs, contingency. I put all this shit in play. And I run it like a business. It's called life. I just run it like a business. So when I hear about people of my age complaining about not being able to make money, I'm like, what do you think about when you wake up? What do you think? Do you think about somebody hiring you? Hire yourself. Hire yourself. There's work to do out here, bro. Hire yourself, man. And I'm one of them people, man. The ding dong Avon calling. Yeah, exactly. And I'm one of those people, man. I'll call myself. I'll be like, listen, I'm gonna hire myself today. I'm gonna go out. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna figure out how to do this. I'm gonna figure out how to do that. And you go out and you make money. There's no reason why an adult, able-bodied, 2 hands, 2 working legs, back kind of sore sometimes, but still, I'll get a massage one day. But it's like you go out there and you market your abilities. And when you market your abilities, you will get paid by the right people. Some people will take advantage of your abilities. Like I said, I got played for $75 at that One Packs event. I got played. Motherfucker, got a route all the way to the W and didn't give me a dime. Played me. But I learned from it. Even the best of us make mistakes. I made a mistake. I called that shit a mistake. I said that was on me. I said, that's on me because I know better. This is a complete stranger. I don't care how he's dressed, how his girl is dressed. They're complete strangers. That was on me. A mistake was on me because I should have checked their ass from the get-go, got paid from the get-go. I don't know these people. But I share stories like that to show even the best of us will get taken advantage of. Even some of us let our business acumen down just a little bit. And that $75 I lost, an opportunity that cost me way more than $75 because I could have had a better client that night. Somebody who would have paid me to take them somewhere. Somebody I'd still be using to this day. Oh man, Jeff, you remember you took us from the event and this and that? Yeah. Hey, can you do this? I could have made $400 or $500 with somebody. That's the opportunity. Instead, I ended up with these fucking deadbeats in my truck. So that opportunity cost right there, it throws me, but I take ownership of that. When I make a mistake, I take ownership of that because I know it was under my control. What up, all praises? And when it's under my control, that's when I know I can fix it. I can fix it. A true leader will take ownership of any mistake that he believes he can solve. If you say, oh, well, it's not my problem, I don't know how to, that's somebody who can't fix it. They can't fix it. They're going to sit up there and right off the bat say, no, it's not me. I ain't do it. It's not a leader, man. A leader is going to take ownership of a problem and say, I guarantee it never happens again. I guarantee it don't. Because a leader's going to come up with the solution to fix that. Somebody who's just like, oh, I ain't got nothing to do with that, man. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. That ain't me, man. That ain't me. I always take ownership of problems because I know my capability. I know my potential. If you give me the problem, give it to me. Oh, shit, consider it done. Don't even worry about it. Hey, Jeff, man, here you go. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I got it now. It's on me now. I'll figure it out. It's on me now. It's on me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't take it from me. Leave it with me because I told you I could fix it. Hey, man, dude, think about it. Your son said, Dad, you should do a YouTube. He saw something in you before all of us. So thank you, Jeff. That's Dave. And now I'm teaching him how to drive my car. This kid. No, but yeah. And that's the thing, man. And he knows a lot of the stories of my childhood because I tell him some funny shit about me. And he laughs. A lot of the shit he laughs at. But I tell him he is so much better off than me. He got a head start. These kids grew up walking through corporate offices. They walking through the Hard Rock Casino, getting to the back of the house, sitting in executive suites and shit. These kids started out like that. I started out eating out the fucking trash can at Frito-Lay. So I started out eating at the trash can at Frito-Lay. My son, I got a picture. Well, not in here. It's actually on my Gmail. My picture is me and my son the day we met Floyd Mayweather at a lobster bruncheon. Miss Stewart and Miss Centenera. Miss Centenera, I helped her secure some money. So Miss Centenera was shorted some money. Miss Centenera, this is why people love me. They love me because I stood up for Miss Centenera. Miss Centenera, she was a teacher. Little short Mexican lady, or she was Filipino, maybe. I don't know. Centenera, whatever it is. So this is the story. And I'm going to tell you guys why I'm saying this, because this is where my son comes from versus me eating out the trash can. So Miss Centenera was fired. Some little black kids said she called us a racist name. This was when I was working at the school. These little black kids said she called us a racist name. And she said, no, I didn't. Nobody ever investigated the story. All they heard was Miss Centenera said a racist name to these little black kids. That's all they heard. Miss Centenera is not like that. So they fired her. They just fired her. I don't work for them no more. I don't work for nobody no more. So I can say whatever the fuck I want to say. And I'm going to tell you this. After this story, I'm going to end it be 4 hours deep. So y'all about to hear a story that nobody's ever heard. Miss Stewart, if you out there on Facebook, Miss Stewart knows this story is true because it was me, you, and Miss Centenera and her husband and Dev at the tail end of this story. So she said that, so they fired her. They fired her. Miss Centenera called me at work. And she said, I just want to know when my last check is, me and my husband, this lady, old lady, she's an old lady, when my last check is, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, we'll be processing your check. I heard what happened. We'll be processing your check. I'm going to make sure I can get it to you. I'm going to try to make sure I pay you. And this also fixed another problem. Again, people didn't like me because I solved another fucking problem. I said, not only am I going to pay you for the money we owe you, but you've earned money towards your summer pay. Teachers get paid over the summer. If you work 9 months out of 9 months during the school year, then you get 9 over 9 times whatever your summer pay is. You get all of it. If you only work 3 months out of the year, you get 3 over 9 times whatever your summer pay is. You only get 1/3 of it. If you work half of the school year, you get 4.5 out of 9 months. You know how it works. Nobody ever did that for any of the teachers. They were firing these teachers halfway through the year and just letting them go. They never gave them a percentage of their summertime pay that they were earning. And I said, you know what? They earn summertime pay 9 months out of 9 months. That's your full summer pay. If you're firing people after 3 months, you got to pay them 1/3 of their summertime pay in one check. They're like, where the fuck you hear that from? I'm like, that's the law. Motherfucker, I took the LSAT. That's the law. What are you talking about? But anyways, people didn't like me because I figured that shit out. So men sitting there, so I'm going to give you a check for everything. Because people were bitter at me. This is what happens when you fuck with me. I'm going to tell you exactly what happens when you fuck with me. I told the administration, I said, listen, we owe this lady her money. And you got to remember, the administration was black. The administration is black. The kids are black. This is an at-risk school. And Miss Centenera is not black. She's like Mexican or something. So the black administration's old people, about Miss Centenera's age, older than me. Well, fuck her. We ain't giving her no money. She gonna call our black kids this and she calling our black kids that. She don't deserve no money. I said, no, but it's the law. We gotta pay her. We gotta pay her. We ain't paying her no. We ain't giving her. I said, we gotta pay her. We ain't giving her no. So they wouldn't sign her check. They wouldn't sign her check because they were upset that she called these black kids out their name. I said, well, for one, and me, I'm an attorney. I'm the accountant at the time, but I'm an attorney. So I said, for one, I said, we never did an investigation. We just fired this lady. I said, that's your first fuck up. Due process. You're listening to some kids. For one, these are at-risk kids. These kids are all natural fuck ups. They're at this school for a reason. They're all bad kids. So first thing you do is you don't trust the kid. I got kids. They lie. Investigate before you do anything. Y'all fired her with no investigation. That's your first fuck up. I was telling them this. Now remember, I am not at the top of the food chain in this place. I'm mid food chain. I'm not even top, but I'm checking everybody in the fucking building right now. That's how upset I am. So I'm checking everybody in the building about what just happened. Y'all fired this lady. You fucked up. Then you don't want to sign these checks. That's your second fuck up. I got out of the school. They was mad at me. Everybody at the school was mad at me. So say, oh, y'all motherfuckers think y'all mad at me now? Y'all mad at me now? Y'all mad at me now? Oh, you finna be fucking pissed off. I got my phone. I went home. I called Miss Centenera. I said, Miss Centenera, can you do me a favor? Yeah. I said, can you call an attorney? She said, what? I said, call an attorney. I said, when you get an attorney, call me back. 2 days later, she called me back. She said, Jeff, I have an attorney. I said, what's his name? I need all of his information. She gave me all his information. And he heard exactly what happened. I told him the whole story. I didn't choose a side. I just told him the truth. I told him the whole story. I said, and with that truth, do what you think you need to do. He wrote the school a letter. He said, I'm going to sue you motherfuckers. Because I heard from somebody up there in y'all school, y'all never did an investigation. You never talked to any of the kids. You know, when they finally talked to the kids, all the kids admitted that they lied. They just didn't like her. She wasn't black. They didn't like her. So they lied on Miss Centenera. The kids lied on Miss Centenera. Now you got a fucking publicity nightmare right now. Not only did the kids lie and you fired her, you also ruined her fucking pay, her retirement, because she wasn't paying to the retirement no more. You ruined all her year pay. You ruined her job, her career, and everything else. So I went off. Now, after the fact, all these people are pissed now. Not at me. They're now pissed at the whole situation. But I said, we could have averted this situation if you would have just signed the check. If you would have just signed the check and let me sign the check and let me pay for her summer pay, and she would have been gone with maybe $4,000. Maybe $4,000. Maybe $4,000. Miss Stewart, I hope you're listening on Facebook because you know it and I know it too. Miss sitting there and walked away with about $50,000. I got that lady a $50,000 check and I said, I'm doing this for her, not for none of y'all. I said, she could sue this fucking school to the ground right now. Miss Centenera walked away with a $50,000 check, which brings to the story about me and Dev, me eating at the trash can. Miss Centenera was so happy. She called Miss Stewart, who's on my Facebook. She called me. She said, I'm taking you guys to lunch. So she took me, my son, Dev, all of drove us to this big ass lobster brunch at the M Casino, all the way down Las Vegas Boulevard. I walked out the M Casino. I saw this big white ass fucking Maybach sitting on a concrete. It was Floyd Mayweather. I'm like, what up, Floyd? He's like, what's up, bro? I met Floyd Mayweather that day with my son, eating lobster with all of these people. This lady was crying, bawling, crying. She said, had I never met you, her husband, he just wouldn't stop shaking my hand. I said, nah, bro, I said, I'm gonna tell you what, right is right. Right is right. I said, ain't have shit to do with black, white, none. I said, them kids was lying. I could tell them kids was lying because I got kids. The kids was fucking lying. They was laughing and joking and shit. They was lying. And they finally admitted, well, I just don't like her. I said, did she say anything? What did she say? I asked everybody independently. Nobody could say what she said because they were all bullshitting. They were lying. So when they finally admitted, well, she didn't say none, but you know, I told her attorney, I said, listen, these kids, they're kids. You don't have to sue the school into the fucking ground. You really don't have to. I said, we can make a claim. We can handle it as a claim. I'll get her paid. I'll get her annual pay. Plus I'll pay her out for the summer and everything like that. And he was like, I said, but you have to sign a settlement. So I saved $1 million settlement, millions of dollars they could have got this fucking school for. They wouldn't even give this lady $4,000. So I gave her 50 and everything walked away. Everybody walked away winning. She got 50 G's. I got my freedom. Within a couple of weeks of that, I put the keys on the fucking counter. I sold everything in my house and I moved to St. Louis. That's really how it went. I said, I'm done with you motherfuckers. I don't want to come back here. The whole government was like, Jeff, you should come back next year, work at the school next year. I said, y'all fucking mind. I said, you know what you just did? I said, bro, I made it all the way through casino with nothing on my record. All the way through casino, signing documents, all the way through my casino, nothing on my record. And y'all almost had a lawsuit on my fucking hands. I'm running the finances here. You almost had a lawsuit on my, I ain't never been sued before, ever. I had to force these people to settle. And they trusted me. They trusted me. They said, we know Jeff loves them kids at that school. He's not going to allow us to sue that school, but he will take care of the situation if we let him take care of the situation. I took care of the situation and I threw them the fucking keys on the counter. I quit my fucking job. I never worked at another corporate office ever again. That was the last time I ever worked in a corporate office. Last time. Because I wasn't having that shit no more. I said, you're not putting me in jail. You're not doing me like that. When accountants start going to jail, when shit starts happening, yeah, it's time to call it good. It's time to call it good. So I called that shit good. When you don't let me write checks and cover checks to people who deserve it, no. Accountants are going to start going to jail. I'm good. So that's what my son comes from. Working in corporate offices with me, hanging out in corporate offices, eating steak and lobster dinners, eating at P.F. Chang's and cheesecake factories on weekends and shit. Miss Tina was we'd go to P.F. Chang's down in Green Valley. This little kid with us, P.F. Chang's. We go to Cheesecake Factory eating and watching the fish swim at the fish tanks at Caesar's Palace. We'd eat sushi. I was taking them to sushi all the time. This kid eating sushi. And I grew up eating out fucking trash can, eating Frito-Lay out the trash can. And when I tell you, your kid should always be the best version of you. Your kid should not be worse off than you. If your kids are worse off than you were when you grew up, you missed the assignment somewhere along the line. My kids are much better off than me. One of my kids right now is working on a ship in the middle of the Japanese Sea right now. Drone tech operator. Very successful kid. My other kid, let's see what he's going to do. He just needs to learn how to drive better. Once he drives better, I'll have higher hopes. If he can drive better, I got some work for him to do. But my whole point, if you're not improving your life every step, even through your kids, whatever, if you're not improving your life, you dropping the ball somewhere along the lines. And I didn't want to be that one to drop the ball. I knew how my mom grew up. I hope I'm a better version of her because we lived in Salvation Armies. We grew up living in residence and relatives' houses and shit like that. That now I own my own house. I own my own vehicle. She didn't even have a car. So I'm a business person. She was a banker and a teacher's assistant. I'm a little bit better off than what she was. So I'm a better version of her. My kids are a better version of me. I didn't want to miss the assignment. I knew what she did all of that shit for. So I made sure I kept her dreams going. I kept her hope going. So that's my 4 hour, 15 minutes of live streaming. That was my final story. I hope you guys understand where I come from when you see me make these videos about fixing situations. I came from a very problematic background in so many ways, very problematic. I grew up to become an accountant. I grew up to become a problem solver. I grew up to become somebody who didn't care. I looked in the face of challenges and I accepted those challenges. I accepted them knowing that I could handle those challenges. So I made that video. What upset me was the fact that Pax doesn't trust me with the challenge. That's all that boils down to. I told them exactly how I would handle the challenge. Told them exactly how I was going to do everything. To not trust me with a challenge when I've been trusted with so much more than just picking the motherfucker up. It's almost a slap in the face. I know exactly who I am. I know my worth. I know where I stand on this planet. You ain't got to trust me. I'm going to beat me regardless, whether or not you trust me. You ain't got to give me lenience or leeway. You ain't got to do shit for me. Because I wake up every day and I realize what an opportunity cost is. I realize what an opportunity is. I have a contingency plan. I don't complain much about shit because I know I'm in control of everything around me, whether good or bad. If something's fucking up, then I allowed it to. I didn't plan on it not to. Thank you, James. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for the super chat. So I tell people, you know, this live stream was pretty, it was pretty deep. It was a pretty deep live stream. And I hope, you know, people got something out of it, whether about me, about why I make the decision I make, why I am the way I am, and why I act the way I act. Through all the shit I've been through, whether through Coach John Six from the University of Oregon, teaching me how not to be scared to fall. Through, you know, realizing that, you know, I could go down to the gas station, down to the car wash and wash cars and eat chicken all fucking day and generate business for myself at a young age, to helping other people even generate business at a young age, to making sure that even though I can take care of my community and bring them fucking Frito-Lay out the trash can, at some point I'm gonna take care of my community in other ways, more than just Frito-Lay out of the trash can. I want to put money in people's pocket, and this is just how I choose to do it, through live streams, through support. Thank you, James. Look, I appreciate that, brother. Thank my man Crypto Face. Thank you, Bighorn Kev. You know, all you guys out there who always take care of me through super chats, because, you know, just like I told them kids, you know, I don't have to be hanging out y'all to the park. I could leave the park. I would leave the park and go wash cars and make money. I don't have to hang out with drivers all day. I don't have to do videos and live streams. I can make $300-400 in a matter of hours just by not sitting here. But sometimes we need to just be around and listen, just listen to the probabilities and the possibility of getting things going out there. That's all I do these live streams for. You will not find a lot of people out there, a lot of streamers, a lot of YouTubers that can do a 4, 5, 6 hour live stream, never getting up to take a piss, and I stay on point the whole time. There's a reason why I'm here. I don't know why. I'm just enjoying the ride with y'all, and I appreciate the support of y'all allowing me to sit here for 3, 4, 5 hours on these live streams. I might chop it up and do something with it, who knows? But if I don't, at least y'all experience this with me in real time. At least we enjoyed this night together. Hopefully we got to make some money tomorrow. I got a few things I got to take care of tomorrow, live streams and stuff like that, but we'll be back out to making money. We're going to see if we can get these apps out here working right. We're going to see if we can get all this shit, because you know me, I'm a fighter. I'm a straight fighter. I'm going to always fight for you guys to make money. I'm going to always fight for you guys to have the intelligence to do business. I'm always fighting for that. We ain't no fucking pigeons over here. Bottom line, we're not. So I appreciate you guys. Much love, much respect. Thank you, my man, Jesse, James, Abby. You guys be easy out there. And I will be checking with y'all tomorrow. I will have a live stream tomorrow. It will be about the hood. It won't be about rideshare, but you might be able to listen in because we're going to do it through StreamYard. So you might be able to hear it tomorrow. It'll be on St. Louis Hood Talk. All right, Derek, man, you be out there and get that money, brother. Get that money, brother. Oh yeah. Like I said, that video, it was real. That was a real video. But like I said, they got to realize that they're dealing with a corporate guy, real old school corporate guy who fixed a lot of shit in his life. And if you don't trust me with something, don't involve me. I stopped going to them fax meetings a long time ago, because if you don't trust me with something, you won't listen to me. I don't waste my fucking time. I know I'm worth more by myself than sitting around somebody else's group silent. I'm worth more by myself. So I get on my live streams, I get on my podcast, I do my videos, and I don't fuck with nobody. I just go out there, I make money, I make sure you guys make money. We all come up together. If somebody don't like that about me, cool. I've not been liked for a long time, and I've come a long way.